What if Hogwarts played by new rules? On Cosmic Harry, magic collides with strategy. Shinigami eyes, red numbers over every head, and one page that can tilt fate. We dive into what-if universes. If you love wizardry with consequences, hit subscribe and step into the bigger game. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry YouTube channel. If you are new here, please consider subscribing. Also, if you have any story suggestions, please let me know on comment section.
The first thing he noticed was how loud his own heartbeat wasn't. Footsteps, shouting, the slap of rubber soles on concrete, those were far away, like a badly tuned radio. Blood ran warm down light YAGAMI's wrist and made his fingers slick on the railing. He saw the smear he left on the gray metal, a bright, untidy red, and felt only an offended, distant curiosity. He had always appreciated clean lines, order, control. It annoyed him in a small, precise way that his body had chosen chaos at the end.
Light!
Mikami's voice ragged. Useless. Near the floor, Nir's toys waited. Law, order, the performance. All of it building to this moment light on a staircase. Breath catching, ribs lighting up whenever he tried to straighten. The gunshot heat in his shoulder pulsed. His brain measured it, cataloged it, refused to be distracted by it. He counted the steps below. 13 to the landing, then 7. He could jump it. He should jump it. He didn't, because he was thinking, not about escape, but about boredom. He had been right about human nature. He had been right about the rot. The proof was everywhere, even here, in the little theater Nir had staged with plastic soldiers. Light had cut out a disease and the world had screamed at the sting, rather than thanking him for the clean edge. He had been right, but he had mismeasured one variable, the satisfaction curve. Victory had a half-life. He looked down, past his handprint, past his shoes, at the white tiles below. A memory arrived. No, not a memory, an equation disguised as one. Pareto distributions. 80 to 20, 1% shaping outcomes for the 99%. He was in the 1%. Of course he was. He had always been. A shadow shifted apples. The sour, sweet smell cut through blood and gunpowder. Light, Ryuk said, almost gently. I'll be honest. I had fun. Light didn't turn. He didn't need to. He could feel the Shinigami's presence the way you feel a thunderhead, pressure building behind the eyes. You wrote my name, Light said, and tasted copper. He made it a flat observation, not a question. If he let it be a question, it might sound like pleading. Ryuk's grin was audible. I did. That was the deal from the start, wasn't it? The panic that should have come. The fear of the blank didn't. Light hunted for it, because the body had its reflexes, but it wasn't there. Only a neat irritation at being interrupted. He had wanted to solve the next iteration. He had wanted an opponent who could make him work. Nir was a clever child with a tidy room. Light had been patient with him. Patient and therefore bored. He imagined tearing this moment in half, laying it out like paper on a desk, writing notes in the margin. You were undone by chance, and by underestimating how many pieces the other side would arrange while you took your bow. You were undone because you enjoyed the applause. Light put a hand on the cold rail and willed it to be a lectern. I could have done more. Everyone says that, Ryuk said. Almost no one says it like you. You sound offended. Light smiled. It hurt. He felt his name moving somewhere he couldn't see. He imagined the letters in that cramped, impatient hand. He wondered, clinically, what he would see at the edge. He had once looked at a boy across a table and told him that he was justice. He almost laughed now. Justice was only useful language. The truth was cleaner. He had been better at the game. He took a breath. The next one didn't come. For a fraction of a second. Exquisite pressure at the center of his chest, as if a fist had pressed down from the inside, testing the shape of his heart. Light noticed the detail and filed it away. Someone screamed, "Missa," and the sound peeled off him like rain from glass. He tipped forward, one knee buckling, papers whispering loose from somewhere above. The world reducing to brightness along the banister and Ryok's teeth and the taste of apple he wasn't eating. He thought, I was bored. Then the staircase emptied out of itself, the last step falling away into a thin, perfect line, and light YAGAMI stepped off the edge of being alive. A green light has a different weight in a graveyard. Harry Potter ducked too late. The blast took the breath from him first, then the strength from his legs. The wand clattered from his fingers and hit a tilted stone with a sound too small for everything that was happening. The air smelled like wet soil and rotting flowers under the clean, sharp taste of magic burning itself out. "Pick up your wand," Voldemort said, amused and patient, as if tutoring a slow student. "We mustn't disappoint our audience." Harry's chest sawed. The circle of Death Eaters tightened and blurred. Masks gleamed like beetle shells. Cedric lay the way people in paintings never do, slightly crooked, mouth open. Harry's eyes skittered off him, then back, then away. His arms felt like sacks of sand he'd tied to himself as a punishment. He tried to remember being warm. Crucio, someone breathed near his ear. Pain made the world an empty white room and put him in the corner. When it faded, he found himself on his knees, hands digging into mud, as if he could anchor himself to the earth by fingers alone. A snake hissed somewhere behind him, a low, contemptuous hum that he felt more than heard. "Look at me, Harry," Voldemort said, coaxing. "Show me you understand what you're." Harry lifted his head. The world swam. Voldemort stood inside the ring of his followers like a sketched figure given color the wrong way, the palette inverted. The shadows bright where the light should have been. He smiled with his teeth and not his eyes and spread his arms as if to gather in a crowd that didn't dare step closer. Harry thought, I can't win. The thought didn't have panic in it. It had resignation and a peculiar relief. Like setting down a box you've carried too far. He had run from cupboard to castle to maze, and here he was again. A boy holding a wand that shook, surrounded by adults who had picked a side. The pressure in his chest, the thing that had curled around his ribs the first time the name, Voldemort, was said in a room where people listened. Eased, fraction by fraction, not because he was brave, because nothing else left to try. He got his feet under him. The wand was a rumor in the grass where it had fallen. It didn't matter. Voldemort had his, and Voldemort wanted the show. Avada Kedavra. The words came soft, almost kind. The light moved the way a hand reaches for a face. Harry's last clear thought wasn't a thought at all, only an unclenching the cupboard door, the first train, the smell of Mrs. Weasley's kitchen, the funny Boggart in Professor Lupin's trunk, the wrong laugh that lived in his nightmares. He let it all exhale. Green touched him. He let go. No pain in the place after. There wasn't anything that agreed to be called a place. Light's first impulse was to inventory. The impulse arrived unaccompanied by a body to carry it out. He adjusted quickly. If you have no hands, you use categories. If you have no eyes, you see by comparisons. He recognized gravity without direction. He recognized age without time. Something old and patient and entirely without hurry occupied the center, except center, suggested circles and shapes and none that held still long enough to matter. If dignity had mass, this was what it felt like. "You're intact," said a voice that wasn't a voice. It walked through Light's mind the way a deep sound moves through a wall, not stopping for the brick. It didn't trouble with hello. Intact enough, at any rate. Light organized the sensation into a speaker because the human brain dislikes pronouns without subjects. He made a throne because power likes stagecraft even when it doesn't need it, and a figure on it built from absence, the shape of a thing carved from what it excluded. "Uzaka," Light said, pleasantly. It cost him nothing to give a name to the inevitable. The acknowledgement came like a slight increase in pressure, as if the atmosphere had inclined its head. "Names have usefulness for you, and therefore for me. You're an efficient creature, Light Yagami. Your game was pleasing until it repeated itself. You were entertained," Light said. He didn't add, "and then bored." It would have been redundant. A ripple, not of amusement, something adjacent. "I was. Your problem is the size of your board. You played well, and you played in a room too small for your hunger. Then give me a bigger room." The idea had already formed while he lay on the staircase. It took no effort to pick it up here. He didn't bother to pretend humility. He didn't volunteer contrition. He understood his value in the transaction. He was interesting. "We won't pretend you deserve it," Uzaka said, and a dry scrape in the thought that might have been humor. "We will pretend, for my purposes, that the conditions merit a variable. Your world has one set of rules. There exists another where rules wear different names, and men call them magic, because they don't understand their own precision. You will go there, play." "Terms," Light said. The pressure increased as if air leaned in. "Terms? You begin with less than you ended. You won't start a god. You will be carried to a body as it falls. The soul there won't be removed but braided with you. It will try to move you. You will try to move it. That contest, too, will entertain me. I'll supply a notebook compatible with the local laws. Some things will remain constants. Some won't. You will observe, you will test, and you will enjoy yourself. I insist on that last. Boredom is waste." "Opposition?" Light said, and left the question open wide enough for many answers. "If you play long enough, there is always another player," Uzaka said, which sounded subtly, exquisitely, like a promise. "Go now. The body is nearing the floor." The sensation of falling arrived without a horizon, and Light took it the way he took every new thing, smiling a little, interested despite himself. The world had the stale chill of a church at night. Mud pressed against his cheek. The sound came back first, laughter, loud and careless, bouncing off stone. The smell came next. The sour, sweet of lilies gone to brown, the iron tang of spilled blood, something reptile, wet and musky. A heart kicked. Breath scraped. Harry's eyes opened. He didn't gasp. No opening for it. His lungs were already moving, his chest a machine that had restarted long enough to notice itself. He registered the arc of sound above him. Voldemort's bright, delighted laugh, and slotted it where it belonged, signal, not threat. Laughter meant lowered guard. Lowered guard meant opportunity. He didn't remember thinking this way before. The boy is dead. See, he is nothing. Voldemort said, not to Harry, but to the ring of masks that ringed the graves like a crown too large for the skull. It was meant to fit. Will mark the hour. Harry stayed still. Mud leached into his sleeve and sucked heat from his skin. Hands shoved each other for a better view. Voices rose and broke. He counted them with no intention of counting them, just the rhythm of his brain measuring the room 12. No 14, one farther back, the portly wheeze that had to be Pettigrew. The snake's rasp like a saw on wet wood. The weight of a wand pointed nowhere in particular because the owner didn't think he needed to point it at a corpse. A cluster of red numbers hung above a hooded head to Harry's left, faint as the after-image you get from looking at a bulb too long. He blinked. They remained. They weren't painted. They were there. They weren't floating like smoke. They were clean, crisp characters, the sort he'd seen in arithmancy notes, only more definite, packed too densely to read all at once. They didn't make sense. They made themselves true by existing. Another set hovered over the next head, another above the next. The further he looked, the more he saw, a pattern extending like a net. His heart should have sprinted. It didn't. The mind that was awake in him understood the phenomenon for what mattered about it, even before it knew the label information, name and time. Names, if he wished to look. Time if he wanted to know how much of it each man had left. He wet his lips and tasted dirt. Harry watched his own hand, muddy, small, scarred, push under his chest and drag his weight by inches. Light skill at lying had always been a function of preparation and nerve. This new body had both for free, brewed in trauma and practice. He made them tools. He slid. The sound of it was too loud in his head and blessedly lost under the roar above him. Boots shifted. Someone struck someone else for laughing too loud. Harry used the way attention flows in groups toward the center, toward the spectacle, away from the edges. He became edge. He had died a second ago. A something in him wanted to think about that, to crash into the thought the way a boy hits a wave and gets rolled under. He didn't let it. He bracketed it like a problem for later. He slid again, knee catching on a root, muscle burning in a way that reported itself, and then got filed away pain acknowledged, priority low. Red numbers. Over Lucius Malfoy. He knew that hair even under a hood. The figures were shorter than the man would like. Over Pettigrew they jittered, as if the counting stuttered. Over Voldemort, he lifted his eyes only enough to see. Tom Marvell O'Riddle's face was wrong in a way that made memory itch. It was smooth where human faces have microfolds, stretched where skin should rest. The numbers above him didn't look like the others. They didn't run. They didn't sit. They seemed to be bickering with themselves, threads braided and unbraided, no single line agreeing to call itself fate. Harry didn't understand the meaning. He understood the complication. Raise the boy, Voldemort said, still amused, still bored of victories that were too easy. We shall show his friends the prize. Hands moved. Harry didn't let them find him. He rolled. The world narrowed to the cold under his ribs and the scrape of stone under his palm and the shadow of a fallen angel on a headstone he used as cover. He made himself slow. You move fast when eyes are searching. You move slow when eyes are showing off. He had never been taught this. He knew it, and didn't waste time asking how. The graveyard wasn't flat. The dead don't allow for clean architecture. Stones leaned at different dates and into different weeds. Harry used the angles. He tucked himself behind a monument to someone very proud of their titles and watched through a gap chipped by 40 winters. A Death Eater knelt where Harry had been. My lord. Check more carefully, Voldemort said. The boredom had seeped out of the word. The edge back in it was sharp and unearned. Harry breathed out very slowly. The breath didn't shake. He found his wand under the angel's wing by touch and didn't pick it up yet. He didn't want the noise of hope. A laugh like a cough broke somewhere to the right. "If the boy has crawled, my lord, the mud will have him. We will leave prince-like." "Silence," Voldemort said, not loud. It worked better than a shout. The ring stilled. Light's mind and Harry's body marked variables. Number of searchers. Likely sweep pattern of men grown lazy with power. The thin edge of panic in their leader's voice. The way masks narrow vision. The way sound will betray him if he steps wrong. There is a quality to certain kinds of danger where the world simplifies itself kindly for the person willing to see it. Harry saw. He didn't feel brave. He felt occupied. He flattened his palm in the mud until the cold got in under the nails and then pulled himself one stride farther from the ring, into a strip of darker shadow where a yew tree leaned over the fence. The iron bars beyond were too high for a climb in the time he had. He filed the fence for later. He wasn't leaving the graveyard now. He was leaving their attention. "Dementors," Voldemort said. The word dropped the temperature. The air went thin and old. Harry's mouth went dry. The dead, cold that followed found his bones in a way that had nothing to do with intellect. He tasted the blank of the cupboard in it, the scrape of plates in the dark. Figures formed at the edges of the circle and flowed inward like slowly poured ink. And still, ridiculous, impossible. And yet, he noticed the numbers. Above the Dementors, none. The air refused to hold them. The absence was as legible as a sign. Not human. Later, the distinction would matter, for now it told him something he needed. The thing in his head had rules, and he could learn them. A soft rupture of air to the far left. Light. Warmth. A silver blaze burst and stretched and became a bird too big for the space that held it, wings cutting clean into the night. The Dementors recoiled in a way Harry had never seen. Not just away from the Patronus, away from the instant a Death Eater on the ring's edge pitched forward, hands clawing at nothing, chest folding in as if an invisible fist had reached through him and squeezed. The way they recoiled felt like disgust. It made no sense. He filed it anyway. Dumbledore, someone spat, and fear threaded the word, small and real. Harry didn't look for the old man. He didn't need to. The flock of silver, phoenix and fox and otter and wolf, told its own story, pouring through the air like a second kind of weather. The ring destabilized. Masks turned outward. Ones came up. The space at the center wasn't a stage anymore. It was a mistake. Light's clarity tightened in Harry, the way a hand tightens around a tool it recognizes as useful. The boy had people who would come for him. The man knew what to do when attention shifted. He moved. He went low and long, a crawl that never lifted his back above the line of the stone he used as cover. He timed himself to other movements. This shout, that burst of light, the panicked jostle of men who had thought they were cruel and were learning they were only loud. His hand closed on his wand the way a lock finds its key. He didn't cast. A spell was a declaration. He wasn't declaring anything yet. "Harry!" Dumbledore's voice cut the air. Not a plea. A call that assumed obedience from the world. Harry didn't answer. Not because he wouldn't, because he couldn't afford to be found yet. Found meant carried. Carried meant cataloged. Cataloged meant questions he wasn't ready to answer. He reached the long shadow of a tomb with a flat top and tucked into its lee. The yews branches gave him a fringe of cover. He turned his head as little as possible and let his eyes do the work. Red numbers hung over men who were suddenly remembering they had hearts. He tested a thought, if he focused. Could he see the names? A sliver of gold in the air shifted, as if something behind the numbers wanted to cooperate. He didn't push. Not here. Not now. A white, hot arc, fox, somewhere above, split the dark. Harry used the brightness the way a cut purse uses a trolley tipping over. He made it the moment he moved fastest. He cleared the space between two tilting markers and slid into the lip of a sunken grave. The earth there half fallen in around the stone. It smelled of water and root rot. It was safety because no one thinks to look where the ground looks unfinished. "Lucius?" "With me," Voldemort snapped. The boredom had burned off. The temperature of the voice had risen. "Find the boy. Find the boy." The mind inside the boy listened to the order like an instruction in a problem set. Who hears it, who obeys? Where do they go first? Where can they not see? He heard the phoenix cry again. It hit him along the spine, and any other day he might have wept, might have let it wash something out of him. He didn't. The sound filed itself next to other facts. Good. Useful. Irrelevant to this movement. A hand skidded through the mud an arm's length away and closed on empty air. Harry waited for it to move on. When it did, he moved too, matching its rhythm, a whisper of cloth on stone, a breath that didn't rise enough to be seen. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Voldemort's face, open in a way Harry hadn't seen, not anger, not joy, but the smallest notch between. Surprise. Dumbledore had that effect. The world contracted to a sequence: slide, pause, listen, slide, pause, listen. It should have been terror. It wasn't. It was arithmetic. It was beautiful. His shoulder found the cold edge of the graveyard wall. The ironwork above it threw thin shadows. Beyond, darkness layered on darkness, a hedgerow, a lane, a horizon that wanted a dawn. He ran his hand along the base of the wall and found where the mortar had given way under Winters. He could wedge fingers there. He could climb. He could fall and break something and be trampled. He did the sum and put the climb in a column labeled later. For now, he needed space. Not distance, space. A place where sound looked different and time had another shape, so that when the world came to claim him it would find. What? The thought stalled. Not because the thinking failed, but because two minds met in the gap. Harry's old fear, honest and raw, rose like a hand. Light's calm took it by the wrist and folded away like paper. Not now. He took one more slow, pulling breath and made himself smaller. Not a boy the world had marked out, a shape, a thought, less than a shadow. A flurry of motion at the center of the graveyard. A crash, a crack that meant disapparition from more than one point. The pressure in the air changed. A hand he didn't see found his elbow. He almost struck before the grip and the voice anchored themselves in memory. "Come," Dumbledore said, soft and absolute. "Now," Harry didn't argue. "You can disagree about strategy with a general later. When the door opens, you move." He let himself be hauled up and felt a Porky's yank grab the scar inside his navel and pull. The graveyard tore away. White first, then two, bright candles finding edges in the warded air. The hospital wing put itself together around him, polished beds, the smell of boiled linen, Madame Pomfrey's exasperation buzzing at the edges like an angry bee, the low, frightened murmur of voices trying not to be overheard. Harry lay still and let the frame of the bed hold him. His heart beat in a sensible, boring rhythm. He preferred it that way. He kept his eyes half-lidded and watched the reflection of light on a glass cabinet door become a crude mirror. His own face looked back pale, mud-striped, younger than it felt. The scar on his forehead ran raw, an exclamation where a period would have been kinder. Dumbledore's silhouette moved at the edge of his vision, then returned with a chair. The headmaster sat the way some men pray, all-weathered patience, no waste. "Harry," he said, and the name carried a volume of relief that would have broken something inside the boy who had died 10 minutes ago. It struck this version differently. He set it aside. He understood its leverage. He didn't despise it. "Sir," Harry said. The voice came out steady. It surprised him in a mild, satisfied way. Like discovering a fountain pen writes cleanly after months of blotting. Dumbledore's eyes were knives wrapped in wool. "I must ask you questions you won't wish to answer tonight," he said. "I must also not ask them, because I'm not cruel. So I'll say only this: you're safe, for the moment. You're among friends." "Among friends," Harry nodded. Because that was the gesture required, and because he didn't want to test the line between their meanings yet. The headmaster's gaze flicked to the mud under Harry's nails and the smear on his sleeve and back to his face. He felt the weight of that intelligence, both kindly and terrible. He had always misliked being studied. He knew now to return the favor. "I died," Harry said, conversationally. Pomfrey made a sound like someone yanking a curtain off its rings. Dumbledore didn't. He only lowered his eyelids for a second, as if shielding a match from wind. "In a manner of speaking," he said. It was both an answer and a refusal. Harry smiled. It was small and fragile and performed exactly as long as it needed to be. "It's the manner I remember." "Rest," Dumbledore said, and laid the back of his hand lightly against Harry's brow, human and warm. "We will speak in the morning." They moved away. Voices hummed. Someone said fudge. Someone said Dementors. Someone said the boy and lowered it, as if the word might startle. Harry waited until the noise settled into the throb of the castle itself. He turned his head a fraction toward the window. Night pressed its face to the glass. Beyond it, the grounds waited with all their old secrets. He had never known how many of them were useful. He felt the weight of fabric against his ribs and slid his fingers into the inside pocket of his ruined jacket. His hand found a rectangle that shouldn't have been there, cool, rigid, familiar to a part of him that had used one before. He eased it free. A small black notebook lay in his palm. He opened it. The first page didn't smell like ink and pulp. It smelled like the idea of rules. The letters clean and unfriendly. How to use it. A shadow at the balcony. Not a shape. Not a person. A density in the dark tilted its head. It didn't need to speak. The thought arrived with the inevitability of fallings. "We will see if you can entertain me longer this time." Harry kept his face quiet. Inside, he felt the click he had been waiting for since the graveyard. The mind he had carried into death and the body he had fallen into in life aligning. Not comfortably, never comfortably, but with interest. The fear that had ruled the boy stepped back a pace. The boy didn't vanish. He watched himself be arranged. The window glass picked out a reflection of the bed, a sliver of his face, the book in his hand. Outside, somewhere, a bird cried once and the sound cut cleanly. He turned a page. He read. Names and numbers floated over memories in his head, red and patient. He didn't test them. Not tonight. He shut the book, slid it under the pillow, and lay back. "Try not to be boring," the thought from the dark said, almost lazily. Harry looked at the ceiling and counted the hairline cracks until the lines made a map he could use. In the next bed, someone snored. In the corridor, a floorboard sighed. In the grounds below, the lake put its shoulder into the wind and moved. In the space between breaths, he saw a circle of masks and a man whose numbers didn't agree with themselves. He closed his eyes and practiced being asleep. When morning came, they would ask who he'd seen, what had happened, what had been said. He would give them the version that helped him survive. He sorted that version now. The way you lay out clothes for the next day, so you won't have to think about it, with cold hands. In the blank dark between one heartbeat and the next, the image of the graveyard came back. The circle, the snake, the headstones leaning like old men listening hard. He watched himself there, a figure in mud, eyes open, seeing numbers that no one else saw. He had been a boy the world moved. He would not be that again. Under his pillow, the notebook waited. On the other side of the glass, a new board waited with it. He didn't sleep. He rested the way a knife rests in its sheath and listened to the castle breathe. Mud remembers. Where is he? Voldemort's voice cracked the air cleanly, and every masked head snapped toward the patch of trampled grass where Harry's body should have been. Lucius dropped to a knee, fingers clawing the earth. My lord, he was at my feet. Voldemort's patience burned off in a breath. Find the boy? Boots scattered. Wands lifted. Harry flattened under the broken wing of an angel statue and let their panic work for him. They looked inward. He moved along the edge. Tracks. Dolohov hissed, sweeping light over the ground. Here? Another called. Hay crawled. This way. No. Not that way. Harry had dragged a shallow furrow where he'd lain, then pressed a heel the other direction and wiped it with a sleeve. 2 lines crossed like careless prints. He let them argue with each other. Lucius left. Voldemort snapped. Rookwood with him. Pettigrew, stop sniveling and use your eyes. Harry tucked tighter behind the stone and counted. 15 paces to the thorn hedge. 7 low markers between. 1 route to snag a knee if you forget it. He didn't forget it. He palmed a pebble and flicked it to his right. It tapped a leaning stone. Heads turned. He slid left. Lumos, someone barked, and the graveyard lifted into pale cones. Light skated over the angel's broken face. Harry held the breath he had and released it slow. Movement draws eyes. Stillness survives them. A Death Eater strode past, boots sucking at the mud. He can't be far. He can't. Unless he's Desap. Fool. He is underage. Then he is here. Then find him. Voldemort's temper had thinned to wire. The ring tightened again. Harry watched the pattern from the corner of his eye and chose the seconds where gaps. When one man turned to flatter their master and the next to mock a peer. He slipped between their attention the way water finds cracks. The numbers hung red and steady above their heads. Names sat behind them, almost visible now that he knew to look. He didn't read them. He wasn't greedy on the first test. Dementors, Voldemort said, voice gone cold. They flowed like stains. Harry's stomach pulled tight, but his head stayed clean. The Dementors slid inward, and then recoiled hard as the outermost Death Eater pitched forward with a strangled noise and went limp, face first into the mud. The ring froze. What? Lucius began. A second died. No spell, no light, just a sudden choke and collapse. The Dementors backed away as if the air had soared. Not fear, disgust. Harry catalogued it. He would need it later. White fire blew across the graves. A phoenix burst into being above the far stones. Wings cutting through the fog, silver shapes chased the dead things back. "Dumbledore," said a voice that tried not to tremble and failed. "Lucius," Voldemort said in a flat tone. "My lord." "Lift the boy." Hands reached, closed on nothing, and lifted only the memory of where Harry had been. Voldemort's face changed. Surprise, not fear, not yet. Lines scoring the inhuman smoothness. "Find him," he hissed. And that was fear behind the anger now, because the story had bent in front of witnesses. Harry didn't let them find him. He slid another 2 bodies' lengths along the ground and put the angel between himself and the ring. The phoenix shrieked again. A silver wolf bowled through the rags of cold. Light broke across masks and eyes. A palm closed around his elbow, and he almost struck out, then stopped at the voice. "Come," Dumbledore said low and urgent. "No." Harry went, not because he trusted, but because moving with the largest force in the room was the correct solution. The world hooked him behind the navel and ripped. They hit the Hogwarts lawn hard, in noise and light. Gasps, shouts, feet pounding. The portkey spun off and clattered somewhere. Cedric's body came with them, and the scream that went up from the nearest student nailed itself into Harry's spine before his mind put a name to it. "Make way! Make way!" McGonagall's voice, sharp and carrying. "Give them space? Is that Merlin?" "Cedric." "Harry." "Harry's alive? How?" "Back, all of you," shouted Madame Pomfrey. "Back, or you'll be the ones I stun next." Cornelius Fudge barreled through in a blur of green and gilt, hat at an angle, face sheened with sweat. "Dumbledore!" "What is the meaning? What is? Good heavens! What happened?" "What must be discussed in private will be discussed in private," Dumbledore said without slowing. "Poppy, I've him." Pomfrey snapped, wand already drawing a diagnostic in the air. "And the Diggory boy. Oh. Albus?" "Stretcher," Dumbledore said, and Cedric lifted gently, horribly gently, as if the charm could make up for the thing it couldn't change. Harry watched and didn't watch. The world came as live-feed angles, lines, faces. Fudge's hands twitched toward Harry and then away. The eyes couldn't decide where to land. Disgust, fear, calculation. He smelled of cologne over stale worry. "Moody," Fudge called, spotting the scarred Auror shouldering in. "Report." "Later." Moody growled, good eye fixed on the body. The magical one spun wildly. He cut a slice of air with his staff and nodded once, as if confirming a private suspicion. Harry lifted his gaze a hair and looked above the grizzled head. "Bartemius Crouch Junior," said the red script. The numbers burned calm and definite above him. Polyjuice meant nothing to this sight. Good, he shelved it. Clear the path. Dumbledore ordered, and the crowd parted as if the castle itself had spoken. He walked at a pace that dared the world to interrupt him and drew Harry and Cedric through a corridor of faces. Someone reached for Harry's hand as he passed. It was warm, quick, and familiar. "Are you?" "Hermione." He looked once, held her eyes a fraction too long, and nodded. The relief that flooded her face was almost enough to move something in him. Almost. He put it away. Ron was on her other side, white around the mouth, fists clenched, ready to fight someone he couldn't see. Inside, stairs blurred, tapestries leaned in and back, portraits whispered furiously to each other. Harry rode the movement like a raft on current. The world presented itself as data, and he took it. The hospital wing had all the noise of a storm with none of the weather. Doors thudded, voices overlapped. Charms lit the air. Pomfrey bullied. Dumbledore directed. McGonagall kept panic from acquiring names. Fudge blustered at the perimeter. Moody parked himself like a bolted door, staff planted, mouth thin. "Lay down, Potter," Pomfrey ordered, already swabbing his temple with something that stung. "And not a word until I say so." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said, and filed that soft obedience under camouflage. He let the bed have his weight and kept his head turned just enough to watch the room in the reflection of a glass-fronted cabinet. "Cornelius," Dumbledore said evenly, "you and I'll speak in my office within the hour. There are matters of grave importance." Fudge swallowed. "The press, parents, protocol, Albus. I can't simply." "You can," Dumbledore said. "And you will?" He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Moody rapped the staff once. "I'll secure the perimeter," he said. "Can't be too careful. Lots of eyes tonight." "Indeed," Dumbledore said, looking at him in a way that read to Harry like the scratch of a quill testing parchment. He had looked at Harry the same way a moment ago. He was measuring everyone, and the only person he withheld the measure from was himself. "Harry," McGonagall said softly, close enough that only he could hear. "Can you understand me?" "Yes, Professor." "Do you know where you're?" "Hogwarts. Hospital wing." Her mouth tightened, not displeasure, but something like grief's disciplined cousin. "Good. Rest." He did. Outwardly, inside he made columns. Faces, positions, tells. Fudge's sweat, Moody's name. Pomfrey's hands, steady as a surgeon's. Dumbledore's watchfulness. He wrote the mental list without moving a muscle. After a long stretch of purposeful noise, the room drained. Doors clicked. The silence that followed had weight. Pomfrey turned down the lamps. Dumbledore sat in the same chair as before. "You'll sleep," he said. "Try," Harry said. "Try," Dumbledore echoed, with that tired kindness that did far more damage to the old Harry than any insult ever had. He put a hand to Harry's hair, lightly, as if one wrong pressure would bruise him, and went. The door shut. The castle's midnight settled Inzi stone breathing, distant pipes, and all's question outside. Harry waited until the silence had stabilized, then slid a hand under his pillow. The small black book met his palm like it had been measured for it. He opened it. He didn't prepare himself for what hit him because there is no preparation for being two people at once. The memories came like shards, clean edges, bright faces. Ryuk's laugh, apples and boredom. A school corridor with light the wrong temperature. A girl who loved too much. Lipstick too red for her mouth. Smile wobbling as if it had been parked on the wrong face. A room of plastic soldiers and a boy in white and numbers running under everything like water. His fingers tightened on the cover until the leather bit. He forced his breathing even, rode the wave. It crested and broke and left him cold and horribly awake. A movement in the dark by the balcony. Not a shape, a heaviness. As if a part of the night had decided to think. "You will explain it," Harry said quietly to the dark. The answer arrived without crossing the air. It installed itself like a fact in a ledger. You sent me," Harry said. "You braided me." He didn't argue the pronouns. They both fit and neither did.
"Yes."
"The book. A constant," Uzaka said. "Modified, yes. Compatible with your local systems. Enough the same to amuse me. Rules," Harry said. "Start there." The thought unrolled, flat and precise. Write a human's name while picturing their face. They die. If no cause is specified, Heart failure occurs 40 seconds after the name is written. If a cause is specified, the constraints are what a human body can be made to do without magic. Harry waited. The rules kept coming, unadorned. Spelling matters less than identity. The image in your mind resolves the difference. If you don't know the name, you can acquire eyes that will show you the true name and remaining lifespan of any human you see. They're called the Shinigami eyes. You already see the numbers. You have not chosen the price for the eyes. You will.
Price?
Harry repeated. Half your remaining lifespan, Yuzaka said. Not a metaphor, a measurement. Harry thought of the red strings of numbers in the graveyard and kept his face blank from habit, though no one here could see it. And if I don't take them, you may still kill anyone whose name and face you know. Fewer variables. More work. You enjoy work. What about magic? He asked. Prophecy, charms. Things this world calls immutable. Constants and variables, Uzaka said. Prophecy introduces constraints. Charms hide places, not people. Polyjuice alters surface, names remain. Ghosts have no lifespan to display. Dementors aren't human. Harry filed every sentence where it belonged. And wizards' deaths. Some die slower, Uzaka said. Their magic resists in crude ways. You will learn the texture of that. The numbers above. Voldemort, Harry said. Complication, Uzaka said, and he allowed the tiniest hint of something like interest. Knots in rope. Your world tied a few. Harry thought prophecy again and didn't say it. Why the fragments? He asked instead. Why the memories like this? You have not chosen your identity yet, Uzaka said, and the word chose had weight. When you stop arguing with yourself, you will remember yourself. It will be cleaner. You will be better at this. Better at killing, Harry said. Better at everything, Uzaka said, not as praise. As forecast. Harry looked down at the page. The first rule sat with the calm of mathematics, how to use it. He turned another page. More rules. More edges. What about you? He said. What do you want now? I want not to be bored, Uzaka said. I arranged a larger board. I supplied a better tool. You will supply the game. And if I refuse to play, you won't, Uzaka said. You already began. Harry thought of the names he knew. The red numbers he could have read if he had wanted. The column he had started in his mind years ago, long before any notebook, when people failed him and others died for it. He didn't argue. What do I call you? He asked, and surprised himself. Uzaka is sufficient, the thought said, not unkindly. Harry nodded once. The eyes, he said. Not yet. As you like. Anything else I should know now? You will discover an improvement, Uzaka said. Your book will accept more than ink. Your world is elastic. It will stretch around your intentions. Push it. See where it tears. Harry closed the death note and slid it under the pillow again. His head felt packed with dry ice, thoughts cold and clear. He lay back against the scratch of hospital linen and faced the ceiling. Thank you, he said, because information that useful deserves it. Uzaka didn't acknowledge the courtesy. He thinned the way fog thins, until the dark was only dark again. Harry turned on his side and let his eyes adjust to the window's rectangle. The grounds beyond were still. The surface of the lake held the moon and didn't spill it. He ran through the scene again like a drill. The angle of the angel's broken wing, Lucius's left boot slipping, the way the Dementors veered at the moment of sudden death. Dumbledore's hand like a command on his arm, Moody's, name hanging over a borrowed face. The book was under his hand. The castle breathed. The boy he'd been pressed his palms against the inside of his skull and stared. The man rearranged the furniture. Morning would bring questions. He would be shaken. He would be brave. He would be exactly what they needed him to be, so that later he could be exactly what he needed to be. He closed his eyes and didn't sleep. He practiced the lines he would say, the places he would place his gaze, the pauses he would borrow from grief. He measured the hours by the cooling of the lamps. When dawn found the window, the numbers in the air would be easier to see. He wanted to test how far away they worked. He wanted to learn which names slid nicely into the page and which fought. He wanted to know how many variables he could lock down in a world that told itself stories about fate. He wanted a board big enough to be interesting. Footsteps whispered in the corridor. The latch clicked. Dumbledore's shape filled the doorway, haloed by the first light spilling in the long windows. He paused, studied Harry's stillness, and smiled, wary and real. "Good morning, Harry," he said. Harry turned his head and met his eyes with the exact degree of exhaustion a boy ought to have after dying once. "Morning, Professor."
"We will have visitors,"
Dumbledore said gently. "Minister Fudge is insistent." "I'll be here." "Of course," Harry said. Dumbledore hesitated. "Do you remember anything else? Anything that would help us keep you safe?" Harry let silence sit. He looked down, then back up. "Bits," he said. "It's messy. I remember numbers. Over people's heads. Like when you stand up too fast and see spots. Probably nothing." Dumbledore's brows lifted a millimeter. "Numbers. Probably nothing," Harry repeated, and softened it with a small, apologetic smile. "My head hurts." "Then we won't press it." Dumbledore rested a hand on the footboard, thoughtful. "You were very brave." Harry tilted his head. "I was very lucky." "Sometimes those are the same thing," Dumbledore said. And the pain in the line was so unhidden that the old Harry might have reached for it. This one noted where to find it later. "Rest," Dumbledore said again. Harry watched him go. He pulled the blanket up a few inches, as if the action could warm him. His fingers brushed the spine of the book under the pillow. He left it where it was. Outside, the day decided to happen. Inside, the rules already had. The morning made a show of being gentle about it. Thin light, quiet footsteps, the soft rattle of teacups, then handed Harry an interrogation in a wool sweater. Dumbledore closed the hospital wing door behind him and let the latch settle. No Aurors. No Fudge. Just the chair from last night slid closer, and a man who had spent the night thinking of more than one way to ask the same questions. Harry. He carried the name like a fragile thing and set it down carefully on the blanket between them. "Professor," Harry said. He folded his hands where Dumbledore could see them. Palms clean, fingernails scrubbed, boy safely arranged. Dumbledore's eyes went to the hands first. Note that. Then up to Harry's face. The blue had no sparkle this morning. Good. Less theater, more truth to mine. "How do you feel?" "Tired," Harry said, and left enough empty space after the word to imply everything else without claiming it. Let him fill it with concern. People like Dumbledore will. A breath. "I won't ask you to relive the whole of it," Dumbledore said. "Not now. But I need pieces, enough to keep you safe. Enough to keep the others safe. You want a story that lets you act without admitting you suspect me of anything. I can try. Start where you can." Harry dropped his gaze not too far. "I remember falling," he said, letting the word wobble. Green and then nothing. I woke up and I could hear them laughing. Voldemort's followers. Harry let the name pass his mouth without a flinch. Dumbledore's eyebrow ticked. Count that as a win. Yes. They were close. Did Voldemort speak to you? Before, Harry said. He wanted a duel. He fumbled for the wand that wasn't in his hand, then stopped. Just enough to show the ghost of a tremor. The tremor was real. His control over it was, too. After, it was the others, calling me the boy. Like I wasn't there. And then you moved. I don't know why, Harry said, and looked up with a small, honest confusion that wasn't entirely false. I thought I was dead. I was sure. But my body did it on its own. I crawled. Dumbledore's fingers flexed against his knee. Knuckles. Old scars. You got away. I got lucky, Harry said, because it reads better than I thought them. They weren't looking. They were showing off. Dumbledore's mouth pressed thin in automatic disapproval of cruelty. Predictable. Useful. Did you see anyone unmasked? No. True. He saw more than faces. Did you hear names? Harry let the pause be longer here, pretended to search through fog. A few. Malfoy. Rookwood. Pettigrew. He kept his face blank on the last. That was athletic. Someone said Avery. That's it. Dumbledore listened like a man reading a complicated piece of music for the first time. You said, last night, that you saw numbers. He had expected that line to return. He gave a rueful shrug. The kind teenagers used to apologize for being odd. Probably shock. Like spots. They were over people's heads. Like when you stand up too fast and the room goes weird. I don't know what that was. Do you see them now? Yes. Would make you bring me to your office and take apart my skull with kind hands. No, Harry said. It stopped when we got here. Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if that confirmed a theory he didn't want. You were brave, he said, and the word had an old sadness in it. You have been asked to be brave too often. You made that ask. He let the flinch show, small. I don't know if brave is the word. What word would you use? Lucky, Harry said again, because he had already cued that refrain and consistency is credibility. And tired. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Harry watched it happen and filed it under leverage. Then I'll ask only one more thing today. Did anyone else touch you? Any strange sensation? An object pressed into your hand? No need to lie here. Better to make the truth useless. Just the portkey, Harry said. And your hand. It was warm. That last word cost Dumbledore something. He exhaled. Good. He stood, slower than yesterday. The chair sighed. Madame Pomfrey will keep Minister Fudge out until I'm ready for him. Your friends are waiting, if you're willing to see them.
Yes,
Harry said, because you don't turn away your best assets. Please. Dumbledore's hand hovered over Harry's shoulder and then thought better of it. Rest, he said, softer, and left. Harry counted 6 steps to the door. Noted the way the headmaster paused before opening it. Listening for an argument, waiting on the other side. And the angle at which he lifted his chin before stepping out to meet it. Leadership squared, shoulders set, voice already chosen. He let his head fall back to the pillow for 2 measured breaths, then sat forward as the door cracked and a mess of hair and worry tumbled through it. Harry. Hermione reached the bed first. Ron arrived tied to her by a straight line of panic. You're okay, Hermione said, which wasn't a question but needed confirmation anyway. I'm here, Harry said. Let her decide that equals. Okay. Ron's face did the complicated thing boys' faces do when they want to cry and would sooner eat nails. Mate, he said eloquently. And then, because eloquence isn't his actual gift, he grabbed Harry's forearm and squeezed as if keeping him from falling off the earth. For a second, just a second, something old punched up through the neat layers Harry had stacked. The Weasley kitchen. The smell of smoke and soup. A chessboard with a knight missing. He crushed it the way you fold a note you can't let anyone else read, and slide it into a pocket for later. I'm all right, he said to both of them, or I'll be. How are you? Don't, Hermione said, tearful and bossy in the way that means love. You nearly died. You don't get to ask. Harry, what happened? No, don't tell me. Not if it hurts. But did he? Was it really Voldemort? Ron supplied in a mutter, looking at the floor like it might attack him for saying it. Yeah, Harry said. He let quiet spread a moment, then steered. What's going to happen now? I mean, legally. If he's back, does the Ministry do anything? Or do they write a statement and go back to lunch? That got the result he wanted. Hermione's spine straightened with intellectual outrage. They ought to do a great deal, she said, hot. But Fudge will do nothing, not if it means admitting he was wrong. There are procedures, or mobilizations. Wizengamot emergency sessions. But he'll stall all of it. He'll call it isolated. Or a prank. He'll say Dumbledore's. She bit the end off the sentence and pressed her lips together until they whitened. Mad, Ron finished with a scowl. He'll say mad. He's already said it. Can he? Harry asked. Let some scared boy shake onto the question. I mean, doesn't the law require something? If a dark wizard. He lifted a hand palm up, as if asking for a tool. Hermione took the palm as an invitation to lecture, and then, catching herself, converted the lecture into a brisk summary. There are emergency powers for credible threats of mass harm, but they require corroboration. 2 errors, or a head of department. And they can be blocked by the minister under extraordinary circumstances, which is ridiculous because that's when you need them. She heard herself and flushed. Sorry, you don't need this. No, Harry shook his head. It helps. It's easier if I can think about rules, instead of pictures. He let the word pictures go a little raw. He watched Hermione's eyes soften and sharpen at the same time. What pictures? Ron asked, too quickly, too loudly. Nothing. Harry lied gently. Just, it wasn't nice. He shifted on the pillows, making himself small, and went on, as if thinking aloud. So if the minister does nothing, people die because he wants to look right, not be right. Hermione chewed that. Yes, she said finally. That's what will happen, unless someone forces his hand. How? Harry asked. Legally? Pressure, she said. Public, political, numbers he can't ignore. Or Dumbledore could. Well, he won't, but he could go around him. Use his own influence. Harry catalogued. Hermione favors lawful pressure first, will consider bending rules only after they fail. Primary lever evidence. Moral boundary high, but not immovable. He let a beat pass and then nudged. What about preemptive action? If you know someone is going to do something terrible, do you wait for proof? Or, he made it sound like a moral panic, not a trap. Or do you stop them first? Ron scrubbed a hand over his face. We're not Aurors. I didn't say we should do anything. Harry said, level. I'm asking what should be done. Hermione's mouth pressed into its thinking line. That's complicated, she said, which in Hermione meant she had an answer and was interrogating it for flaws. The law isn't very good at likely. It's supposed to be about what happened, not what might. Preventative detention exists, but it's limited, and it should be. You can't imprison people for what they haven't done. But if you know, Harry said softly. He didn't push. He let the question hang by itself, the way a smell hangs in a room. Hermione looked at him a long time. If you know, you prove it, she said. If you can't prove it, you watch, and you prepare, and you stop them the second they cross a line. Her voice went quiet. And if you have to break a rule to save a life, you do it, and you accept the consequences. He watched her say it. He watched Ron hear it, and be a little in love with her for it. His chest didn't move. He checked the boundary. She will break a rule for lives, but hates it. Good. Use that. Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees. What about you? He said. You need anything. I know. Nick things from the kitchen. Chessboard. Sleep? Hermione said, almost fond. Sleep, Harry agreed. But the kitchen sounds good. Ron lit up, grateful for orders. I'll go now. Ron, Hermione said, catching his sleeve. Slow down. It's a kitchen. Hermione, not a dragon. He looked back at Harry. I'll bring enough for 3. 4. Hermione corrected without thinking. Madame Pomfrey will confiscate half. I'll hide it under the bed, Ron said. Already up. Harry, let them fuss. He let Ron do the simple, brave thing he understands. He let Hermione do the hard, brave thing she can't help. He pulled one more thread. Hermione, if I asked you for a book, he said. I don't know. Legal procedure, would you think that was weird? Her panic softened, something to do. No, she said, not at all. I can make a list. Just one, he said. Start with how do errors decide who to arrest? He put fear in the request. The kind that looks like a boy trying to anchor himself to rules. It'll help. She nodded, already assembling an index in her head. I'll be back. Don't rush, he said, and made it mean take your time. I need to be alone. They went. The room closed in around the silence again. The castle breathed. Somewhere in the corridor. Fudge raised his voice and Dumbledore lowered his, and the arithmetic did the rest. Harry slid a hand under his pillow and brought out the notebook. He didn't rush that, either. He set it on the blanket and let the black cover sit in the rectangle of weak sun until it warmed. He rested his fingers on it the way a violinist touches a case before opening it. Not reverence, calibration. He opened to the first blank page. The paper took light in a way ordinary paper didn't. The fibers drank it and waited. He pictured the graveyard, the cold, the mask, the mud on expensive boots. The broad, heavy face behind the metal, seen once when the mask tipped, enough to fix it. Crabbe Sr., the thick neck, the sloped brow. The eyes that laughed at pain because they didn't understand it. His son had those eyes, minus the weight of years. This man had shouted before striking because he liked his own noise. Name, Uzaka had said. Picture the face. Harry didn't have a first name. He had a surname and certainty. The rules in his head shifted to accommodate this world's quirks. Identity resolved by intention, spelling the servant of image. Not master. Elasticity, Uzaka had hinted. Push it. He took a school quill from the bedside table and dipped it in nothing. The nib came up shining anyway, silver that bled to black as the letters formed, just as promised. He wrote the way surgeons cut. Without hurry, Crabbe Sr. He let the nib rest, then added what mattered most for disappearing the act into the ordinary. Dies in his sleep of a heart attack at 07:13. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 19:02. Hours to go. Time to prove he wasn't a child who needed instant gratification. He put the quill away. He closed the book. He slid it back under the pillow and went very still, listening to his own pulse, which didn't change. He expected. What? Guilt. The old him might have turned inward and found a wall of faces waiting. The new him found a click where a gear fits another gear. Rightness isn't an emotion. It's a fit. He lay there until the sun moved enough to change the shape of light on the cabinet glass. He let Pomfrey fuss and took the potions she pushed at him. Let her think she won a small battle. He accepted a tray from Ron that could have fed 6 and ate enough to satisfy the nurse and the friend. He thanked Hermione for the first book on her list and read 3 pages of it while she watched him, then put it aside as if it exhausted him. He laughed softly when Ron told a story about Peeves and Filch and a bucket of treacle. Because that is what a human boy does, and because some part of him really did see the shape of the joke. He checked the clock enough times to make sure he wasn't checking it too often. Near midnight. Pomfrey shooed the last of them out with a flapping of hands and a lecture about sleep that would have felled a dragon. The lamps dimmed, the wings settled, the castle changed key. He lay on his side, eyes open to the dark, and waited for the second hand to climb. Oh, whoa. He put his fingertips to the book through the pillow like a pianist finding middle C in the dark. Oh, 2:13. Somewhere in a tidy house with heavy curtains and a polished dining table, a large man rolled over, reached in his sleep for comfort he would never find, and simply stopped. No light, no drama, no wand. Just the body following instructions. Harry exhaled once, silent. He didn't smile. He let the thing in his chest. Tension, curiosity, release by degrees, like unwinding a watch. He slept for 3 straight hours without dreaming. The prophet came early, as if it wanted to be first to the gossip. It skidded through the owl slot and landed like a guilty thought on the empty bed beside his. No headlines about resurrections, no screaming about conspiracies. The front page had a photo of Fudge shaking hands with a foreign delegation. Yesterday's politics pretending to be today's news. The article he wanted lived in the inner pages, 2 columns on the right, just above a wand, polish advertisement. A wizard of advancing age, with ties to controversial political figures, had died peacefully, in his sleep of apparent cardiac failure. No foul play suspected. The family asked for privacy. Harry's eye flicked to the name, once Crabbe, first name omitted, convenient and away. He read the paragraph twice as if it interested him. It did. It interested him in the way the first clean check mark interests you on a long list. Ron dropped into the chair a few minutes later, yawning hard enough to dislocate something. Anything good. Quidditch scores, Harry said, holding the paper up like a shield and then lowering it. He tapped the small article with the back of his finger, as if brushing lint away. And nothing. Bloody papers, Ron said, cheerfully ignorant. Miss the real stuff every time. Harry said. He folded the prophet along the crease it wanted and handed it to Ron. Save the sports. Hermione arrived behind him, carrying a sheaf of notes and 2 books, eyes already scanning the room for signs of grief she could fix with work. "Morning," she said, brisk on purpose. "You don't have to read these today, or at all."
I'll.
Harry said, letting gratitude put warmth in his voice. "Thank you," she softened. "How are you?" "Tired," he said. "Better. Good?" She hesitated. If you remember anything else, I'll tell you." He lied perfect. "Breakfast," Ron announced, producing contraband like a magician. "Toast, eggs, something that might be bacon?" "Don't ask. Eat," Hermione ordered, relieved to have an instruction to give that didn't require a debate about souls. Harry ate. He made the right appreciative noises. He didn't look at the paper again. In the quiet between sentences, under the clink of a fork on china, under Ron's account of Peeve's newest war with Filch, he felt the game settle into place. Not fireworks. No manic glee. Just the certainty of a door opening exactly when you reached for it. He could be what the room needed him to be. He could be what the world feared and wanted without naming. He could put names into a book and make the math of fear work for him. He set his cup down steady. "Tell me about the Auror Oath," he said to Hermione, like a boy building armor out of rules. She brightened. "Well," and launched. Ron groaned and took the sports section.
You asked for this,
he warned. "I did," Harry said, and meant it. Outside, owls crossed the window in neat lines. Inside, the lines he would write later had already begun. The library at Hogwarts is a polite jungle. It rustles when you enter. It pretends not to watch you back. Harry took a table with a view of the doors and a wall at his shoulder. He stacked his books like a siege ladder: Warlock Trials, Ministry Case Digests 1979-1982, pure blood almanacs annotated, and a run of yellowing daily prophets bound with twine. He opened 3 at once and read diagonally. Laws on the left, faces in the middle, genealogy on the right, letting the columns talk to each other until they began telling the same story in different fonts. Pattern. Prosecutions fell off a cliff after 81. Pattern money pooled in 6 families, then 9, then 13. Pattern. 2 jurors on 3 key trials were cousins. The footnotes told him where to press. Technicalities, misplaced evidence, a clerk, misreading, a date so a file came late, and a monster went home to a polished table and a boiled sweet. "You're really doing it," Hermione whispered, delighted and exhausted, arriving like a librarian's guardian angel with 2 quills and tea pilfered from somewhere. Studying. He smiled up at her with gratitude he could nearly make true. "It helps. Rules are easier than people." She softened. "Sometimes." He pushed the pure blood almanac so she could see the open page. "Walk me through the Lestrange tangle again." "Oh, that lot," she said, half horrified, half academic. "Ancient house. Intermarried with Black, Rosier, Burke, Bellatrix, and Narcissa are Blacks by birth. Lestrange and Malfoy by marriage, so they're tied to half the Wesengamot by blood or debt. Why? Just learning the map." He tapped a marginalia note as if it had surprised him. "We call them irredeemable. But it looks like the law calls them acquitted if they cry at the right dinner table." Hermione's mouth thinned. "That's not the law. That's money with Latin." "Write that down," he said lightly. "We'll put it on a banner." She made a face and took a seat, and the 2 of them fell into a rhythm that could have been mistaken for peace if you didn't read the spine titles. She pointed. He asked leading questions like a good student. Hermione read him like she always had, a boy coping by trying to understand the monster's rules. She saw the effort and called it healthy. He let her. Under the table, he counted the minutes since he'd last eaten, since he'd last slept, since Crabbe Senior's heart had stopped at 2014. He had no trouble with the arithmetic. He had no trouble with sleep, either. It came when he asked it to. Like a servant you pay in coin, you minted yourself. He didn't make a list on paper. He made a list in the way a hall remembers where the furniture is in the dark. Names attached to facts attached to leverage points. Travers sell borrows without returning, Mulciber brews without cared, Nautheller hoards without accounting. Bellatrix, a different column entirely. Under Bellatrix, he wrote nothing. He would write something when it was worth reading. Harry? He looked up. Hermione gestured at the open case digest. This one, she said, finger on a column, was tossed on a technicality. The arresting horror spelled his name wrong on the form. That works. It shouldn't, she said, and wanted to throw the book at someone. He patted the page as if to soothe it. Tell me about the oath again, he said. The horrors. She did, happily and precisely. He watched words like proportionality, imminent threat, do cause pass her mouth with missionary sincerity, and filed each under. Tools to speak in later when I need to reassure someone. When she was done, he shut the topmost book, stretched, and made a show of looking toward the doors in search of a clock. I promised to help Sirius with inventory. Grimold Place has, you know, everything awful, Hermione supplied, with grim fondness. He said, and packed up, and let her see him slip the pure blood almanac into his bag like a boy who means to fact, check genealogy at home for comfort. He didn't tell her that Creature would do the work faster. Number 12 remembered its own grief in dust. It gathered on the picture rails like history, thick and uninterested in being lifted. The ancestral portraits opened their mouths when Harry walked in and closed them again, uncertain. Creature, Harry called, clear and calm. The house answered with a crack and a scowl. Master calls Creature and expects. Master of the House of Black calls Creature. Harry said, careful with the syntax and the weight of it, and respects the customs of the house. Creature's ears twitched. His scowl didn't soften. His posture did by one miserable degree. What does Master want? Stories, Harry said. Creature blinked. That wasn't the answer. House. Elves are trained to hear. Stories, he repeated, suspicious. Reguluses, Harry said, and put the name in the air the way you put a coin on a counter. What he was brave enough to do, and how he would have done it if he had lived to finish. I want to complete his work, properly, the way a black would. Creature didn't breathe for a second. When he did, it sounded like a sob someone had wrung dry and then forgotten to finish. Master wants to hear of Ove. Regulus Arcturus Black? Harry said softly.
Wes.
Creature folded down in the way that looks like worship in creatures who are never allowed to do it in front of anyone but a stove. Creature will tell Master, he said, and launched into a memory like an incantation. Harry let the story pour. A locket, a cave, a boat, a hand clutching Creature's cheek, and a voice saying, you must destroy it. Creature, the way men say, I love you, when they don't know how else. He asked questions at exactly the right intervals. Not to prove he was listening, but to guide Creature to the tributaries he needed. where Regulus hid things who he confided in, which rooms in this snake-boned house remember Bellatrix's laughter. Bellatrix black, Creature said, half hiss, half sigh. Young mistress hissed when she laughed. She liked the old rooms. She liked secrets. She told the portraits they were ugly, and the portraits loved her for it. She and the mistress, he meant Mrs. Black. They made lists of names to invite and names to curse, and they kept them in the silver desk with the lion feet. Harry filed it. "Where is the key?" Creature's eyes slid, then snapped back guiltily. "Creature keeps it so no one unworthy." "You have kept this house," Harry said, and let respect be a clear line in his voice. "You know better than anyone where its bones are. I need to see so I can protect it. For Regulus." Creature wrung his hands. Master speaks like a black." "Then treat me like one," Harry said, cruel, not kind. "Bring the key." Creature vanished and returned with a thing that had been hidden exactly the right number of years. Tarnished but oiled, heavy but not showy. He pressed it into Harry's palm like a sacrament. The silver desk opened with a sound like an old man clearing his throat. Inside, the past had arranged itself tidily. Correspondence on crisp parchment, a ledger of donations from families that pretend not to pay, a guest list with ticks next to 13 names and an extra tick next to one that read, in an impatient hand, Sissy. The handwriting that snarled Lestrange into all capitals made its own argument loyalty weaponized as taste. "Thank you," Harry said to Creature. "You kept this safe." Creature made a small, choked noise that wanted to be pried and turned away to hide it. "Creature keeps what is important." "Good." Harry sorted. Bellatrix had a predilection for old rooms, secrets, ledgers that pretended to be diaries and vice versa. She liked being watched and adored while believing she wasn't. She left rings of influence like limescale. "Creature?" Harry said, weighing the key in his palm. "Tell me who delivers messages to Madame Lestrange when she doesn't wish the ministry to know." Creature's face did a dozen things at once. Loyalty, fear, the stubbornness of the downtrodden who know they can still refuse. Harry didn't push. He tilted the scale. "Tell me so I can protect her," he said, careful. Regulus tried to cut out a rot. "She is next to it, close enough to see it. If I know the path of the messenger, I can keep the path from being poisoned by the ones who want to use her." Creature wavered, and then, traitor to his own defenses, surrendered to the pleasure of being treated like a general for once. "An elf," he whispered, and named the household where she borrowed him from, a cousin, and named a minor black who prides himself on discretion, a goblin, and named the desk where the bribes pass as fees. Harry thanked him. He meant it. Respect is cheap currency with house, elves and buys more than cruelty ever did. He shut the desk, locked it, and gave the key back without being asked. The gift of that gesture opened another door. Creature leaned forward, conspirator to conspirator. "There is a room," he confided, "where she kept her second wand, for when her temper broke the first." "Show me," Harry said. He did. Harry didn't touch the wand. He touched the idea of it. The room liked secrets. It could be used again. Regulus wouldn't want the wrong people to own this house. Harry said as they stood in the doorway. Regulus wouldn't. Creature agreed, fierce and small. "Help me keep it?" Harry said. Creature bowed until his nose nearly brushed the stairs. "Creature will." Asset acquired. Night contained the kind of quiet where thoughts make louder noises. Harry sat on the floor in the grim old study, with the desk pushed against the wall and the curtains shut against a street that, if you listened, told you every lie London whispers about itself. He drew the death note onto his lap and let it rest there the way a chessboard rests between opponents in a room where everything else is still. He didn't hurry. He had learned long ago that the first cut should be as slow as a lesson. Page, wand, the ink that isn't ink. The first name for tonight sat clear in his mind with the oily sheen of someone you'd feel better about after washing your hands. Mulciber, not a first name, not necessary. The image was exact a smile that didn't close. Scars along the fingers where he'd scraped cauldrons clean with impatience. The habit of licking his thumb and touching an ingredient like a priest giving benediction to poison. Harry wrote Mulciber, and then, because this was a test of limits, wrote more burns to death in a potions accident in his private laboratory at home at 2341, after adding 4 drops of essence of wormwood to a cauldron already heated beyond safe temperature. The fire starts as a small sputter and grows. His wand is in his pocket. He tries to stun the flames and fails. The marks left are consistent with an accident. Neighbors smell smoke and call for help too late. 6 minutes 40 seconds. The rules in his head reminded him. He wrote the last period before the hand on the clock completed its circle. He put down the wand. He folded his hands. He waited. The night did what it always does when no one tells it not to. I went on. He didn't need the prophet to confirm that one. He wanted to see who came to the ruin first, who brought the story to whom, who took the inference the way he meant it to be taken. He wanted to see if the Department of Magical Accidents shrugged, if the prophet buried it, if 2 of Mulciber's friends had the wit to hide their glee and failed. Witnesses are always useful, even when they say nothing out loud. At 2239, he wrote the second name, Travers. This one required choreography. He thought of money moving like water down the wrong incline. He thought of vault keys and the men who treat other men as lifts. Dies in a duel at the edge of the Black Forest at 0003 after accusing Selwyn of stealing 50,000 galleons owed to him. He sends an owl at 2050 challenging Selwyn and goes to the clearing alone. He fires first. He dies when he trips backward and his head strikes a stone. His last words, heard by the trees, are teeth. He closed the book. Technically true. Poetically true. The heard by the trees pleased him more than it should have. It made no claim about human witnesses. If none came, the story would still tell itself. He leaned back against the desk and let the plan play once more in his head as if it were stage theater. An accident to prove the universe is lazy, a duel to prove men are stupid with money. Both deaths landing inside the same watch, one at 2341, the other at Hoderthai 03, so the pattern felt like 2 unrelated tragedies happening to people who collected them. He slept. Not long. Long enough. Morning delivered confirmation by rumor before it delivered ink. Grimold Place vibrated faintly with the city's gossip. The prophet thumped the mat with a slightly more urgent hand than usual. Mulciber's ruin got 3 inches. Well, known brewer found dead in his home after what authorities describe as a tragic accident, and a column inch of clucking about the dangers of unlicensed laboratories. Travers's death warranted 4. Prominent businessman killed in a dispute. Ministry reminds public dueling is illegal, and 2 smudged quotes from neighbors who heard shouting and smelled ozone. Selwyn could not be reached for comment. wore the exact shade of guilt Harry had hoped it would. He folded the prophet and set it beneath the letter knife with the snake handle, which had been honed to a silly sharpness for slicing envelopes no one sent anymore. He went downstairs to the kitchen, where the house was pretending to prepare breakfast for more people than it liked. Sirius was at the table in his shirt sleeves. "Hair a disgrace, toast a crime." "You're up early," he said, pleased and surprised, as if he had found his godson practicing a piano no one knew existed. "Library," Harry said, and poured tea. "Going back in an hour." "Good," Sirius said, and then because he couldn't not. "You shouldn't be cooped up with books after last night." "Books help?" Harry said. "They're quieter than people." He buttered his toast with unnecessary precision. 2 deaths? There were. Sirius said around his mug, mock affronted. "You reading prophet headlines at me like tea leaves now." Harry shrugged, perfectly teenage. "It's all anyone reads," Sirius grunted. "Mulciber. Travers. Waste of a good fire, that first one. The second," he waved a hand. "Those bastards have been stealing from each other since they learned to spell inheritance." "Don't wait in it," he added, sudden and sharp, and the animal under the jokes baring teeth. "You hear me. We'll handle it. You rest." Harry put a quiet, obedient "okay" on the table between them with the sugar. Sirius wanted to believe it. He took it and stirred it into his tea. Harry finished his toast, wiped his knife, put his cup on the saucer without a clink. "I'll be back for supper," he said. "Bring the library with you. I'll set a place," Sirius said, and grinned, and looked younger for a second than the portrait in the hall. Voldemort liked high rooms. Power mistakes height for control. He stood where the ceiling had once held a chandelier and looked down at 3 men kneeling in a row. The air smelled of singed fabric and fear. "Mulciber," he said, and let the name fall like a pebble into a well. "Accident." Rabastan Lestrange flinched at the word as if it had teeth. Yaxley didn't. Yaxley kept his eyes lowered and his mind as blank as a marble floor. "Travers," Voldemort went on. His voice had gone quiet where it used to be grand. "Duel." Dolohov's throat worked. "My lord." "Your lord," Voldemort said softly, "sees a pattern where others see coincidence." He didn't, in fact, see one. That was the problem. The old power in him that had ridden prophecy like a horse through men's lives told him a pattern and refused to translate the feeling into shape. Death had brushed 2 of his circle and had not left fingerprints. Who profits? He mused, letting the question wander the broken plaster of the ceiling. Who removes? He smiled. The sight of it made 2 of the men on the floor swallow and one wet himself, and Voldemort was vain enough to be gratified. Ooh, Coles. Who points men like dogs and watches them bite each other? Dumbledore. Rabastan whispered, because a dull man will name the brightest enemy when asked to imagine a plan. Dumbledore. Voldemort repeated and tasted it. He smiled again, wider. Dumbledore doesn't kill like this. He kills with pity. He tilted his head. This. He flicked 2 fingers as if shaking ash from them. This is clean. He stepped down off the broken platform and into the circle of their fear. There is a traitor, he said, because tyrants can always spend one. There is always a traitor. No one volunteered. They never do. The loyal don't believe they're the ones you mean. The traitors want to live. Voldemort stopped in front of Dolohov. He felt the pulse in the man's throat jump under the skin and was warmed by it. "You will bring me Travers's ledgers," he said. "You will bring them by sundown. If a page is missing, I'll take a finger for each." "Yes, my lord," Dolohov said. Too quick for courage, too slow for innocence. Voldemort moved on, trailing his wand along the hem of Rabastan's robe until a thread caught. "You will ask Selwyn why he can't be reached for comment. You will ask him with your wand on his tongue. He will answer clearly. 'Yes, my lord, Yaxley.' 'My lord.' You will find out who told Mulciber he was clever. And then you will kill them." He let the pause sit until Yaxley began to sweat. If no one told him, kill his wife. Yaxley had the grace to look green. "Yes, my lord," Voldemort paced. It was a good performance. The men watched him the way men watch a lit fuse when they don't know how long it is. He enjoyed it. He allowed himself to think that perhaps this wasn't chaos disguised as bad luck. Perhaps it was a human plan. He liked plans. He liked breaking them. He didn't look at Bellatrix, standing in the shadow of a ruined doorway. Eyes on him with the naked devotion of a dog that has taught itself to read scripture. He didn't see the curiosity under the devotion. No one ever does it first. "Go," he said. They went next bent, minds running. Voldemort lifted his face to the height that had fooled him into believing himself a god before he understood that gods have the decency to be absent. He tasted the air and found nothing on it but the stale sweetness of smoke. "Accident," he said again, softly, and the word offended him. "Duel." He made that one elegant by pronouncing it in the old way. Something was wrong with the world. He couldn't see it. He lashed the nearest thing that would bleed. He made himself feel better by imagining their faces when they failed. He called it strategy. It was appetite. Back at Hogwarts, the library's shadow shifted in a way that meant late afternoon. Hermione slid into the chair across from Harry and pushed a sandwich toward him like a bribe for surviving. "You're really at it," she said, both proud and uneasy. "This is good." "It keeps me from thinking about other things," Harry said, "and let the truth there do some of the work of the lie. Look at this." He turned the pure blood almanac so she could see a line. Whoever did these family trees should be arrested for crimes against legibility. Hermione snorted. Bless her. Arrested by whom? The ministry. They'd need a family tree to decide jurisdiction. "Fair point," he said, and made a note with his eyes of the exact shade of anger that makes her funny. He read until the lamps thought about lighting themselves. He added 2 names to the hall in his head, a solicitor who had built his career on late evidence, and a mid-level ministry clerk who had never met a file he couldn't misplace for a fee. He would not write them tonight. He would not write them tomorrow. He would write them when their deaths would read like consequence, not punctuation. He left when Hermione did. He walked the corridor back to the tower with the same pace he used to use when he pretended late night. Strolls were trouble, making rather than reconnaissance. He stopped by a window and watched the lake think. He let the day arrange itself into the map he needed. Mulciber burns. Travers falls. A tyrant suspect's betrayal. The men closest to him spend the day proving him right. Hermione thinks you're sleeping again. Thank Merlin. Creature is yours. Bellatrix has a room that likes her secrets. There's a goblin who will talk, if you ask him with the right arithmetic. The board wasn't big enough yet. He went to bed early like a boy behaving. He lay on his back. He put the death note under his pillow. He listened to the downstairs portraits argue about the wrong decade. He closed his eyes and saw numbers. Tomorrow he would add a new column to his mental ledger promises. Who believes he owes them? Who he lets think so? Who he will pay in coin and who in mercy? He smiled into the dark, small and private and fully human. Then he slept, because knives deserve their scabbards between uses. The street had the sort of rain that writes itself into your bones and stays there. London does that for free. Formation 2. Moody barked, staff thudding once on the curb. Shields high. No gaps. Potter in the middle. Move. They moved. Remus at Harry's shoulder, Tunks ahead, Kingsley broad and calm at the rear, Moody prowling the edges. Eye spinning as if he could drill the dark for answers. Number 12 had spat them onto a street the Muggles had given up on decades ago. Half-boarded windows blinking stupidly in the wand light. The plan was simple. Shift from one safe house to another before anyone with a skull tattoo and a hobby found out they were still alive. Plans are like doors. Sometimes they open onto stairs you didn't know were there. The first curse came from the roofline. Green lace that missed Kingsley's hat by inches and ate a street lamp. The lamp died like a man who had been brave too long. Down, Tunks shouted, already firing. Left roof. Shadows spilled like ink that had somewhere to be. Death Eaters slid from the dark on ropes and brooms. Hoods up, masks catching rain, their laughter sharp and metallic. The street filled with light purple, blue, green. Spells crossing and nodding, shields bulging, shrinking, flaring back up. Harry was an eye at the center of it, recording angles. Tunks pivoted on a slick heel and took one down with a tripping jinx to the throat. Kingsley's voice carried through the noise like a conductor's. On my 3, Remus, now, as their combined hex ripped a drainpipe into shrapnel and sent 2 masks tumbling. Bellatrix, Remus said, very quietly. She arrived the way storms do on maps, already there when you finally see them. She dropped from a balcony with a laugh that glittered and rolled, landing catlight on wet stone. Her hair was a mass of blackthorns. Her eyes burned with the sort of delight some people reserve for birthdays. Little soldiers. Bellatrix sang, lifting her wand as if it were a flute, playing in the rain.
Fall back?
Moody snapped. Kingsley.
On it.
Kingsley said, shield blooming from his wand like a wall. It took the screaming sickles she threw and swallowed them whole. Harry watched her move. She didn't fight like Voldemort. Voldemort fought like a knife in a straight line. Bellatrix fought like a broken mirror, cutting you every time you thought you'd found a safe piece to touch. She saw Harry. The world articulated around that glance. "Hello, little lion," she purred, and sent a howler of red through the gap in Moody's shield like water through a crack. Remus pulled Harry out of its way so smoothly it rid as choreography. Harry let himself be pulled. Then he twisted out of the formation on a stumble that looked like shock and placed himself exactly where he wanted to be. Halfway down the street, just far enough from the others for her to think. She could isolate him, just close enough for him to vanish into cover if anyone got clever. She got clever. She is Bellatrix. She was born to be seen. Mine, she hissed, and the single word cleared space like a grenade. Even Death Eaters, who would rather have killed Harry than kissed their mothers, fell a step back and let her have her theater. "Harry?" Tunks yelled. Too far now, voice ragged with the particular fear reserved for children you promised to protect. come and try Bellatrix," Harry said, conversational in the way of men on park benches arguing about the weather. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't need to, yet. Shock flashed across her face, not at the challenge, but at the calm. "Ah," she breathed. "You're—" I wondered if the press had stuffed you with paper and left you to bleed sincerity. Her first curse wasn't killing. It was testing. A chain of snapping blue, ligatures, meant to bind his arms to his sides and drop him open-mouthed into the next thing. He stepped into it, rotated his shoulders, and let it whistle past. He felt the wind of it on the ends of his hair and filed the vector. He wanted her closer. "Closer," he said. She obliged. She sauntered as if the rain were applause, wand twirling, mouth full of devout affection for the pain she meant to gift him. She stopped 3 paces away, because she isn't stupid. The numbers above her head were a red roar. The name under them sparkled like a knife. Bellatrix Lestrange. The lifespan hung long. That was interesting. She would not be easy to remove, even if he wanted to. He didn't, not yet. "Tell me something," Harry said. Quiet enough that her name, worshipping ears had to lean into the sound. "When you were 9, which portrait did you feed sugared taffy until it promised to keep your secrets?" The question stopped her body a fraction before it stopped her face. Her smile froze with teeth showing. Rain ticked in the second it took for her to find, and then fake, composure. "What a peculiar memory," she said lightly. "But I had a peculiar childhood." "You told it was ugly," Harry said. "It adored you for it. The desk with the lion feet, silver, not oak, has a drawer with a false bottom. There's a ledger in it. Do you want me to keep naming rooms you think belong to you?" Something flickered behind her eyes. Not doubt. Not yet. Curiosity. The kind that eats doctrine. "Who are you?" she asked, not because she didn't know the answer most people would give, but because she wanted the other one. "The one who tells the truth," Harry said. "Your master doesn't like that." "Which truth?" Her wand point dipped, then rose again, indecisive for the first time in a decade. "That you should be dead. Or that you're—" He let a small smile happen. "The truth that matters," he said. "Voldemort is losing a war he doesn't know he's in." Her laugh was surprised and honest. "He killed you last night." "He killed a boy," Harry said. "A useful mask. Thank you for helping with it." He tilted his head, letting the rain run off his jaw like he had time to stand here and list his opponent's faults. "He is emotional. He is predictable. He believes fear is strategy. He can't keep books. He can't keep friends. And he can't keep his hands off the levers long enough to learn where they lead. He will burn every bridge on his way to the last one and then rant at the river as if it owes him passage." "Blasphemy," she said, as if testing whether the word still did anything to her. "Observation," he said. "Do you want another?" He doesn't trust your mind. He trusts your violence. He puts you at the front when he needs a spectacle and ignores you when he needs a plan. Something uncoiled in her expression that was almost relief. Someone saying the thing she has always known and calling it holy instead of disloyal. "And you," she said, stepping closer into the orbit of his stillness. "What do you trust? Results?" he said. "From who?" "From anyone who can deliver them," he said. "You can." She liked that more than a compliment. Compliments are petty cash. This was a bank transfer. "Why tell me?" she asked, suspicious enough to survive this moment. If you wish to live, little lion, you ought to be running. I don't run, he said. I test, I measure, and I make offers. He glanced over her shoulder. The street was a mess of spell, scar, and smoke. Moody was hauling Tunks to her feet. Kingsley had put 3 masks on the stones and was arguing with a 4th about what counted as mercy. They would be here in 20 seconds if he wanted them to be. He didn't. He wanted those 20 seconds. What do you offer? Bellatrix asked, and her mouth shaped the word with reverence. It had never bothered giving to the idea before. A throne that doesn't wobble, he said. A world that doesn't lie to itself about what keeps it safe. A master who knows how to use you. He let the last sentence linger, because the truth in it had teeth. And what do you want? He met her eyes levelly.
Watch,
he said. Think. Stop worshipping the noise a man makes when he's afraid of silence. She leaned in, as if to smell the lie. He let her find nothing but rain and nonchalance. You tell me truths and offer me patience, she said, amused and irritated and intrigued all at once. Where is the promise? Where is the blood? In the ledger, he said softly. In the numbers you have never bothered to read. In the men who are going to die because they were too stupid to live. He stepped back 1 pace. Not retreat, punctuation. Watch. Watch what? Tonight, he said, and let the word do the heavy lifting. You'll know, Harry. Remus's voice, hoarse and too near. Bellatrix's wand snapped up. Predator's instinct, trying to reassert the move violence had taught her makes the room feel simple again. Harry didn't give her a target. He turned his left palm and sent a sheet of transfigured rain into her face. A momentary curtain of sleet that crackled with rebounding spells and reflected her own wand, light back into her eyes. He threw a stinging hex not at her, but at the cobbles at her feet. The steam rose with a hiss. An instant fog that hid the 2 of them from everyone else for 1 heartbeat, and from each other for 2. He stepped into it and out of it at the same time backwards, sideways, vanishing into the wrecked doorway of a shop with a dead neon sign. By the time the steam thinned, Remus had his hand on Harry's sleeve. Kingsley had his wand under Bellatrix's chin. She was grinning like a saint at a relic she had decided to believe in. Until later, she said, and disapparated with a crack that turned the rain into needles for a second. Are you insane? Tunks demanded, staggering up. Hair leaking rain and fury. You walked at Bellatrix. Harry gave her a ghost of a smile. She doesn't kill what she hasn't decided the name of yet, he said, and let the nonsense of that sentence cover the truth of it. Moody clomped over, eye grinding, real eye narrow. Don't get cute, Potter. Wouldn't dream of it, Harry said. Can we go? They went. Night wore a different texture when you were going to change it. Harry sat at Sirius's writing desk with the black notebook open to a blank page and the house asleep in angry little huffs. He didn't need to look for a name. He had chosen it days ago when he'd mapped the competition like rivals in an ugly contest. Yaxley, Bellatrix's main competitor for favor, less beloved, more relied upon. The sort of man tyrants keep around because he understands ledgers and enjoys hurting. He had a ritual he thought made him brilliant. An old blood charm borrowed from a book that had laughed at him while he read it. He had done it twice before and told no one. Harry knew because Creature knew who cleaned the stains when men like that were done with their evenings. Harry touched wand to page. The silver line waited. He wrote slowly, so the world could read it back to him with the right rhythm. Yaxley begins a private ritual at 20:30:59 to bind luck to his bloodline using a circle he draws himself. He miscalculates the outer ring by half an inch. At 00:07, he speaks the wrong seventh word. The ritual inverts. His wand backfires. His eyebrows and hair catch. His trousers tangle. He slips. He cracks his teeth on the stone lip of his own circle. He dies at 109 of shock and blood loss while crawling toward his ledger. The scene looks like incompetent hubris. The room shows signs of vanity and secrecy. He set the quill down and looked at that last line until it felt exactly right. And then he added one more sentence that had nothing to do with the ministry and everything to do with an audience of one. There is a smear of blood on the seventh tile, shaped like a crescent. Bellatrix will see it first. He closed the book. He didn't smile. He poured himself a glass of water. He drank it slowly. He went to bed at 23:20 and slept until 02:00 like a man who had filed the day correctly. Bellatrix had not meant to go. She told herself she had better things to do than confirm or deny the insinuations of a boy with a graveyard in his mouth. Her feet went anyway. The ward on Yaxley's door recognized her as valuable and let her through with a buzz that thought it was discretion. The sitting room was as it always was, overfurnished, the colors chosen by someone who confuses money with godliness, cruelty hiding behind polish. The ritual chamber smelled wrong, not of power, of panic. It was like stepping into a joke told by a bore who had mistaken volume for wit. "Yaxley," she called, gently, in the voice she uses to wake men she intends to own. No answer. There wouldn't be. She didn't need to see the body to know. The circle was sloppy, the ink badly mixed, the chalk smeared. The scorch mark on the northern quadrant was shaped like the mouth of a coward. A few hairs curled on the stone, smelling of sinned pride, and there, like a signature, the crescent smear on the seventh tile. Her stomach did something unfamiliar. Not fear. A recognition that tasted like hunger. A laugh bubbled from her throat. It wasn't her stage laugh. It had no audience. It sounded like relief that someone else had finally agreed to bring a knife to the party. What a pity, she murmured to the corpse that had made the wrong vowel his last act. Clumsy fingers. She knelt. She touched one gloved finger to the crescent and lifted it, red and wet and exact. She brought it to her lips and let her tongue taste the metal and message. There is a difference between a master who throws you at a wall to see if you stick and a master who writes you into the world like a sentence that improves the paragraph. "Watch," the boy had said, which meant, of course, worship later? She stood. She looked around the room with the eyes of someone who could count. 2 candles burned too low. 4 runes were drawn too thick. The ledger was open to a page where a sum got fixed in a hand that has never admitted a mistake. Yaxley had left a note to himself about Selwyn that would not be read by the man it was meant to indict. Bellatrix's smile had many purposes. Tonight it was something only she knew about. It stretched slow and beautiful. It felt like being seen and placed correctly. She disapparated without disturbing a hair. By breakfast, the prophet had the story in the shape Harry had written for its senior ministry, official found dead in private home, sources cite, dangerous independent study. The word humiliating didn't appear in print. It didn't need to. It hummed between the lines like static. Sirius read the headline and snorted. "Idiot," he said, with half a mouth of toast. That's what you get for reading books you can't understand. Harry took the paper when it was offered. He waited for the small article to find him. It did second column, bottom third. He made a sound in his throat, like someone who has seen confirmation of something he had not been brave enough to hope for. Hermione slid into the seat beside him, hair pulled back, eyes already 2 pages into something. "Moody says we're to stay in today," she said. Kingsley's furious about the attack. He thinks it was meant to draw Dumbledore out. "It worked," Harry said mildly. She looked up. "You shouldn't have gone forward." "I tripped," he said deadpan. She gifted him a stare that could file paperwork. "Don't think I didn't see you throw the ice." He didn't pretend innocence. "It worked," he repeated, "and let that be the end of that." Upstairs, in a house with too many rooms dedicated to the wrong memories, a ledger waited for Bellatrix's hands. She would turn a page. She would make a list. She would choose a god, and this time it would be the one who had told her to think, and then proved she wasn't wrong to want power to wear a brain in its skull. Harry finished his tea. He let the warmth of it sit in him next to the coldness that had always lived there and felt, for an instant, what passes for satisfaction in men like him, a plan closing like a well-made book. "Library," Hermione prompted. "Library," he said, and rose. Behind his eyes, in a room no one could search, the board got larger. The pieces moved themselves when asked nicely. And somewhere under London, on a floor washed poorly with water and better with blood, a crescent on a tile dried into a shape that meant yes to the only person it was written for. The kitchen at Grimmauld Place smelled like old tea and maps. Dumbledore didn't sit at the head of the table. He sat where he could see the doors and the faces. A large parchment lay unrolled before him, the corners held by chipped teacups. It wasn't a map of Britain. It was a map of accidents. Mulciber, he said quietly, tapping one mark. Laboratory fire. Travers. Illegal duel. Yaxley. His finger paused over the ink as if it didn't want to touch the name. A ritual gone wrong. All within a handful of nights. Tunks muttered, "We've buried Death Eaters before. I'm not crying." "It isn't the deaths that trouble me," Dumbledore said, and the room went still, because he sounded frightened and Dumbledore rarely bothered to sound anything. "It is the manner." Each is tidy. Each removes a particular support of Voldemort's efforts. Brewer, financier, bureaucratic lever. Each looks to a lazy investigation, like the deceased did it to themselves. Moody, stick thudding, jaw set, grunted. "I'd call it luck." "You would be mistaken," Dumbledore said, without heat. He lifted a second parchment, thin columns in a careful hand. "This is the ledger of who benefits, not the order, not the ministry. It is as if someone is pruning a tree, not hacking at branches, clipping cleanly at the points where sap moves." "Third party," Kingsley said, voice low. "Not us, not them." "Ooh," Molly asked, clutching her cup. "If they're killing Death Eaters, surely they're, well, not all bad." Dumbledore's smile was small and tired. "Molly, dear, there are many sorts of evil. Some of them are very polite." Sirius slouched in his chair and tried for flippant. "Could be the goblins. Wouldn't mourn Yaxley." "The goblins," Dumbledore said, "don't stage a duel for rumor and then leave ledgers open to page 11. He looked down at the marks. "These are the hands of a mind that values design over display." Harry watched him from 3 seats down. hands folded loosely around a mug he hadn't drunk from. He counted Dumbledore's tells. The thumb that worried the edge of parchment when he let himself think out loud. The fractional pause before he spoke Harry's name. The way he looked through people when a thought was too sharp to share. "What about Voldemort?" Remus asked. "He likes to prune. He likes to terrify." Dumbledore said gently, "These deaths don't terrify. They humiliate. They also conveniently breed mistrust among his followers." He set the quill he'd been using across the map like a bridge. "No, I fear a new player, one who has chosen a side only temporarily aligned with our own," Moody snorted. "Or one of them who's cleverer than usual. Perhaps." Dumbledore's gaze slid, brief, unchosen, to Harry and away. "But this feels different, as if the board has been enlarged." Across from Harry, Hermione wrote quickly, then stopped herself, ashamed of the reflex to catalog tragedy. Ron watched Harry instead, trying to decide if he should be impressed by his friend's stillness or afraid of it. Dumbledore cleared his throat, rearranged his face into something that could pass for reassurance. "We'll proceed as if watched by an ally who isn't a friend," he said. "Kingsley, you and Alastair will tighten internal security at the Ministry. Remus, talk to the goblins. See if coin has begun to move strangely. Arthur, wards on Order Holmes. No one travels alone. And Potter," Moody said too quickly, "returns to Hogwarts and pretends to be a student." Dumbledore said, with a kindness that could cut glass, "Leave the monsters to me." Harry allowed a small flinch, the kind that makes adults lower their voices. It cost him nothing and bought him room. He felt Dumbledore's pity like a hand he could step on later. The meeting bled into chores and splintered into whispers. Harry rinsed his cup at the sink and listened to Molly tell Arthur that she didn't like the way the air felt, as if a storm had decided to sit down. He dried his hands and pocketed nothing. He left the room like a boy who had learned to fold himself smaller in other people's houses. In the hall, between the old portraits and the new dust, a folded square of parchment appeared on the runner, precisely where he'd written it would. He didn't stop. He stepped on it the way you step on a beetle you don't want anyone else to see. And when he reached the stairs, he bent to tie his shoe and palmed it clean. Bellatrix's first answer came back folded into a bird that disliked being anything but itself. It fluttered out from under a curtain, in a cramped Muggle flat Harry had rented under a name that didn't belong to anyone yet. It landed on the back of a chair and glared with ink eyes. He reached up. The paper let him. It wasn't loyalty. It was curiosity. He set it on the small table and touched the seal. The wax sighed and became smoke. The words lifted like heat. "To the boy who told a god to count, you promised me a miracle and delivered a mess." Yaxley's ritual looked like a drunk man brushing his hair with a match. "If your point was that some men deserve to be ugly when they die, I agreed with that long ago. But I see your signature. I taste it. You wrote on the air, and the air obeyed. Who taught you to do that?" B. Harry dipped his wand, and silver bled onto his own page, fading to black in neat strokes. He kept the first reply short. Teach the right kind of hunger. To the witch who knows the difference between theater and design, miracles are only mathematics that have not been published. Your former colleague died exactly as he lived, overconfident, incurious, convinced that ritual would forgive sloppiness because he was important. I supplied the missing variables. The universe supplied the rest. No blood purity can excuse stupid. Watch the ledgers this week. The men who have always paid late will forget to pay at all. The law will remember them. K. He signed it with a letter that wasn't a name and folded the paper along a crease that wasn't visible until you looked for it with the wrong eyes. The note hummed, impatient and sure of its destination. He let it go. It slid into the air like a knife returning to a sheath. They wrote as if practicing the language they had been born to and told to forget. "Truth tastes better when it frightens someone," she wrote. "Say something that will frighten me properly." "You're valuable beyond your wand arm," he sent. "And you know it. You have waited years to be used as a mind and not a spectacle. Say something that isn't flattery. Blood is a poor metric. Purity is a story told by families who can't do arithmetic. Merit is measurable. Merit can be demanded. Merit can rule. Rule how? With a prettier whip. With consequence. With a standard that doesn't change when the room does. With a judge who can't be bribed by dinner invitations or sob stories. You intend to be that judge. How devout of you. Devotion is what stupid people call consistency when they're jealous of it. Sometimes he sent her a riddle that opened into a location. In the room where a girl told a portrait it was ugly, lift the third tile. Under it, a list of names. Burn the fourth. Sometimes she sent him scripture, and he pressed it flat with his palm and fed it back to her as policy. "I saw a world without crime last night," she wrote once, the ink slightly crooked, as if she had trembled and hated herself for it. "It was so quiet I could hear my own heart counting. I woke laughing and wanted to bite something. I think your God is wearing my teeth." "Then use them," he wrote back. "Not on the first neck you see. On the one that will scare the others into learning their sums." He didn't ask for her oath. He asked for her attention. It is the deeper vow. Dismantling a machine looks like nothing until it looks like collapse. Harry started with money. It is where men keep their truest names. A pure, blood patriarch whose influence flowed like oil through ministry committees. Reginald Knott, Sr., woke at Zo 2:11 with the conviction he had left a vault open. He dressed, hurried, left his cloak, arrived at Gringotts puffing excuses, and died of a cardiac episode on the steps before the doors opened. By noon, 3 stories in circulation that he'd been cursed, that he'd been robbed, that he had wept. Harry had written only the part about the steps, the time, and the failure of his heart. A Wisingamot juror known for misreading dates on filings, Prudence Wilkes, sent a beautifully phrased resignation to her clerk at 09903, put down her quill, and fell sideways in her breakfast marmalade. The wording of the letter, specific and guiltless, triggered an audit that had slept for a year. Names spilled. The law remembered what it had been made for and pretended it had meant to all along. A Gringotts liaison who ran bribes through a dark artifacts import fee. Percival Burke stopped for lunch in Diagon Alley. Bent to tie his shoe, looked up into the eyes of a young goblin clerk he had bullied for a decade, and collapsed without grace. The goblin's superiors reviewed 3 ledgers, found 4 others, and closed a vein of coin Voldemort would have considered a birthright. Harry gave the prophet nothing obvious. He fed it with timing and probability, a storm that flooded the wrong cellar, a carriage accident that left a safe broken open to witnesses, a minor troll incident that shut a street at the exact hour a courier needed it open. Men who counted on luck discovered it had been quietly reassigned. He didn't write names every night. He wrote instructions. A clerk would experience a stabbing urge to file a particular document correctly. A junior Auror would, upon waking, feel a moral panic and carry a folder to the one superior who could not be bought. An undersecretary would take a piece of parchment from the wrong pile and discover it contained her conscience, neatly indexed. He stayed within the rules. He found the stretch in them and leaned. The machine whined. It had never been designed for this. Consequence arriving without drama, corruption exposed without spectacle. Voldemort's backers felt their money turn traitor. They looked to him for comfort. He hurt them instead. Tyrants always do. The meeting in the burned ballroom was late and ugly. Bellatrix stood a little back from the circle and listened to men panic in various shades of expensive. The chandelier lay on its side like a dead insect. The gilding had scorched into bubbles. She smelled scorched pride and the stupid smoke of men who think a gathering equals a decision.
My lord,
said Selwyn, almost managing dignity. Someone is. Someone isn't me, apparently, Voldemort said. And the soft voice was more dangerous than the shout. You have not yet tired of stating it. A man named Roll made the mistake of opening his mouth to blame the goblins. Voldemort flicked a finger, and Roll's tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, with a sound like a boot lifting from mud. He gagged and learned to be quiet. Accidents, Voldemort said, making the word a sneer. Duels. Rituals that misfire. Men who can't hold their pea or their wand. He drifted among them, the hem of his robe whispering on stone. Do you think Dumbledore does this? Do you think the Ministry could spell its own name correctly twice, in a row much less orchestrate this? No one spoke. Silence is prudent when a god pretends to be asking a question. Bellatrix looked at him and saw, for the first time as if she hadn't 100 times before, how loud he was. Power that shouts. Power that needs to be looked at to believe itself. She remembered the note. He puts you at the front when he needs a spectacle and ignores you when he needs a plan. She had always loved the front. She had never loved being ignored. Who profits? Voldemort murmured, turning slowly, eyes shining like wet stone. Which of you sleeps better? His gaze landed on her and slid off like water from oiled cloth. He didn't consider her capable of secrets he hadn't written for her. That was his first error tonight. She thought of the crescent-shaped smear on the 7th tile. She thought of the neatness of the letters that had folded themselves into birds and into her lap, of the cool contempt for stupidity that felt like a mirror angled to show her best side. He had said watch, and she had. The ledger had sung. You, Selwyn, Voldemort said mildly. You could not be reached for comment. Selwyn went gray. My lord, I. Explain yourself without lying, Voldemort said. Consider this an educational exercise. Selwyn failed the exercise. Voldemort made a small, bored gesture with his wand, and Selwyn made a very large, interesting noise. Men flinched. Bellatrix didn't. Her attention was elsewhere, quietly dividing. A mind that values design over display. The boy's phrase, or maybe her own, fed back to her in a voice that tasted like the first sip of something expensive. Voldemort raged, and the rage had no grammar. It lashed. It stung. It did what rage does when it grows old in a body that has forgotten how to be anything else. He would kill 2 men tonight, one for treason he hadn't proven, one for incompetence that made his mouth sour. He would break a third to cheer himself up. He would call it justice. By morning, 2 allies would scrape the remains off the floor and tell themselves it meant something. Bellatrix watched. She thought. She felt the lingering heat of the note in her sleeve, the way a rosary warms in a palm. The new creed had teeth and arithmetic. She preferred both to incense. He looked at her again, sharp, suspicious, power recognizing an absence of worship where it expected supply. "What are you smiling at, Bella?" She thought about lying. She thought about telling the truth. She chose both. "At the thought, my lord," she said, sweet, "that whoever is doing this thinks they can do it without your noticing. It amuses me." It satisfied him. He wanted to be assured, always, that he was large in the room. "Bring me the name," he said. "Bring me the head." She bowed. "Yes." "My lord." She would bring him neither. She had already chosen a different god. She didn't need to announce it. She only needed to begin serving. Harry's correspondence with her grew denser, less theatrical. He asked for nothing but detail and offered only purpose. "The Burke accounts are like ant farms," he wrote. "Tip the glass. Watch the tunnels collapse. You will find a list of donors who prefer envelopes to vows. Take the envelopes. Burn the vows. Don't." She wrote 3 hours later. "Your arithmetic was satisfying." One of the ants cried. "I let him watch my boot. You enjoyed it. Fine. Enjoyment isn't a plan. Bring me the names attached to the envelopes. Then stop enjoying them and begin using them. You make commandments like you're old. I make commandments because I'm right. If I obey, what am I?" Useful, he wrote, and used well. Between letters, he wrote names in the book with a hand that had lost all tremor. He kept his kills tailored. A patriarch of the Parkinsons died of a fall down the stairs, clutching a ledger that had the grace to open on impact. An orer who took money for misplaced evidence slipped on his front step and struck his temple. The neighbor who found him was the one man in his street who still believed in reporting crimes. A scribe for the Daily Prophet who killed stories for coin choked on a seed from a fruit he had bragged about being too rich to eat slowly. Harry didn't write the seed. He wrote the time and the panic and the witness. He didn't yet kill for disobedience. He killed for inertia. Dumbledore's third party grew teeth in gossip. "Someone's doing our job for us," people said, and then added, more softly, "and we're not sure we like how." In the hospital wing at Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey asked Harry if he was sleeping. "More," he said, and smiled like a boy trying to be good. In the library, Hermione slid him another book and told him he was scaring her by being the best student she'd ever seen. "I'm scared too," he said, and meant none of it. Ron asked if he wanted to play chess. "Later," Harry said, and meant all of it, because he would have liked the simplicity of a piece that only moves in L shapes. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster turned a small glass instrument that measured nothing anyone else could detect. It chimed twice, with the brittle music of an old clock after repair. "Interesting." Dumbledore murmured to the empty room. "You aren't dark magic. You aren't light. You're law with a pen." He thought of Harry, then, and winced at his own mind for making that loop. Not Harry. He told the air, and the air, having no reason to lie to him, didn't answer. Bellatrix's last letter before the choice she could not unmake was short. It arrived at midnight and bled a little at the edges, as if it had been written too hot. "You asked for names. I brought you names. They lie like carrots pulled from earth, satisfying and dirty. Tonight he asked me to bring him a head. What do you want me to bring you?" Harry answered with a sentence that would either crown him or cut him. "Bring me your attention when a man screams you into believing he is a plan." Bellatrix read the line twice, then a third time, and then she slid the note into her sleeve and went to the meeting in the burned ballroom. She watched Voldemort break a man to reassure himself of his own gravity. She watched 3 others decide to betray each other about it without deciding to say so out loud yet. She watched power fail to be intelligent and intelligence fail to be permitted. She felt the new vow open in her like a mouth. She didn't kneel. She didn't need to. The thing she worshipped now preferred correspondence to genuflection. After, she walked the long corridor of a house that had learned new drafts in its old age. She opened a door with a key she had not admitted to owning. She slid a ledger from a shelf and placed it on a table. She put a quill to a page and wrote, very neatly, the names she would use and the names she would feed to the past. When she finished, she took her wand and nicked her thumb and pressed it to the corner of the paper. A small crescent, habit now more than signature. She folded the page, sealed it with wax that turned to smoke, and sent it into the air with a smile that was all teeth. It found Harry, of course. His room admitted it because rooms learn their masters fast. He unsealed it and read the clean list with the sort of pleasure that never reaches the face because it is busy making space for the next tack. At the bottom, she had written, almost prim, "I'm watching." His reply was a single line, returned on the same parchment. The ink drying so quickly it seemed impatient to be true. Good. Then you will see the next thing before they can name it. He closed the death note and slept. He dreamed of quiet streets with no graffiti but numbers, and of a girl with black thorns for hair standing at the end of one, head tilted, reading the sums. In another part of the castle, Dumbledore sat again at his map and moved a teacup from Mulciber to Yaxley to Travers and wondered, not for the first time, whether love could be a blindfold that looked like wisdom. He put his finger on Harry's name in his mind and lifted it again, as if touching something hot. No, he told himself. No. He wished that denial felt like certainty. It didn't. It felt like a whisper in a church, and in a house that had chosen to remember being beautiful. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in front of a mirror that she had once told was ugly and watched her mouth form a new prayer. It wasn't a name. Not yet. It was a shape a god that writes, a queen that thinks, a world that obeys arithmetic. The old room in Grimmauld Place like secrets. It remembered Bellatrix's breath and hid it in the wood. Harry lit no lamp. The fire in the grate was low and clean. The desk with the lion feet held nothing on its back but paper and a drawn map of London with red threads running from knot to knot. A teacup waited one corner. A silver key waited another. Bellatrix stood in the doorway and watched him the way a wolf watches the hand that taught it tricks. Ready to be grateful, ready to bite. "You said watch," she murmured.
It was instructional.
"Good," Harry said. "Now we write." He didn't mean the note yet. He meant the room. He handed her a folded sheet, 3 columns, each with a title written in a tidy, unshowy hand. F-U-E-L, Spark, G-U-I-T-N-E-S, beneath them names. 3 layers, he said. Layer 1 is coin and rumor. They keep the bile flowing. Layer 2 is a staged offense. One man moves against another in a way that feels like proof of betrayal. Layer 3 is eyes. Someone who will carry the story the way I want it told. Bellatrix read down the columns like a parishioner who has decided the new gospel has fewer lies in it than the old. Her finger stopped on a name. Avery. "He stares at doors before he knocks," Harry said. Hay will do something cowardly at speed and then defend it with volume. Dolohov as witness, she said, amused. He tells a story as if he invented the sound of a shout. Exactly, Harry said. Rookwood as spark. The information. He will pass it with a shrug to feel less implicated. Lucius as target for the first blow. He reads treason in a mirror because it resembles good grooming. Bellatrix laughed. Low and delighted, Harry pointed to the edges of the map. Other names in charcoal there. A ring of pressure points he had already pressed. Your master's purse is smaller this week than last, he said. The men who've bankrolled his tantrums for decades are discovering they can't buy tomorrow at yesterday's prices. Someone will suggest that Lucius has been playing both sides again. No one will be shocked enough to reject the thought. Someone, she purred, like me. You will be a hand that doesn't leave fingerprints, he said. Start 3 arguments and end none of them. Turn 2 conversations into silences and let those silences breed. Bellatrix rolled the paper once and tapped it against her palm. And then? The first domino falls, Harry said, and pulled the black notebook toward him. He opened it with the concentration of a surgeon exposing a rib. Bellatrix watched, the rare luxury of seeing holy ground with the lights on. On his lap, the note drank light and gave back nothing. The rules are precise, Harry said, almost to himself. I can choreograph behavior up to a limit as long as the body can do what I ask it to. I can't teach a man to fly. I can invite him to jump. I can't make him love, I can have him say it. I can direct his steps to the duel and let gravity write the last line. The play is the thing, Bellatrix said dryly. And the corpse is the review. Rookwood first, Harry decided. At 1810, he writes a hasty note to Avery alleging that Lucius has been siphoning funds meant for the cause through a goblin intermediary. He names the vault. He names the goblin. Both will be true enough to survive a check. There, Bellatrix said, and smiled a private, vicious smile. He thinks he hides money elegantly. He hides it like a man wearing a chandelier for a hat. Harry wrote Augus to use, Raoki Budwodi, with emotion that was almost affectionate for competence he intended to borrow. Below it, neat lines at 1810 he remembers. A tip and scribbles a note to Avery. MLFOY is moving gold through Griffhook. Vault 754. The rat. Don't come to me with it. Handle it. He sends it by Raven, then burns his copy and paces. At 1935, after a whiskey, he resolves to tell Yax. He stopped, amended the thought. After a whiskey, he decides to keep quiet for once. He sleeps early. He wakes to the sound of shouting. He is a witness to what follows. Bellatrix's eyes glittered. And Avery. Harry turned the page. Avery was a small, bored name until you told it what to do. Harry told it what to do. At 20:02, Avery receives the Raven. At 20:07, his panic begins. At 20:09, he runs to his desk and retrieves his wand and a bottle. At 20:12, he sends a challenge to Lucius Malfoy to meet at the old stoneworks near the Weald at 2100. Speak to me or I speak to him. At 20:16, he leaves by the east exit and forgets to mask his trail. At 20:58, he stands in the rain with his wand hand damp and his left knee shaking. At 21:01, he fires first, before Lucius speaks. His spell is wide. He shouts that Lucius is a thief and a traitor. At 21:03, seeing Dolohov and Rabastin approach, he flees, trips, and wrench. Harry paused, considered, and chose mercy of a sort. He flees. He lives to tell the story badly. Bellatrix cocked her head. No death. Not his, Harry said. Not yet. This is theater. I want eyes to move in the dark. I want men to taste their own names like poison. He turned a final page and wrote Leluciu smell FOY with elegant clarity. He wrote little underneath, because vanity writes itself. At 12:44 he receives no all and suspects an insult. At 20:59 he arrives anyway, because he can't bear the idea that men will talk about him without him. Bellatrix bit her lower lip, delighted. "And our witnesses, Rabastan," Harry said, "Dolohov. And, this is important, yourself, too late to intervene." Just in time to carry a better version of the story. She bowed the slightest degree, eyes fixed on the notebook as if it would bite if she looked away. Harry wrote 2 more names with swift, small strokes. Weld Muxanir, AMYCUSCAR, instructions like hooks. MacNair to receive from Lucius a private rant about Avery's insolence, and to repeat it with embellishments that implicate Dolohov. Alecto to hear her brother drunkenly brag that the Dark Lord never truly trusted Malfoy, and to weep to Rabastan about it with the carelessness of a woman who loves the comfort of cruelty more than the safety of silence. He closed the note. The sound was small. The shape of the night changed. "Your part," he said, pushing a wrapped package across the desk. It was the size of a book and much lighter. Inside, a set of innocuous-looking parchment slips labeled in a delicate, anonymous hand. Recollection, regret, resentment, reward. Each was a seed for a conversation. "Leave regret in Rookwood's pocket," he said. "He will find it and decide to say less than he meant to. Leave recollection in Rabastan's sleeve before the meeting. He will remember a story in which Lucius cheated him at a card table. Slip resentment under Dolohov's chair and watch him find a lifetime of reasons to assume every man speaks ill of him. Put reward where MacNair can't help, but Reddit loyalty is recognized, betrayal is punished. He will repeat it in exactly the wrong ear." Bellatrix stroked the paper like a gift of knives. "You make sins portable," she said. "I make them inevitable," Harry said. "You light the fuses. And when it burns?" I heard the fire. He rolled the map up and pressed it into her hands. "You're to arrive late," he added. "Not because you're careless, because you want to listen to the noise before you're seen. Then you're to say 1 sentence. "Which?" he told her. She laughed as if he had kissed her. The first domino fell with the precise, apologetic sound of a bead dropped on a wooden floor. Avery stood in rain that flattened everything into the same nervous shine and screamed at Lucius Malfoy, like a man who had practiced shouting into mirrors. "Thief," he howled, firing wide. "You put your name on money that belongs to our Lord. You think I wouldn't find out?" The wand light made his damp hair look like strings of pearls, ridiculous and expensive. "On what evidence?" Lucius demanded, insulted to be alive under such light. His voice didn't rise. He didn't like it when it did that. He parried lazily, as if the rain were inconvenient rather than wet. "Lower your wand." "Rookwood's raven," Avery said, then paled to deathly milk when he realized what he'd named. "I mean—" "Ah," Lucius said, soft and pleased. "Rookwood." 2 figures approached along the broken wall, one's up, boots careful Dolohov, eyes bright with the delight of men about to witness a mess. Rabastan, breathing hard from a run he'd swear was a tactical choice. On a ridge behind them, somebody else watched with arms folded and a heartbeat that measured events. Bellatrix, hood up, eyes keen. Avery's shot scorched the stone inches from Lucius's head. Lucius didn't flinch. That insulted Avery more than anything. He tried again. It was a poor choice. Dolohov laughed loud and sincere, and his laugh was a weapon. You see, Avery yelped, voice cracking. He doesn't deny it. He thinks he's above you. Lucius offered, cool. Often. The second spell went wild. The third tripped over a slick patch he had made with his own nerves in the rain. Avery's foot slid, his knee hit stone, his wand went left. Lucius caught it with a flick and some contempt. "Nuff," Lucius said. "You have always been stupid, but until tonight you were a useful sort of stupid." Rookwood. Avery said helplessly, naming his own damnation again. Dolohov repeated, delighted. Rookwood. Rabastan's mouth tightened in a way that said he was keeping something in. "Has been," he started, then. Because the seat under his sleeve itched with manufactured memory. "He's been light on the coin, too." With me. Bellatrix allowed herself one smile behind the hood. The rain took it for itself. Lucius's composure sharpened into something knife-like. "We will discuss this indoors," he said, which meant, in front of the one who wants blood for breakfast. He turned his back on Avery. An insult and a dare, and walked away. Dolohov clapped Avery on the shoulder hard enough to jolt an apology out of his lungs. "Bring your proof," Dolohov said, grinning. "Or bring your will." Avery trembled and found the only exit available to him. He fled. The story grew legs the instant he moved. The cascade started as analyses and became accusations because men are impatient. In a cellar under a pub that thought it was secret, a conversation between MacNair and Electo Caro turned into a whispered sermon. The Dark Lord rewards loyalty. MacNair said fervently, Ard punishes betrayal. He told me so. He had read Reward on a scrap of parchment that had felt like a love letter to his violence. He believed it as men believe the first doctrine that flatters their natural sin. Electo's eyes were wet. "My brother said." He said Malfoy has always been. She couldn't find the word she wanted because grief doesn't keep a dictionary. Slick. Then we put a question to him. MacNair declared, righteous, and then ruined it by adding, and if he can't answer, we take his left hand to teach him how it feels to lose something he polishes. On a rooftop in Nocturne Alley, Rookwood smoked, decided silence was elegance. And watched Dolohov tell the story to Thorfinn Roll with gestures wide enough to be seen from the ministry. Avery challenged him. Can you believe it? And who put that in his head? Rookwood's raven. But Rookwood says he wrote nothing, so either Avery forged it. Dolohov shook his head sadly. Or Rookwood is lying to save his own skin. And my skin doesn't like being near liars. In a corridor that smelled of old varnish, Rabastan murmured to his brother about a card game from 5 years ago in which Lucius had smiled too much and won too quickly. We let him win then, he said. We should now. In a half-collapsed church where they sometimes met to feel important, 2 masked men drew wands on one another over a misunderstood nod. One died. The other lived because luck had that hour on her rota before Harry reassigned her elsewhere. Bellatrix lit the fuses Harry had wrapped for her. She let her eyes go wide at precisely the right sentence to make a man think he'd just surprised her with his brilliance. She told a story twice and changed the order of the names the second time so each man felt privately clever for noticing the discrepancy. She remembered the rumor about the Goblin Vault as if it had scratched her in her sleep. She wrote nothing down. She left crescent, blood signatures where only the correct eyes would see them and call them scripture. By midnight, 3 faction lines had drawn themselves on a floor no one had meant to write on. By morning, each line wanted to be a wall. Voldemort tried to retake the room by being the largest thing in it. He called them to the burned ballroom and let silence punish the late. The chandelier shadow lay across the floor like a noose waiting to be claimed. Lucius stood with his hands folded behind him and an expression calculated to suggest guilt would be vulgar in a man of taste. Avery sweated, eyes darting. Dolohov grinned, hungry for blood that wasn't his. Rookwood smoked, because he thought it made him complicated. McNair bounced on his heels like a dog that has learned a new word and is desperate to be praised for recognizing it. Voldemort didn't speak at first. He walked among them and let his wand trail along lapels and sleeves, lightly, as if measuring the cloth. Men stopped breathing to avoid brushing that harmless touch. "Avery," he said at last, not looking at Avery. "You challenged Lucius." Avery made a sound like a drawer opening too fast. "My lord, information came to me, and I thought." "You thought," Voldemort said, turning. His face didn't change. His tone did. "Since when?" Laughter flickered, sick and eager. Avery blanched. "My lord, I was told." "By whom?" Avery's mouth worked. Treachery slammed around in it like a trapped bat. "By no one," he lied. Voldemort glanced at Lucius. "And you?" "I went to correct a rumor," Lucius said calmly. "A's is my duty. I didn't deign to duel the author of it." "Rookwood," Voldemort said, almost gentle. Rookwood shrugged elaborately. "Men will believe any bird if their fear writes the letter, my lord. I wrote no such, Dolohov." "Great theater," Dolohov said, delighted. "Shame I forgot the popcorn." Voldemort's patience didn't so much snap as decide to be honest about itself. He flicked his wand as if erasing a line of arithmetic. Avery's knee shattered. The man went down with a scream, grabbed the leg instinctively, and rolled. "Loyalty oaths," Voldemort said lightly. "I'll hear them now." One by one, they spoke. The words meant nothing. Magic cares about intent. Men care about performance. Voldemort cared about the pleasure of watching them stumble. "McNair?" he murmured. "You spoke of reward." McNair lit up like a child. "Yes, my lord. Loyalty is recognized. Betrayal is punished." Voldemort smiled with no humor and all teeth. "Punished by whom?" "By you, my lord," McNair said, and congratulated himself internally for having passed a test that had never been set. "Show me," Voldemort said, and killed Roll for being nearest. Roll died badly. Bodies teach rooms how to listen. The room learned terror in a new tense. "Bring me the head," Voldemort said to Bellatrix, gesturing indiscriminately at the circle of faces. "Any head will do to start." She bowed, smooth as silk. Her eyes didn't find Harry. Harry wasn't here. He was in another room in another house. Sitting cross, legged on a rug and watching through a mirror that Bellatrix had supplied, the old glass in which she had once told ugly things they were ugly until they loved her for the honesty. "Now," he said to the empty room, as if discussing tea. He opened the death note again. Wad al-Makanear dies at Sod-an-Izersin when he tries to seize Dolohov by the throat to prove his loyalty. Dolohov reflexively slashes him with Sectum Sempra. The wound opens deeper than expected. McNair drops, gurgles. Bleeds on the mark in the floor that looks like an old sun. The coins in his pocket spill and tinkle. He turned the page. AMYCUS Carao chokes on a lie at Sozenders and Wenteen When he loudly claims to have seen Lucius at Gringotts the week before, no one believes him. His face goes purple. He falls into Rebastan. Rebastan shoves him off disgusted. Amicus dies on his knees with his mouth open like a fish. He turned the page again. Avry dies at 023 of a peaceful heart attack while trying to crawl to Voldemort's feet to ask forgiveness with a mouth that still tastes like the word raven. Ink dried. The room inside the note was quieter than the one in the glass. In the ballroom, the dominoes took their turns. MacNair lunged. Dolohov cut him almost apologetically. "Idiot," he said, genuinely sorry to see the dog he liked die. Blood spread, dark and dignified, and found the shape in the floor Harry had named. Coins fell and made music. Men flinched because sound is memory's friend. Alecto screamed something inarticulate and reached for her brother in the wrong direction. Amicus, drunk on fear and bravado, lied about the bank, then clutched his throat and went down like a puppet with its strings cut. Avery decided too late to confess. He crawled, fingers slick, tears sudden, hair stuck to his face. "My lord," he gasped. "It was the raven, the raven. I only." He went still with his hand, extended exactly a palm's width from Voldemort's shoe. Silence is never total. There is always a breathing left to hear it. Men looked at each other and saw enemies, because that word had become easier than comrade. "See," Voldemort said, in a tone of well-bred disappointment that made Bellatrix want to spit or kneel. "Traitors, incompetents, weak men," he turned with the long, calm malice of a man who believes he has solved the puzzle simply by throwing away pieces that look interesting. "Lucius," he murmured, "bring me Rookwood's eyes." Lucius inclined his head with exquisite control. Already performing the argument he would make to live if it failed. Rookwood put out his cigarette with a hand that wanted to shake and didn't. Bellatrix took one step forward in the gap that opened. "My lord," she said sweetly, "perhaps there is a hand that moves pieces we mistake for their own motive." Voldemort looked at her. He has always loved her violence. He has never loved her mind. "There is my hand," he said, "and there are yours." She smiled. "Then let me use them." "Use them on whom?" She paused the correct beat, the one that made men wonder if she was thinking or merely savoring. "On the whisper that taught Avery to name a bird instead of a man," she said. "On the mouth that told MacNair he could earn a pat on the head. On the rumor that changed its shoes 3 times before breakfast. On the rabbit foot that thinks it can outpace your eyes." It calmed him because it flattered him. He waved a lazy permission, as if granting a child a better knife. "Go?" she went, which is to say she stayed and watched. Because leaving is sometimes a formality. The collapse gathered speed. It always does when panic pretends to be strategy. Men formed small packs and then disintegrated them just as quickly, like mercury falling apart under the press of a thumb. Every old grievance found a new urgency. Every whispered insult became indictment. One sang. Stone learned new names for violence. Harry watched from the mirror as if it were a window on a laboratory. He didn't smile. Satisfaction for him was the quiet sense of numbers behaving. Bellatrix's reflections crossed the glass now and again. Chin up, eyes bright, the saint of a new religion taking excellent notes during a massacre. At 0102 he wrote one more name. Rabastan Lestrange doesn't die. He saves his brother by tripping Roll's replacement before a curse lands and then loudly credits the Dark Lord's mercy for survival. He goes home thinking he has been clever. He starts a ledger of debts in a book labeled prayers. Not every domino must fall. You must leave some standing to provide contrast and to deliver rumors faithfully. By dawn, the Death Eaters were an army the way a pair of scissors is a necklace technically wearable, unfit for purpose. News travels fastest in the mouths of men who want to live. By midday, Nocturne Alley knew that Avery had died begging, that McNair had blood into a shape that looked like the sun, that Amicus had choked on his own lie. By afternoon, half the ministry knew that Lucius had argued with Rookwood in a tone neither had used since school. By evening, 5 different versions of the traitor had been named, each convincing to the man who told it. Inside the ruin, he called a headquarters. Voldemort sat in a chair that had forgotten being sat in by anyone worth remembering and counted the dead like a tax collector. The numbers meant nothing to him. He only enjoyed the act of counting because it put his mouth in control. "Bring me Dolohov," he said at one point, bored, and when Dolohov arrived looking guilty only of pleasure in his own competence. Voldemort killed him for being the kind of man who laughs. It calmed him for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He killed Thorfinn Roll's replacement for calling him "my lord" in the wrong cadence. He punished Alecto for grief that made noise. He spared Lucius because the day would be duller without him. He told himself it was strategy, it was mood. He tried legilimency on Robistan and found nothing useful because panic doesn't store its treasures in drawers. It throws them out the window and then can't remember which street to search. He tried to imagine a mind behind the deaths and saw only his own reflected 1,000 times, larger and larger, until the repetition reassured him that no other face is worth considering. He called Bellatrix to his side when the room sagged under the weight of what he would not learn. "Find me the name," he said softly. "I'll eat it." Bellatrix bowed, lower this time, because her body remembered an old creed while her mind had already received the new. "Yes, my lord," she said. She left before she let the smile out. The corridor swallowed her and didn't laugh, because it had learned to be careful when a queen practices. Harry wrote no names that evening. He didn't need to. The slate would write on itself for a day or 2 without his hand. He took tea on the floor, back to the desk, legs folded. He read Bellatrix's latest note and folded it again and put it away without answering at once. It said only, "You were right about the pleasure. It is better when it has a point." He went to the window and opened it and let the London rain put a cool mouth on his face. The city has always understood hypocrisy. It sighed now, grateful for a dictator who at least liked numbers. On his desk, his own ledger sat open, Fuel, Spark, YTS. He added 3 ticks beside WITS. People always underestimate the power of someone who will tell the story convincingly. They think the fight itself does most of the work. It doesn't. The ears do. Across the city, Bellatrix laid out a dress and a dagger and chose the dagger. She brushed her hair. She wrote a list of men who would still be alive tomorrow and underlined 3 of the names. She put the quill down and spoke aloud for herself, not for any god. Watch. Think. Obey arithmetic. Back in the school that called itself a sanctuary when it wasn't busy being a theater. Dumbledore watched owls fan across the morning like murmuration and rubbed the place between his eyes where worry had made a home. He didn't yet have the word orchestrated. He had instead designed. It was close enough to ache. In the ruined ballroom, Voldemort stared at the stains drying into the stone and told himself they looked like maps. He loved maps. They told him where to stand to be seen. He didn't know how to read the kind that tell you where not to step. He would learn very soon, or he would die never having learned. Men like him often prefer that exam result. Harry closed the window, shut the note, and slept because the next move would require precision, and precision likes rested hands. When the rain woke the city again, the Death Eaters woke to find they weren't an army any longer. They were a rumor with wands. The serpent had found its tail. It bit. It swallowed. It congratulated itself on the meal. The ruin didn't care who ruled it. Wind had peeled the mortar out of the stones the way time pulls softness out of the voice of a man who has buried too many names. A ring of black arches hunched against the moor as if hiding their age under a shawl. The ground was fox-brown, scrub-thorned, slick where the marsh pushed up through the hither. Bellatrix stood inside the ring and let the night learn her outline. She had chosen the ruin because the walls remembered screaming, not because it was picturesque. She had come at dusk to place the little things, threads of listening charms in the mortar, a sliver of reflective glass on a broken capstone, a word rubbed into the dirt with the toe of her boot for luck. She had not brought flowers, she had brought arithmetic. By the time he arrived, she had the story ready on her tongue. Voldemort came in quiet, scissoring the air into neat pieces. He liked to be announced by silence. Two figures slid out of the dark behind him. Rookwood, sleek and smoky-eyed Selwyn, careful on the stones. The wind lay down when his feet touched the earth, theatrically obedient. "Bella," he breathed, so fondly cruel that her old devotion rose like a habit muscle. She smothered it easily. "You have news." "Yes?" "My lord." She bowed low enough to see her own reflection skid along the wet stone. When she straightened, her smile was private and perfect. "Potter is the hand." The raven in Avery's mouth wasn't messenger but mirror. The boy has an artifact, old, ugly, clever, that kills men with ink. He means to make your war look like bad luck and poor decisions until you stand alone among cowards and corpses. He watched her with the love reserved for monsters that perform exactly as designed. "We're here," she said simply. "He comes when the moon fattens, to test the edges of the thing. Alone. He thinks secrecy is a strategy and has not yet learned that fear has better ears than walls. Alone." Voldemort repeated, and the word pleased him. He rolled it between his teeth. "You're certain?" "Yes," she lied, and the lie wore pearls. "Tonight. He intends to crawl in, scratch his curse, word in the dirt, and crawl out with your death singing in his pocket." She let disgust make her pretty. "Let me give him to you." He reached and brushed his fingers over her jaw. The touch was cold and confiding. "You will stand beside me when I kill him," he said. "And I'll stand beside you when we kill the next, and the next." "Yes?" "My lord," she said, because still parts to play before the curtain burned. "Summon the inner circle," he added without turning, already imagining an audience for his victory. Quietly, "I want them to see it." Bellatrix tasted iron behind her teeth. "Already done," she murmured. "Each called in the key he thinks he is." He didn't ask how. He never did. He didn't know that each man received a different story. That Lucius Malfoy had been summoned to bear witness to the Dark Lord's justice. That Rookwood had been summoned to explain himself. That Selwyn had been selected for correction. That Jugson had been named to replace a faithless hand. The notes had been constructed like poisons the same active ingredient. Different flavors. Bellatrix had written them while laughing very softly, and the paper had warmed in her fingers like a small, delighted animal. "Where is Potter?" Voldemort asked, eyes sliding over the dark, as if he could peel it with a look. "He will come when he believes you're not watching," she said, and laid a hand against a stone column, as if to settle her own pulse. The column offered back the same cool indifference it had given the last 100 men who raised their voices here. He nodded once. The ceremony complete. We wait. They waited. The wind counted for them. Owls threw small shadows across the broken ring. A fox tested the air and decided not to know. Footfalls in heather. Cloaks, breaths held in bad manners. One by one, the inner circle arrived in pairs and singles, like sinners late to the wrong mass. Lucius with a face polished to an alubi. Rabistan with his brother's name a coin in his cheek. Jugson, grim and narrow. Nut, young and brittle. Selwyn, too quiet. Rookwood, his smoke a kind of shield. Alecto, eyes raw, came because men had stopped telling her not to. Thorfinn's replacement with the praying, Han's mouth, tried not to look at the ground where his predecessor had bled, failed, stared anyway. Bellatrix let herself be seen last. The hinge on which the room swings without noticing the door is already open. Potter, Voldemort murmured to the gathered faces, widening the silence. He savored their small flinches. Hay comes to write. We will teach him to read. A murmur, coiled, glances, the little spasms of posture men used to rearrange fear into anger. Lucius lifted his chin in a motion that admitted guilt to no one. Rookwood found a shadow and used it as if it were competence. Jugson touched his wand twice, superstitious. Alecto looked at the sky and left her eyes there, as if clouds could mother her through this. What is this truly? Selwyn whispered to no one in particular, but the wind brought it to Bellatrix anyway. A culling. Bellatrix didn't turn. She let the word hang and drew her cloak tighter with a pretty move that reads as, "I'm cold," to men, and "I'm storing knives," to women who lived long enough. In her sleeve, the mirror she had given Harry hummed faintly, and then lay still, reflecting nothing but damp in small, perfect detail. "Spread," Voldemort said thinly. "Edges of the ring. I want him to feel the shape of his mistake." They spread. The ring filled with the soft creaks of leather, and the wet tongue of wind on stone. Far away, miles and a thickness of city away, another ring waited, a wooden one, scarred by cups, lion-footed and old. A desk that had learned to keep secrets by keeping bodies out of its drawers. On it, the black notebook glinted without catching anything. A small mirror leaned against a stack of dog-eared volumes and held a ruin's bones inside its silver. Harry sat with his back straight, quill poised, hands clean. The room at Grimmauld Place had the hush of an operating theater. He had moved the rug a touch, because edges matter. He had placed a cup of water on the right, because thirst likes to interrupt rhythm. He had taken off the ring that wasn't his and set it on the far corner, as if it were a relic. The house creaked its approval at the formality. He opened the death note, and the room read him for a second, and found itself spelled correctly. He wrote the date in the margin without looking at the calendar. He wrote the place the way a surveyor writes a boundary. He wrote the hour as if it were an appointment with weather. He set the quill down. He breathed once. Like a man closing the door to a sister's bedroom and promising to keep it as she left it. Then he picked the quill up again. The page had the calm of slate. The name he was about to write had the patience of an animal that has been hunted badly and has learned to make the hunter tire himself. He didn't rush. Rushing is a confession. In the mirror, the ruin moved in fragments, the hem of a cloak. A breath that had not chosen to be heard, the thin ghost of wandlight where someone adjusted fear into readiness. Harry touched the quill to the paper as if blessing it. Tio memerar violalorar iddle. He wrote it plainly, with the intimacy reserved for true names and surgical incisions. He let each letter land like the footfall of a man who has never once stepped where he didn't mean to. Ink glowed, faded, fixed. He didn't immediately write the cause. He let the name sit in the air and find the room. He steadied the time in his head, aligning it with the sound the wind made in the mirror when it moved past the broken arch. On the page beneath the name, in a hand that had learned to be both neat and merciless, he wrote, at 2241, during a melee among his own followers at the ruin of Black Sigil on the Weald. Tom Marvolo Riddle is struck from behind by a killing curse cast by Bellatrix Lestrange. He is facing Lucius Malfoy and raising his wand to strike when he is hit. No shield intervenes. He falls instantly. His body is dead. He doesn't speak. He paused. The rules allowed instructions up to what bodies can perform. He could nudge posture. He could script hesitation. He could compel a glance and trust habit to do the rest. He could not make magic from empty hands. He could not ask bones to bend backward. He could, however, ask the world to offer someone the footing they needed to do what they were built to do. He added, Bellatrix's boot doesn't slip. The wind is at her back. Lucius's breath fogs Riddle's view for the space of a blink. The ink drank the room. He could have added flourishes. He didn't. Flourishes are for men who hope their plan is beautiful enough to win without working. He laid the quill aside, folded his hands, and waited with the same patience he had given the name. In the ruin, the trap tightened itself. Lucius said, because he always said something, my lord, if Potter meant to come, he would have? He didn't finish. Jugson had turned and seen Rookwood's posture and decided it meant permission. He raised his wand. Rookwood moved like a cat taught to fake grace. Not too young to believe in patience. Fired at the first shoulder he recognized as expensive. Rabastan dug his heel in and took the stance of a man who expects to be overwhelmed and doesn't mind as long as his arms can move. It should have been a duel. It became a harvest. Spells tore the air down to threads. Curses wrote green and red and violet letters on the night, and the night misread them on purpose. The ruin sang with ricochets. Stone learned new, rude names. Death Eaters, trained by a tyrant to enjoy symmetry, discovered how messy malice becomes when it is forced to be quick. Voldemort moved through it all like a needle through a cloth that had long pretended not to be a garment. He cut a man open with a gesture because that man had been loud in the wrong place last week. He threw a girl into a pillar because she cried at the wrong time this one. He did it all with the air of a conductor contemptuous of his orchestra and proud of his own ear. Bellatrix, he called once, not asking for help, simply reminding the room what belonged to him. With me. She didn't move. She circled. She was the tide. She watched the rocks and chose their edges for them. Alecto stumbled near her, mouth red with rage or blood. Bellatrix's wand lifted and then lowered, not worth the time. Jugson went down with a curse in his teeth that he had meant to aim elsewhere. Rookwood found himself behind Lucius and did nothing because doing nothing is a kind of religion among men who outlived their usefulness by pretending their hands were clean. Not sighted at Rabastan, hesitated, convinced himself that his hesitation was strategy, a very Death-Eater mistake, and then had to move because someone else finally aimed at him properly. Voldemort laughed once, an old cathedral of a sound. He had stupefied Selwyn before the man finished raising his wand, and he admired the economy of it. He was still admiring it when Lucius stepped into his line of sight to say a sentence about betrayal in his father's voice. "Not now?" Voldemort said, bored, and drew breath to raise his wand, and Harry's hand completed the line he had drawn on the page. He didn't see Bellatrix cast. No one did. That was the point. In the mirror, she was a dark curve angling inside the noise. Her cloak flared once in the wind, her wrist snapped. The green that left her wand was narrow and sure. It went exactly where numbers send bullets and gods send epiphanies. Voldemort started to turn. He didn't finish. The killing curse struck him between the shoulder blades. The light went into him the way realization does when it arrives late and coerces the day into meaning. For a moment his body behaved like a man tripping on an ordinary stair. Then it behaved like a puppet that has just realized the strings were never attached to anything but air. He fell so fast the ground didn't have time to get ready. The sound he made wasn't dramatic. It was the sound a door makes when it closes the way it was designed to. He didn't speak. The ruin stopped. It didn't stop the way rooms do when they're stunned. It stopped the way a machine does when the power is cut cleanly, with the last moving parts arguing for a second and then accepting that there is nothing to push against. Rookwood's mouth opened and shut twice with no sound finding it. Rabastan lowered his wand like a man who has remembered a decade's worth of prayers and forgotten every word. Nott stared at the corpse and began rearranging his future so fast he looked blurred. Lucius exhaled like a father seeing a son he doesn't like leave the country. Bellatrix stood over the body she had made and didn't kneel, because kneeling is for the audience. Her eyes were dry. Her hand didn't shake. She looked for an instant as if she were reading her own name written neatly at the bottom of a page she had not known she was contributing to. In Grimmauld Place, the ink dried. Harry closed the book with a gentle finality, as if the dead could take offense at slamming. He didn't stand. He didn't grin. What happened to him then didn't look like triumph. Triumph is loud. This was quiet like black water. It was the part in a piano where the lid lowers itself and the room realizes the music has moved inside the wood. He didn't black out. He blacked in. Light's life arrived not as a memory reel, but as weight. The warehouse stairs weren't images. They were his knees pounding. The metal taste was his, the shame was his, and immediately abandoned, Ryok's bored. Delighted disinterest was a climate, not a joke. A watch strap laid itself across his wrist. The watch he had chosen not for style, but for its face, a handsome lie. A dozen plans slotted into shelves that had been built for them before he knew wood. Names in Japanese unfurled their strokes under his hand and were as easy as Lumos. He knew exactly how a notebook drags a hand over a desk when you have been writing for hours and won't stop, because the hours won't be honest unless you demand it. His father's hand on his shoulder, awkward and late. Elle's posture like an insult to chairs. Knees up, eyes that refuse to blink on schedule, a mind like a scalpel left where a child could reach it. Mrs. laugh like bubble gum that had suppressed the urge to become a scream. Near's trains, neat and unnerving. the way all neat things are when they can't be bought or bullied. A pen cap between his teeth, and the little semicircle it leaves in the soft of your lip when you give yourself to a problem. He felt, distinctly, and with the relief of accurate naming, the boredom. The exhausted contempt for unchallenging worlds. The fury at mess mistaken for chaos when it is only laziness. And he felt like a chord struck too pure for a church. The rightness. Not I should not I must, not even I'll. The sentence had no verb, it didn't need one. It was I'm. There had been a boy. The boy had been useful. He had brought friends to the edge of rooms and made them think they were safe there. He had stood on tower stones and believed the wind could make his thoughts noble. He had loved a little, grieved adequately, forgiven too often. He had wanted to win the right way, because he had not yet met anyone who could teach him the right way's cost, and found that he could afford it. The boy looked at the man and then at the god and stepped aside. He didn't go quietly. He went accurately, which is a Kender exit. Somewhere in the dark of his skull, a second hand ticked. It matched a pendulum swinging in a room where El had once told him the shape of justice, and he had agreed to disagree with the part about mercy. It matched the slow blink of a Shinigami who had decided the afternoon would be more interesting if he moved one piece and watched the rest pretend to move themselves. Uzaka didn't appear. He didn't need to. The wager's ledger closed itself with a noise like a coin settling in a dish. The total pleased the banker. In the ruin, the ring gathered itself around a hole in the world, shaped like a snake that had died not in battle, but in the middle of a sentence. Lucius was the first to think the right thought survived this moment. Rewrite the story later. Rookwood was the first to move. Stepping back from the body with his hands lifted in a friend's shrug, he meant no one to believe. Not was the first to run. He would not be the last. Bellatrix bent, not to touch the corpse, but to confirm the equation. "He's dead," she said, and the numbers agreed. She looked up through the ruin's broken throat at the fattening moon, and felt nothing like grief and everything like arrival. She had not been ordained. She had been hired for the job she was born to do. "Bo," she told the remaining men in a voice that had been trained by a different altar. Or leave. Two bowed on instinct, as all well-bred men do when a crown is held at the correct angle. One left. One pretended to trip so he could be turned the right direction without surrendering the posture he believed was dignity. Miles away. Harry's mouth remembered how to smile. It wasn't an expression he had used honestly in months. It had always been for someone else. Now, finally, it was for the mirror. It wasn't wide. It didn't show teeth. It didn't ask for applause or fear. It was the smile of a surgeon who has taken the bullet out without killing the soldier, and is already thinking about how to remove the next one with fewer stitches. He rose. The room shifted to make space for the height of him. The house sighed and decided to like him in earnest. On the desk, the black notebook lay open to the name that had governed a nation of cowards and a generation of brave men. The letters didn't bleed. They didn't glow. They existed, sufficient to themselves. The page below it was blank and didn't seem nervous about that. Harry. Light. Kira reached out and turned the mirror face down with a motion that could have been gentle if gentleness had ever earned results. The ruin winked out. The silver held only his own ceiling now, a tiny house of reflected gray. He put the ring back on his finger because symbols save time. He smoothed the cuff of his sleeve, because power enjoys neatness. He picked up the quill and weighed it in his hand, appreciating the balance. There would be an aftermath. A wail, a cheer, a hush. People would rediscover their mouths and speak nonsense into the spaces they didn't understand. There would be a ministry and a prophet, and 100 dinners during which men would learn the proper new nouns for things they had done without adjectives for years. He didn't plan for any of that here. He had those plans already. He planned for the next clean incision. He closed his eyes and let the world fit him properly. When he opened them, the numbers above the ghosts he had dragged this far, the friends, the teachers, the enemies, shone red and useful. The god looked back at the man in the window glass and found him correct. The smile stayed. The Daily Prophet ran out of ink before it ran out of adjectives. THEDWNAFTR to dark veral DMR Tfalelos RYPRBLAMDS Tarat AGMEDS Tiwar children waved paper phoenixes that blood red dye on their fingers. Shop fronts in Diagon Alley wore bunting that looked like laundry in good light and like surrender in bad. Bands tried to agree on a song. They settled on volume. Harry stepped onto a platform outside Gringotts and learned the weight of adoration. It hit like heat. It felt like a hand he could use. He lifted his palm for quiet. The hush arrived late and proud of itself. "We're alive," he said simply, and the street shivered. "We have endured. We have lost. We have won." He let the words come in threes. People trust threes. Voldemort's tyranny is ended, not by any one wand, but by our refusal to be ruled by fear. Today we grieve. Tomorrow we rebuild. And we do it together. He didn't say, "I." He didn't need to. The crowd said it for him. Bellatrix stood 3 steps behind and 2 to the right, a silhouette of severity in immaculate black. The papers would call her Lestrange Freze Reformed by lunch, the parentheses doing most of the work. Her hair was tamed into a coronet. Her mouth remembered cruelty the way a soldier remembers drill. She watched the crowd like a mathematician watches waves. When the cheers returned, she leaned forward and murmured so only he could hear. "They will believe anything you tell them, my king, as long as you offer them sleep." "Then we'll sell them 8 hours, Harry said, smiling as if she'd told him a joke, and bill them for the mornings. The first cabinet meeting after a war tells you what the peace will be. The ministry's main conference room smelled of scorched paper and fresh polish. Dozens of hands had wiped away older fingerprints. The big chair at the head of the table was empty. Everyone pretended not to notice. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat straight, backed and tired. His competence had been asked to carry too much for too long. Dolores Umbridge's portrait hung unframed and unsanctioned on a side wall, watching for a chance to smile again. Lucius Malfoy, shaved to penitence, wore the expression of a man who owned everything except the hour. Septimus March, Director of Magical Transportation, unimpressive, agreeable, an accomplished survivor, hovered near the T. His eyes flicked from face to face, building the list he'd be told to keep. Harry entered with no title and all authority. The room stood without instruction. "Sit," he said. They obeyed. He remained standing. "The world wants stability. We will give it security. It won't know the difference." Kingsley's jaw worked. "The Auror office is depleted," he said carefully. "We'll need recruits, training, oversight." "You'll have them," Harry said, "and a mandate larger than you've ever had. But not a public face. Whose then?" Lucius asked pleasantly, measuring the answer's resale value. Harry looked at Septimus March, Yours. March nearly dropped his cup. Mine, Mr. Potter. Minister March, Harry said, as if adjusting a collar. The public needs someone who looks like the ministry they remember from the good years. Reassuring. Competent dull. He held March's gaze. You will sign what I put in front of you. You will shake the right hands and refuse the wrong gold. In return, you will go down in history as the man who kept the lights on. Kingsley exhaled once. Irritation, relief, both. And policy. Harry slid a folder onto the table. Cream paper, honest fonts. A temporary framework for post-war safety. He let them read the headings. The writ of preventive detention allows short-term confinement, pending risk assessment for individuals with credible ties to violent organizations. The Tribunal for Magical Security. Closed session court empowered to adjudicate war time offenses quickly, for the safety of the public. The Fidelius Transparency Order requires registration of secret, kept properties with a neutral custodian. The Patronus Program incentivized reporting of suspicious magical activity, anonymous tips protected. It's a net, Kingsley said slowly. It's a floor, Harry replied. No one falls through it again. Lucius coughed into a clean handkerchief. And oversight? You, Harry said sweetly, will be rehabilitating your reputation on the YAGAMI's Compliance Committee. Congratulations. Bellatrix, who didn't belong in that room and therefore arranged herself like furniture, tilted her head. And the other issues? She asked softly. Azkaban, Harry said, and let the word fill the room with its old cold. We empty it. Kingsley blinked. Empty? Transfer, Harry said. Every high-risk prisoner is to be removed to tribunal custody for expedited hearings. The Dementors are to be dismissed. Dismissed, Lucius repeated, as if the word might be an illusion if he pronounced it precisely. We won't outsource justice to hunger, Harry said. He didn't glance at Bellatrix. Not anymore. Kingsley found himself nodding before his doubts could vote. The public will approve. They already have, Bellatrix murmured. The morning edition of the Prophet lay on the sideboard. In it, a enderly GHT Ben sat above a photograph of Harry, chin up, eyes bright. No shadows, standing with a smiling goblin liaison and 3 grateful-looking healers. Prisoners to receive fair hearings, Dementors withdrawn to remote sanctuary. Minister March, Harry said mildly. Shall we swear you in? Septimus March swallowed, smiled, and became history's backdrop. The purge didn't look like a purge. It looked like a statistical correction. Names went into the death note in lines that might as well have been ledger entries. Harry wrote them in the quiet, at a desk that had learned his wrists. Some he wrote with causes, aneurysm while bathing, seizure at midday in presence of 3 witnesses. Some he wrote with times only, trusting their bodies to supply the story he needed told. He calibrated for plausibility. An aging Wisengamot bloward whose floor speeches could put stone to sleep died during his second brandy, chair tipped, glass unbroken. A former Death Eater turned, rehabilitated philanthropist. Folded during a photo opportunity at St. Mungo's, the camera captured the exact angle of his hypocrisy meeting gravity. A smuggler whose operation had run coins and curses through Nocturne Alley for 20 years slumped over a ledger that helpfully turned to the correct page when his cheek hit it. Azkaban's gates opened in a ceremony airbrushed for decency. The Dementors left as if dismissed from a household. Quiet. Offended. prisoners filed out in chains that felt performative and into carriages that felt like hope. The public photographs lingered on the healers. The private carriages diverted at a fork in the moor and didn't reach St. Mungo's. The tribunal chamber was windowless and fast. "Name," said the clerk. The prisoner spoke. The unbreakable vow around the clerk's pen hummed when a lie tried to be true. "Sentence," said the robed three. Harry didn't sit on the dais. He sat behind mirrored glass, sleeves immaculate, quill idle. He watched, weighed, adjusted. Sometimes he lifted the note. Sometimes he let a man live for months because a longer story was worth more than a short one. Mercy, as he applied it, was a scheduling problem. Bellatrix presided as Warden Extraordinary of the Tribunal's Enforcement Corps. A title Harry invented because tyrannies are built of titles. In public, she wore white. People believed her. In the chamber, she wore black that drank light and returned edge. She didn't rage, she directed. When she smiled, men learned to confess to errors they had not yet decided to commit. "Order," she would say, and the word did more than a dozen stunners. In the evenings, Harry released numbers to the press crime down 63% in 3 weeks. Violence arrests reduced from 112 to 9, hex-related injuries at St. Mungo's down 41%. He didn't release how many hearts had stopped. He didn't have to. The absence of noise sold itself. The Prophet hired a new columnist with excellent adjectives. In this new dawn, justice wears a humane face. Witches with old griefs slept for the first time in years. Shopkeepers moved there, closed at sunset, signs into attics. A mother in Falmouth let her son walk to the corner by himself and cried in her kitchen when he came back bored. Hermione read those numbers at a kitchen table somewhere far from cameras and felt sick without knowing where to place it. Ron slept in a chair with his boots on and dreamed of chessboards with pieces that didn't wait their turn. Dumbledore stood at a window in his office and watched the grounds go quiet too early and told himself he should be relieved. He wasn't. The boy who lived learned the choreography of statesmanship, the way he learned everything else quickly, perfectly, usefully. He spoke in the atrium before the Fountain of Magical Brethren, now repaired and slightly uglier. He took a ribbon and cut it. He shook hands with goblins and never squeezed too hard. He stood beside grieving families at 3 public funerals and let cameras capture the single tear, the hand on a shoulder, the look toward a sky that meant nothing and everything at once. He didn't overuse his scar. He didn't need to. The legend used itself. At Hogwarts, a statue appeared on the lawn overnight, Harry in stone, head bent in thought, wand down. The plaque HEPINDPAC. The next morning, a second plaque had appeared, smaller, wittier an Giowodoytit. Filch tried to pry it off and failed. Minerva let it stay for a day, then removed it herself, jaw tight. In Wizengamot sessions, Harry spoke rarely and always last. He never raised his voice. He asked questions that sounded like compliments until the third word. He wore black robes cut like answers. "Minister March," he would say, the lilt of cordiality perfectly measured. "Given our success, I'd like to fast, track the community's shield directive." Aura patrols embedded within neighborhoods most affected by the war. Consent-based, of course. Metrics attached. Off course. March would beam and sign what he didn't read. Kingsley stopped sleeping. He told himself it was workload. He told himself many things. In the Chamber of Secrets, now a private office instead of a grave, Harry installed a desk of old oak and a row of ledgers bound in dragonhide. The basilisk's bones, arranged along one wall, made a clean geometry. Bellatrix opened the door without knocking. She had earned that, and he had given it, because rewards are cheaper than revolutions. "You called," she said. "I wanted to see you," he said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. He enjoyed her mind the way a craftsman enjoys an excellent tool. It pleased him to see her arrive already sharpened. She approached the table as if it might decide to be an altar. He took her wrist and turned her hand palm up, inspecting a fresh cut, a thin crescent on the heel, where she still sometimes signed her secret work with blood. "Stop doing that," he said softly. "We aren't a religion, not publicly," she murmured. "Privately, I like prayers." He released her and let the ghost of his thumb pass over the cut and away. He could feel the moment reverberate through her, as if he'd plucked a string he'd tuned himself. "We're building a world," he said. "That requires schedules, not psalms." "You're getting both," she said, amused. "They're lighting candles to your speeches and memorizing your calendar." He leaned back. Progress. She took out a list. 20. 3 former inner circle families have pledged coin to the Reconstruction Fund. I wrote their pledges for them and let them sign. 4 are balking. They won't tomorrow. "Good," he said. "Leave 2 for later." Visible resistance is useful. It makes the rest feel they've chosen. She smiled. The enforcement corps needs a new insignia. He tapped the table. "No skulls. Try scales. People like fairness in pictures. It lets them ignore the scale." She came around the desk and stood beside his chair. The basilisk bones cast careful shadows. He could smell steel on her. Polish, not blood. "You wanted to see me," she repeated lower. He looked up at her and allowed the room to reflect the power correctly. "I reward useful things," he said. "Today you were very useful." Her laugh came from somewhere that used to be hunger. "And what does your reward look like?" "My king?" "Like direction," he said, and pulled her down to him. The kiss wasn't tender. It was precise. He told her where her mouth belonged, and she was grateful to be placed. When he released her, she rested her forehead against his and closed her eyes, and in that small dark she looked almost gentle. "You see me," she whispered. "I see what you can do," he said. "Which is better?" She nodded once, fierce and satisfied. "Tell me what to be." He did, quietly, for 5 minutes, and when she left she walked differently, like a knife that had just remembered it was also a key. A public justice has stages. Harry arranged them. Stage 1, reassurance. Families of war victims received payouts from the Reconstruction Fund within 24 hours of application. Bellatrix appeared at some doorsteps in white and said, "We haven't forgotten you." Women cried and forgave her without being asked. Stage 2's participation. Horror booths set up at market corners with posters. "HELP USKPOU SAF." Anonymous owls delivered to locked boxes. Tips turned into arrests, turned into tribunals, turned into headlines. Stage 3, prediction. The Community Shield Directive produced weekly risk maps, colored parchments that painted neighborhoods in gradients from calm to concern. No one asked how the maps were made. People prefer pictures to equations. Stage 4, normalization. The prophet began a series profiles in peace. Shopkeepers, healers, students, all saying the same thing in different words. "I slept last night." Stage 5 would be for later. He penciled it on a page and didn't show anyone preemption. Dissenters. There are always dissenters. They learned how lonely the word becomes when the world is tired. A YAGAMI purist rose in session to say that closed tribunals smelled like secrets, and secrets breed rot. He died in his garden of an aneurysm the next afternoon with dirt under his fingernails and a copy of the day's votes folded in his pocket. The prophet ran a fond obituary and called his death timely. A former orer, Gray, careful, wrote an op-ed that asked whether peace can be counted if the dead aren't. He never sent it. He fell asleep in his chair and didn't wake. The parchment on his desk vanished in the night and appeared 3 days later on Harry's, unsigned, unnecessary. A handful of students at Hogwarts tried to form a civil liberties club. Minerva redirected their energy into a history of war ethics reading group taught by a guest lecturer with kind eyes and excellent manners. He worked for Harry. The students earned extra credit and learned to say, oversight, with a straight face. Dumbledore called a staff meeting at dusk and spoke in the voice he used when something bad needed naming. "Why must teach them to ask real questions?" he said. "Not the ones the posters answer. We can only teach the questions they'll sit still for." Albus, Minerva murmured. "They're so very tired." He looked out at the grounds and felt old in the bones that had always politely refused to admit it. "Yes," he said. "He knows it." At night, in a house that liked its new owner, the god did his sums. Harry wrote legal codes at one desk and names at the other. He scheduled policy for Tuesdays and death for Thursdays when he could manage it. He understood optics. He met with goblins and didn't condescend. He met with werewolves and did. He revised a speech 14 times, then threw it away and spoke without notes. He drafted a bill that would require all imported wand cores to be registered for safety, and knew exactly how many black market wands would change hands that week as a result. Bellatrix sent him a book bound in black that she called The New Covenant. It read like philosophy until the 3rd paragraph when it stopped pretending. He marked 2 passages, cut one, hid the other in a memorial speech. People applauded what they thought he'd said. He kept Creature busy. The elf's reports arrived laced with grudges and jewels. Harry sifted both, found the threads he needed, pulled. He used Lucius's craving for proximity as a leash and let him preen in rooms where it mattered to be seen and nowhere else. He let Kingsley build a real Auror office under the shadow of a fake one so both would be grateful for the other. He slept well. Gods do. On a balcony above the atrium, Bellatrix watched the streams of people and pressed her palm to the glass as if the world could be touched like a pet. She wore white again, public mercy, and the city told her she was forgiven. Kingsley joined her, silent. He looked down at the Aurors greeting children, at the notices posted neatly, at the fountains playing at innocence again. "Tell me I'm wrong," he said, not taking his eyes off the floor below. "Tell me I'm paranoid. Tell me this isn't too much power for one boy." "One boy." Bellatrix smiled faintly. "Oh, Kingsley, don't make the mistake of thinking small. This is a government." He flicked her a look. "And who governs the government?" She inclined her head toward the closed door Harry had passed through moments earlier. "The one you toast every night," she said sweetly. "The one you need to keep sleeping." "He's 20. Kingsley said, as if numbers could save him. "So is a soldier in his first battle," she replied. "He still kills you." He left her there and went to his office and didn't sit down until the room stopped pulsing the word complicit at the back of his skull. Harry returned to Hogwarts at dusk for a speech no one needed but everyone wanted. He stood under the repaired arch of the Great Hall, a place that had learned to be a church, and let the candles praise him. The banners hung like obedient thoughts. The students watched him as if a storybook had learned Latin. "I grew up here," he said. "I learned here that bravery isn't noise. It's choices." He glanced toward the Gryffindor table and found the faces he needed to find Ginny: stubborn, Neville, steady; Luna, faraway and nearer than anyone suspected; Hermione, eyes like knives wrapped in velvet; Ron, watching him as if waiting for a punchline that might not be a joke. "We won't be ruled by fear again," he continued. "We will be ruled by our own best selves." The children applauded because they wanted to be told that their best selves were coming back from holiday. After, in the corridor outside the hall, Luna drifted to him like a thought that had decided to become a person. "You're very tidy," she said, as if it were a compliment. "It helps," he said. "Most tidy things hide dust," she observed. "Yours hides teeth," he smiled. "Do you see them?" "I see the shape where they will be," she said, not unkind. "Sleep well, Harry." "You too," he replied, and wondered whether he should write her name later as a test of a different kind of rule. He decided not to yet. That night the city slept as ordered. In a flat in Soho, a fence who had moved cursed trinkets from Bulgaria to Belfast for 15 years without a day of fear died quietly with his boots at his bedside in a cottage in Cornwall. A man who had written anonymous leaflets about government overreach stared at the ceiling a bit too long, then didn't. In a safe house in Wales, 2 former Death Eaters who had believed the word amnesty meant amnesia held hands and went still minutes apart. The stars kept their appointments, untroubled by the ledger. In Grimmauld Place, Bellatrix returned from an arrest that had looked like a publicity still and felt the kind of emptiness that, in other lives, drives people to temples. She didn't need one. She had a door. He let her in. "You wanted me to be seen," she said, closing the door with her heel. "I was. They loved me. They loved peace," he said. "They will thank whoever delivers it without asking about the delivery truck." "You deliver it?" she said, stepping close. "They just sign for it on my hands, then wash them," he said, and brushed his lips over her knuckles. It wasn't a kiss. It was a policy. She shivered in a way that said devotion and turned her head and kissed him on the mouth anyway. He let her. He curated the pressure, the angle, the duration. He broke away by a fraction, and she stayed leaning toward him, balanced on command. "Tomorrow," he said. "I like that your tomorrows include me," she whispered. "They include results," he corrected. She laughed, honestly, and left smiling. Harry returned to the desk and wrote a single line in his smallest, neatest script at the bottom of a page that had been waiting for it. The world works when you tell it a good enough story and remove the men who write worse ones. He capped the ink. He marked a bill for the morning session. He circled a name. He slept, dreamless, deep, while the city lay on its back and counted its blessings and didn't ask who had done the counting. Tomorrow would be stage 5. He had a draft ready. He could feel, faint and far, the tremor of a mind that might one day try to oppose him. It excited him like morning air. For now the gods smiled the public smile of a boy who had saved everyone, and the private smile of a man who had saved himself from ever being powerless again. The world did what it was told. It slept. The library after curfew didn't creak. It listened. Hermione had learned its moods over 6 years. The way certain stacks held warmth longer, and some tables remembered exams and trembled under elbows. Tonight it had the taut breath, held quiet of a chessboard waiting for a reckless move. She spread her work across 3 carrels and a chair. No candles. She had charmed the lamps to look like moonlight so Filch wouldn't see the glow from the corridor. Pins marked a map of Britain with neat red heads, Sat Mungo's cardiac admissions, Wazengamot deaths, prison transfers that ended in complications. Beside it lay a ledger of tribunal cases. Every line copied by hand, because the tribunal didn't publish a numbers, have a way of saying things out loud if you make them. Her quill moved, measured, unforgiving. Deaths of known affiliates 20, 7 over 31 days, she whispered, writing it as if the act could slow it. None affiliates, public critics, 19. Odds ratio. She drew the arithmetic triangle, set her points, began the counting ritual, a rhythm she'd built to hide the muggle math under old forms. At the apex, she wrote the result. Improbable was being polite. 1 column was hearts, another strokes. The list of domestic accidents was too tidy by half. She had circled 3 names where wands had been found in hands that had not cast in years. That last detail was what made her stomach go cold. Even the accidents looked like they'd been rehearsed. A book lay open off to her right, propped so the spine wouldn't break arithmancy in epidemiologic phenomena, probability drift in magical populations. She'd only gotten it because Professor Vector owed her 2 favors and Minerva had signed the request without asking why. Voice grave and eyes soft. We're all trying to understand, Miss Granger. Page 713 contained a warning that sounded like superstition when you read it standing up and like experience when you read it at 2 in the morning. When death moves too efficiently, suspect intent rather than fate. Hermione rubbed at a spot of ink on her finger and looked at the sentence until it grew teeth. She reached for another book from the stack she'd hidden under a spare robe forensic cursework, stochastic law, predicting magical behavior, silent tools, an inquiry into untraceable dark magic at Sicko that one had required McGonagall's signature and a raised eyebrow. Hermione had kept her voice steady and her eyes down as she said, "Eats for Debate Society, Professor." She had copied a table from Silent Tools that listed known curses with no residue, 10 spells, 2 potions, 3 rituals. None of them accounted for absence. None of them were clean enough to leave the world looking as if it had tidied itself. She set her quill down. The tip trembled in the absence of her fingers. If someone had asked her to argue it as a problem set, she could have been calm, given a large population, explain why clustered natural deaths can appear suspicious. She would have listed winter, stress, the long grim tale of war. She would have added a paragraph on grief being a poor foundation for inference. She would have earned full marks. The pins on the map weren't a problem set. They were a hand moving with perfect economy. Stop dramatizing, she told herself. Prove it or don't. She started a clean page hypotheses. Unseen curse. Politically convenient negligence. Harry. Her hand shook half a line after she wrote the third. She pressed her palm flat to the desk until the wood cooled it. It wasn't disloyalty. It was care. It was what you did when everything else about love had been taken from you and replaced with applause and posters. Prove it or don't, she said again, and ran the numbers a 3rd time, because numbers were the only honest voices left. The arithmetic refused to be kind. Footsteps breathed at the far end of the stacks, a familiar lope made gentler by caution. Hermione? She closed the ledger on reflex and pulled a parchment over the map like a blanket. In here, she called softly. Ron Weasley slid into the circle of lamplight like a man stepping into a confession. He held a plate, 2 biscuits on it, both slightly broken from being transported badly. He set the plate down as if negotiating a treaty. "You didn't come to the common room," he said. "I told them you were revising." They said for what, and I said for everything. And then I brought biscuits because it's the only thing I'm useful for after midnight. "You're useful for more than that," she said, and meant it with her whole chest. He glanced at the covered map, then at her face. His expression did a small, painful thing she'd watched it learn in the last months. He wanted to joke the air back to breathable, and could not honestly try. "What are you doing?" "Looking at patterns," she said. "Patterns in what?" he asked, even though the question came out as if it already knew the answer and hated it. "Deaths," she said, and didn't dress the word up. "Ron, do you remember first-year arithmancy? The bit about how once you get past a certain number of coins tossed, you don't get heads, 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 heads without the universe trying to tell you it's rigged." He smiled the wrong smile and sat. That was second year. First year was prime factors and how to pretend you're not doing muggle maths. She smiled despite herself. The smile lasted as long as it took to remember last week's headline. "It isn't supposed to look this neat," she said, tapping the ledger. "Crime doesn't collapse in a straight line. People don't die on schedule for the sake of narratives." Ron's eyes went to the edge of the parchment she'd pulled over the map. "And you think?" "I don't know," she said, and hated how thin it sounded. "But something is arranging. There's no residue, no curses anyone can detect? No?" She stopped, shut her eyes, opened them again. "I sound mad." "I sound like Skeeter." "You sound like you," he said quietly. "Everything about that makes me feel better and worse." He folded his big hands like he was trying to give his fingers something to do that wasn't shake. "Hermione, have you noticed he doesn't blink as much?" Her head snapped up. "Who?" "Harry," Ron said, and the name put a hollow in the air. "He doesn't blink. He remembers to, but I can see when he remembers. And when he laughs, it's—" He moved his hand to show the shape of a smile with no weight. "A sticker." Hermione made a noise, soft and unpretty. Relief and terror occupy the same part of the spine. I thought it was just me. I keep trying to feel stupid, so I'll stop." Ron confessed. I keep trying to be grateful there aren't bodies in the street anymore, and then I see other kinds of bodies in other kinds of streets. I see him look at a room and tidy it in his head like he's rearranging furniture. Not people. He slid one of the biscuits toward her. "I don't have your sums. My stomach has learned a new way to hurt." She took the biscuit because friendship is partly the sharing of bland food under bad light. "If I'm wrong," she said, "if this is grief and paranoia, I'll tear up every page and never speak of it again." "And if you're right," he said. She didn't answer. The map answered for her. It lay under the parchment and tried to be quiet. "Dumbledore." Ron asked after a moment. "Have you told?" "Has not?" "He doesn't," she exhaled. "Has been pushed out." Politely. The way you push a grandfather out of a kitchen. So he's free, Ron said, to look where he wants. Hermione nodded. If he is looking, he hasn't told me. Maybe on purpose. Maybe to protect me. Maybe because he thinks I'm dangerous for knowing, even to myself. Ron rubbed a hand over his face. Why, used to think danger meant being chased by big, ugly things that shout their names. I preferred that. She reached across the table and took his wrist. Me too. The lamps hummed like bees. The castle shifted slightly, settling. Hermione pulled the cover off the map, as if pulling a sheet back from a wound. Ron didn't flinch. He leaned in and learned the shapes. Teach me the sums, he said. Make me understand the bits you do. You'll hate them. I already do. She smiled again, the right kind this time, and began to explain her ratios in a whisper quick enough to feel like a pact. Albus Dumbledore kept his office warm on principle. He had learned, over a life of winter, that grief shivers and joy relaxes when the fire behaves. Tonight, he stood by the window with a book open and didn't feel the heat. The book wasn't British. The script lay right to left, and the margin notes, untranslated, felt like a man's last attempt to put a lid on something that kept rising. The title, transliterated, would be on the ledger of death in the islands of Japan. The page he'd marked with a ragged ribbon spoke of a notebook that killed without wand or word, a god of a different grammar, a set of rules that read like a child's game and made men behave like numbers. His finger rested on a line he had underlined harder than his training liked. It isn't sorcery. It is a world's rule borrowed from another. Elsewhere on the desk lay scrolls from the Department of Mysteries he had not been meant to read until he appeared at their door and said, "Please," in a tone that reminded men that there are doors you can't lock against the polite. The unspeakables had gone pale at his questions and paler when he asked the next ones. He'd left with permission to take notes and the sense of being watched with professional interest rather than malice. It was, in its way, a relief. He preferred being watched by men who could write down what they were thinking. He had a letter half, written to a colleague in Cairo, old, brilliant, immoral, who had once sent him a parcel of cursed sand just to see if he'd notice. "My friend," he had written, "have you ever seen a pattern of death so clean that it offended you?" He had stopped there, pen hovering, because the word offended seemed childish, and yet it was exactly the right word. On a side table lay a neat stack of clippings Kingsley had sent over under the table obituaries, gathered like pressed leaves. Dumbledore had arranged them in a grid and stared until the grid formed a face. It wasn't a face he recognized from any of his wars. It was too symmetrical. It wasn't Voldemort who, despite the snake, thin austerity, had always been messy in his appetites. It was something that liked to align the corners of paper on desks. He thought about Harry's new voice, the cadence built for crowds, the sentence endings designed to anticipate applause by half a second. He thought about the way the boy's eyes had learned to be windows only when he allowed it. He thought about their last conversation. Gentle, evasive, too tidy for the mess they had both known. He closed the book. He closed his eyes. He had learned, late and well, to admit horror. He admitted it now not because of the numbers, not because of the laws, not because men with robes and old names were suddenly sleeping very deeply. Because he recognized the intelligence at work and could not place it among his monsters. The evil he knew had always been a boy's hunger, love, power, immortality, dressed in adult rhetoric. This new thing was older in the mind and younger in the hand. It didn't want to be loved. It wanted obedience as a function, not a feeling. He went to the perch. No phoenix on it. There hadn't been since the spring. He touched the worn wood and felt very briefly, embarrassingly, like a widower checking a pillow that would never be warm again. "Watch over them?" he said to the room. He didn't specify who them were. He didn't think the room needed telling. On his desk, under a blank sheet he would pretend hid nothing, lay his own sums. He did them slower than Hermione, with more pauses between numbers to let fear breathe. They had the same answers. He felt very old and very awake. He blew out the candles with the wandless precision of a man who has done old magic too long and walked into the corridor toward a school he had not left, but which had learned to live without him. He found Minerva in the staff room with a pot of tea that had decided to be soup. "He looks well," she said without preamble, which either meant Harry or didn't. "He looks," Dumbledore agreed, pouring gingerly. "I've always thought looking is a verb more people should resist. I don't like how tidy it all is," Minerva said, wrapping her fingers around her cup, as if that could wring heat from it. "I've never trusted tidy revolutions. The survivors are always exhausted in the same way. I've been gathering ideas," Dumbledore said, aware of how inadequate the word was. "About a force, tool, artifact is insufficient. That kills beyond magic. If it is what I think it is, there are rules. There are always rules. If I can find them, Wick can break them," Minerva finished, "or outweight them." He smiled, grateful to be understood by a woman who had helped him outweight his own mistakes.
Yes.
"And Harry?" she asked quietly. "If he isn't, if he is." He looked into the tea and saw nothing. "Then we must be kind to the boy we loved," he said, "and very hard on the man who is using his face." Minerva closed her eyes briefly and nodded like a soldier being handed a sensible map. Harry found Hermione in broad daylight, because threats are more effective when the sun believes their conversations. She was on the third-floor balcony that no one used because the view was only of the greenhouses and the back of Hagrid's hut. She had chosen it for its uselessness. She sat with a book open on her lap and a second under her elbow and the map folded like a sin in her pocket. "May I?" he asked. Already sitting, she had to look up at him. That was part of his advantage now. He used height like a polite hand on a shoulder. "Always," she said, "because you can't rewrite a decade of habits on the spot." He glanced at the cover of her book, carelessly, as if filing it among many. Arithmancy and epidemiologic phenomena. He didn't comment. "How are you?" he asked, and made it sound like a question that meant something, because it did. He cared. He didn't care like before. "Fine," she said, busy. "The world seems to require new kinds of homework." He smiled, automatic. "You always liked homework." "I like fairness," she said. "Then you must be delighted," he said lightly, waving a hand to indicate the well-behaved horizon. She had practiced this in her head. Ask directly. He'll lie. Catch the lie. Show the math. Real life doesn't like rehearsals. It prefers improvisation. "I read something odd," she said instead. "In the old arithmancy journal, the Piso edition, not the Vienna, about probability drift in post-war populations." He tilted his head, interested, kind. "You'll have to translate. It said that you can tell the difference between chaotic peace and curated peace," she said. by the shape of the curve. "What shape is ours?" he asked, in the tone one uses with bright children who have brought you a drawing and a knife. "Straight," she said. "Too straight." "It looks designed." "By whom?" he asked, a twinkle just where it belonged. "That's what I'm trying to find out," she said, and felt sick. He leaned forward on his elbows and looked at the book on her lap, as if asking permission to read over her shoulder. "Page 713 has a good line," he said, either idly or with practice. "The bit about efficiency." She blinked. He smiled. "I used to sneak into the restricted section with you. Now I've a key." "I signed that book out under Professor Vector," she said softly. "Professor Vector likes you," he said. "So do I." She watched him. She had sat across from this face in libraries where the dust rose into sunbeams and thought, "He is my safest person." She kept her breathing steady and didn't reach for the ghost of that thought as it walked past. "May I make a suggestion?" he asked. "You usually do," she said. "Don't chase ghosts," he said, tone warm, carrying. "War makes us assign agency to coincidence. We look at good outcomes and can't believe we deserve them without cost. But sometimes we do. Sometimes things are simply better because we're." She tilting her head, mimicking his earlier motion. "And the tribunal?" she asked. "The closed doors. Have you read the outcomes?" he asked. "Recidivism is down. Families are whole. The dementors are gone. Do you want them back?" "No," she said, and it was true enough to sting. "Then let's build something," he said gently. "Instead of looking for patterns that satisfy the part of us that can't stand the absence of an enemy." She stared out toward the greenhouse roof, where the glass held the sky like an argument it meant to win. "You sound like Dumbledore when he was being manipulative," she said, not quite aloud. He laughed. "We'll all sound like him sometimes. He taught us too." His hand came to rest lightly on her wrist. It wasn't possessive. It wasn't entirely not. "I worry about you, he said. "You haven't slept." "I sleep," she lied excellently. "Then at least read something cheerful," he said. "That silent tool's volume is ugly." "Try." He pretended to search his memory and plucked the title he had liked best in her bag. "Counting the Uncountable, the Florence edition. Appendix C is fascinating. It's almost like an antidote." He let that sit there with the sun on it. He looked back at her face and let his expression soften in the exact way she remembered from a hallway where they were 14, and he'd asked if she was all right. "The body keeps score. It loses none of the moves." "Harry," she said, and the name was a test of itself. "If I find something I can't unfind, what do I do?" "Tell me," he said simply. "Please." "Would you want me to?" she asked, the last two words small and raw in the mouth. "I want us," he said. "To be on the same side of a good world." There it was. The smile that looked like mercy and felt like a hand closing over a chess piece that had forgotten it could move itself. He stood, brushed imaginary dust off his robe, and looked at the book again. "Don't spend too long in the appendices," he said casually, and added, almost as an afterthought, "and if you're going to borrow stochastic laws, predicting magical behavior again, ask Vector for the Palermo imprint, not the Pisa. The Palermo has the errors corrected." She swallowed. "I didn't write that borrowing down." "You left the request in your dormitory," he said gently, "under the third plank from the window, sixth from the left. You wrote it in pencil. Your G's were tired that day. He said it as if offering to help carry a heavy bag. He said it like a friend. I'll see you at dinner, he added, as if they had discussed exams and the weather, and walked away with that patient economy of motion that meant nothing in a crowd and everything once you learned the count of it. Hermione stared at the empty place. He left until the railing remembered her weight and suggested she breathe. She could feel her pulse in the ink on her fingers. She didn't go straight back to the library. She went to the girls' dormitory, lifted the plank, and looked at the paper she had hidden there. Her G's had been very tired. Dumbledore wrote the rest of his letter to Cairo with a steadier pen and worse conclusions. He sealed it with wax and a charm and sent it with a school owl that would not be stopped by a ministry accustomed to looking the other way for boys who had learned to be men too quickly. Minerva knocked once and entered without waiting. He came to see Miss Granger, she said. I thought he would, Dumbledore replied. She looks older, Minerva said.
He looks finished.
He nodded. I must be careful. We must be fast. Buth, Minerva said dryly. I loved that combination. They shared a smile that remembered 1,000 tight corridors and one warm Christmas. Then she left him alone with his books and his new fear. He didn't think the boy could be brought back. He thought the man could be stopped. He didn't know how yet. He wrote the word rules at the top of a clean page and began to list the ones he suspected. Ron waited by the common room fire with his hands torn up by worry. Hermione came in silently and sat on the hearthstone without speaking. He looked at her face and didn't need the sums. He knows, Ron said. He always knew, Hermione replied, and the words didn't sound like admiration. They sat there until the fire decided to lower itself and the room agreed to become night. They didn't touch because touching would have made it real, and they needed one more minute of pretend. Tomorrow, Hermione said. Tomorrow, Ron echoed. And after that, she added, letting herself test a promise to the future. And after that, he agreed. Because that is what friendship is when the map is wrong and the road is paved with gratitude. We will keep translating until it kills us or saves someone. The stone griffin guarding the headmaster's office twisted aside with a sound like teeth being ground, and then indulged. And the staircase carried them up, as if it had been instructed to be kind. Hermione's hand was cold where it gripped the banister. Ron didn't try to pry it off. He'd never been much good at numbers. He knew the weight of a hand. Dumbledore waited by the window, the way a man waits for weather, accepting alert. The office had dressed itself for a talk. The brass instruments along the side table breathed little curls of steam. The portraits were awake and pretending to be asleep. The sorting hat slumped on its shelf like a witness who had promised not to speak unless spoken to. Fawkes's perch was still there, empty and unashamed. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said. His voice had a new carefulness to it, like a bridge checked before a crossing. "Tea?" "No, thank you," Hermione said, because her mouth couldn't be trusted to do more than be firm. Ron shook his head. He didn't trust the tea. Harry arrived a breath later without hurry. He didn't knock. He didn't need to. He looked like a boy invited into a room that had made him a man. He smiled the way a statue smiles when someone finally remembers why it was put there. "Professor," he said. "Harry." Dumbledore returned. The name slid into the room and found its seat beside a dozen earlier versions. For a moment, nobody spoke. The room did the speaking for them, the slow tick of the long-case clock, the glassy whisper of a silver weather vane that recorded winds instead of following them, the faint, polite cough of Phineas Nigellus in his frame before he remembered this wasn't his moment. "Please," Dumbledore said at last, gesturing to the chairs before his desk. "Sit." Harry sat. Hermione stayed standing for a second longer than was normal, because the instinct to run had to be told where to be instead. Ron took the chair beside Harry's and angled his knees toward Hermione like a promise. "We wanted to talk to you," Dumbledore said, as if any other possible truth. "Not as minister, nor as symbol. As Harry." "You've always preferred that version," Harry replied pleasantly. "Hermione tried first, because that's how their lives had been built." She started, and then the boys went where she showed them the stones were. "The world is quieter," she said, and the word wanted to be wrong, but she didn't let it. "People are sleeping, but the numbers don't, Harry. I ran the arithmancy 3 different ways. The curve doesn't look like something that happens. It looks like something that's made." "Ah," he said, as if she'd reported on the weather and he'd found it agreeable. Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees, hands linked in an old prayer shape he didn't believe in. "Mate, it's like you're there and you're not. You look at a room and it sits up straighter. When you laugh." He made the hand gesture again, that single sweep describing a sticker of a smile. "It doesn't get to your eyes. I know what you look like when you're scared or brave or pretending to be brave, and this isn't any of those." Dumbledore folded his hands, left thumb rubbing the knuckle of the right the way he did when he was either deciding to lie or gearing up to tell the truth too late. "I must apologize to you," he said to Harry, and the apology took the room by surprise. "For the times I arranged your life, believing I could keep you safe by moving you like a chess piece. For the secrets I called protection. For teaching by omission. For sending you into darkness with the wrong lamps. I don't ask forgiveness. I ask for you to hear me behind the failures." Harry's expression didn't change. "I hear you." "There is a thing in the world," Dumbledore said softly, "that is older than magic and crueler than vengeance. I don't think it destroys as our spells do. I think it chooses, and then the world pretends it was the world's idea all along. I don't know if you hold it, but I know that an intelligence is steering outcomes, and that intelligence isn't mercy. It speaks with your sentences. It smiles with your mouth." Hermione's fingers tightened on the chair back. Ron's knees creaked. "We aren't accusing," Dumbledore continued, eyes on Harry with that terrifying gentle blue. "We're pleading. With the boy I taught transfiguration and the child who asked me once whether love counted as magic. If something has you, fight it. If something whispers that the numbers are what matter, remember that people aren't numbers. If this is your choice, if it is you, then come back from it. We will help you face any consequences that follow." "Harry," Hermione said, and for once her voice didn't have a proof in it, only history. "You don't have to do this alone. We can fix the bits that need fixing, slow, openly, the right way." Ron's voice came in rough. "We'll take the sleepless nights with you, yeah, instead of giving the whole world to a bed that someone else makes." Harry listened. He was patient. His hands lay open on his knees. He didn't interrupt. He looked exactly like a young man being loved competently by the right people. "Thank you," he said finally, almost tender. "For caring." "For caring at all?" "Still." He glanced toward the empty perch and then at Dumbledore, and when he looked back at them the change was so small it could have been a blink. It wasn't. A door had opened in a corridor none of them had walked before, and he stepped through without looking down. "You're correct about the shape of the curve," he said. "Peace isn't an accident. It is an outcome. Outcomes are built," Hermione said, a breath like a protest dressed in academia. "There," he agreed. "And we spent years losing to men who built outcomes out of fear, chaos, and appetite. So I'm building an outcome out of something else." He turned his hands over, palms up, as if offering a clean table for them to write their objections on. Predictability. Safety. The removal of variance, where variance only ever meant pain for the innocent. Dumbledore's voice was cautious. "At what cost?"
Choice.
Harry said, with the satisfaction of an answer reached and polished. The kind of choice that has always been a lie. We speak of freedom as if all choices are equal. They aren't. Some choices are simply the right to make other people afraid. I'm subtracting those. Ron flinched. You can't round off people." "I'm rounding off outcomes," Harry said. "People are free to love, to study, to sleep, to raise children without checking windows 5 times a night. They aren't free to keep a wand in a pocket in case saying the ugly word mudblood on a street corner needs punctuation. They aren't free to hide wealth behind cursed vaults that feed wars and call it family tradition. They aren't free to gather in cellars and vote on which levs count less next spring. That freedom was our chaos. I've corrected the equation." Hermione swallowed. "So you arrange deaths." "I arrange the absence of future ones," he said. "If a man will carve 20 names into reality with a wand and a grin unless gravity explains his limits to him tonight, I prefer to speak to him in the only language he has proved he understands." "Who decided?" Ron's voice rose, the words snagging on grief. "Who decides which man that is?" "I do," Harry said simply. "Because someone must. Because you asked me to fight a war, and I learned how to win. You taught me, all of you, in different ways, Albus, with your greater goods and your delayed truths, Hermione with your proofs and your patience, Ron with your instinct when the board lied. I did the arithmetic. I stopped pretending the sum would change if we looked away." Dumbledore's eyes closed for a heartbeat. "Harry, you have made yourself judge." "And executioner," Hermione whispered. "And architect," Harry added, unapologetic. "If you remove the architecture, the roof collapses and kills the very people you love in the name of principle." Hermione found anger then, clean and sharp. "That's not justice. That's control." "Control isn't an evil," Harry said, almost kindly. "It is a tool. The question is whose hand holds it. The last war taught us what happens when a monster holds it. This piece proves what happens when a mind does." Dumbledore's fingers tightened. He noticed it. The portraits noticed it. The hat noticed it most of all. "And mercy?" he asked softly. "Where is mercy in your mathematics?" "Scheduled," Harry said. "Appropriate. Never sentimental. Mercy extended to the cruel is cruelty to their future victims. We've all said that sentence and flinched at it. I've built a world where we stop flinching and start protecting. And the tribunal," Hermione pressed. "Closed doors. Names that disappear. Appeals that never arrive where they're meant to. You call it humane. It is hidden. It is efficient, Harry said. You want open doors so you can say you didn't hide the knife. I want fewer knives. I choose the second. Ron's mouth twisted. Then say it plain. Say you kill people because it's easier than being afraid something bad will happen later. I kill people because it is easier than burying children, Harry said, and for the first time something like heat in his voice, though it didn't reach his eyes. I sleep, Ron, because this world sleeps. I don't apologize for learning the difference between noise and harm. Dumbledore stepped around the desk. He didn't come closer like an Auror or like a priest. He came like a teacher walking a familiar aisle between rows of desks. He stopped just short of touching Harry's shoulder. The absence of the touch was the whole speech. I don't doubt your love, he said. I doubt your God. Harry's mouth curved, wistful. You always believed in men you could redeem and gods you could outwit. This one is simpler. It requires only that I write well. Hermione's head snapped up. The word right lodged in the hinge of her jaw like a splinter. He saw it land. He didn't pluck it out. He let it fester or heal. Either would keep her busy. Come back, Dumbledore said. It wasn't strategy. It was an old man's last useful sentence. Give me the thing. We will lock it away. We will bury it under places the world has forgotten. We will build courts with light. We will build a peace that can stand daylight. I've built a peace that makes daylight irrelevant. Harry replied. And courts are where clever men learn to perform regret convincingly. I'm not interested in performances. Hermione took a step, the kind you only get to take once without changing your name. We will stop you. He looked at her for a long 3 seconds. They contained all the years she'd handed him quills and logic and friendship like rope. I'd prefer you didn't, he said, truly. I'd prefer to give you useful work. He turned from Hermione to Dumbledore, then to Ron, and the offers lay down neatly between them like cards. Albus, he said, you can stand beside me and shape the law that will govern this century. Not as a puppet, as conscience. You will save more lives with a pen than you did with an army. Or you can oppose me and I'll spend time I'd rather waste on larger problems, preventing you from consenting the world back to uncertainty. I won't enjoy it. I won't be stopped. Hermione, he continued. The name didn't break. Audit me. Build the models. Tell me where my algorithms are unfair. I'll correct them. You have always wanted the world to be rational. Help me make it so, and stop trying to make it sentimental. Ron, he said last, and the word turned into a memory before it reached the air. Take a badge. Lid the community shield. Be the man who walks the streets at night so boys like we were don't have to. Your gut is good. Give it a uniform. Ron stared at him like a boy looking at the sea and realizing it had teeth. No, he said. It wasn't a shout. It was the end of a rope being cut. No, Hermione echoed. Dumbledore shook his head once, and it was as gentle a refusal as a man can make and still mean it. I'll spend whatever I've left of myself trying to teach the world how to live without you. Harry inclined his head, a king filing a polite regret. Then you leave me work I didn't want. He stood. The room tensed. Wands stayed where love had told them to stay. Dumbledore's fingers twitched toward his sleeve nevertheless. The portraits leaned forward. The hat made a muffled sound like cloth remembering thunder. This isn't personal, Harry said, and it was the truest lie He'd told all night. It is maintenance. If you stand in front of a train built to bring sleep, I remove you from the tracks. It isn't cruelty. It is engineering. Harry, Dumbledore said, and grief in it that nobody could survive twice. My boy. Harry looked at him for a heartbeat, and for that heartbeat something old and human flickered. Regret, maybe, or the good version of fear. It passed. He tugged the cuff of his sleeve, and the smallest gleam of metal showed before the cloth fell back into place. Dumbledore's wand lifted. No spell on his lips yet, only the idea of one. Harry's fingers brushed the button disguised as a cufflink. The portkey wrenched the air around him into a neat knot and pulled. Dumbledore's spell hit the emptiness, where a laugh might have been, and tied nothing. The office breathed out the way rooms do when someone takes their weather with them. The portraits began to mutter. Minerva would later say she'd felt the moment like a draft in a corridor 2 floors down. Hermione pressed her knuckles to her mouth. Ron swore without creativity and meant every syllable. Dumbledore put his wand down very carefully on the edge of the desk, as if he were setting an old weapon on an altar. "I'm sorry," he said to the room that wasn't to blame. "I should have had better words sooner." Night wore the castle comfortably. In Grimmauld Place, midnight learned to clear its throat. Harry's study had chosen a temperature that didn't invite pausing. A metronome he didn't own ticked somewhere under the floorboards. It could have been a clock, or the house's old heart remembering how to be useful. He set the death note before him with the neatness that civilians reserve for funerals and surgeons for their first incision of the day. He didn't hurry. He didn't savor. He removed his ring and laid it to the right of the page. He smoothed the paper once, not to coax it into compliance, but because smoothness is a virtue. He wrote the date. He wrote the hour, later. The night must be deep enough that courtesy could not be mistaken for secrecy. He set the nib to the page and waited until his breath had learned the new count. Albus per Sivel mualefer Burian Dumarori. The name carried its own weight onto the paper, a procession of syllables that had spent decades being trusted. The letters lay down in a hand that had learned to be merciless without looking cruel. He didn't look away. He didn't apologize. He didn't imagine a phoenix singing, because there would be no phoenix. He refused sentiment not because it was dangerous, but because it was waste. He added, beneath, at 0312, while sleeping in his bed in the headmaster's rooms, Albus Dumbledore suffers a sudden, painless cardiac arrest. He doesn't wake. He is found at dawn by Minerva McGonagall. There is no suspicion of foul play. His face is peaceful. He considered adding he dreams of summer and didn't. The note could do many things. It could not guarantee that a man met the dream he deserved. Besides, dreams are for the living. This was an equation. It required closure, not poetry. He set the quill down. He cleaned it. He recapped the ink. He didn't look at a clock. He didn't need to. He had been counting all his life. 40 seconds longer. Wizards take more time to leave their bodies than muggles do. He had learned that either from the note, or from light, or from grief. It didn't matter where knowledge came from once it had made itself useful. He held his hands together lightly on the desk and thought, very briefly, of a lemon sherbet offered across a desk to a boy who had been trembling and pretending not to be. He thought of a voice saying, "I'm so very proud of you," and meaning it badly and meaning it anyway. He allowed the thought to exist. He didn't allow it to alter the weight of his pen. Up in the tower office, Albus Dumbledore's great heart. Tired muscle. Stubborn instrument, clenched once, with the steady dignity of old wood deciding to be still. The silver instruments on the table sighed and went quiet in sympathy. In the frame next to Phineas, a witch who'd sworn never to weep for a headmaster she disapproved of, put her hand to her mouth, and did. The Sorting Hat felt a pressure ease, and didn't like how much that felt like relief. Minerva would find him at first light. And there would be a cup on the desk he had meant to drink, and new ink in the well, and a letter half sealed to Cairo that would lead to a room the three of them would stand in one day with a map and more pins than grief had fingers for. Harry waited the full minute, not because he doubted, because respect is a discipline. When the count completed itself, he closed the book without sound. He slid the ring back onto his finger. He rose. He left the study as a man leaves an operating theater, hands clean, purpose intact. In the corridor, a house, elf who had learned not to appear without being called felt the air thin and thick again. In the street outside, two aurors on patrol checked their watches, synchronized, and were pleased by the neatness of it. In the headmaster's office, the portraits began to wake each other. Some cried out. Some whispered prayers they had not used in a century. Some said nothing and stared at the window where the first slim vein of light insisted on being born anyway. Hermione, in a bed where numbers had replaced sleep, sat up gasping and didn't know why until the castle told her. Ron, on the sofa in the common room with his boots still on, opened his eyes to a silence that felt like the end of a game played at someone else's table. They ran without speaking. Harry stood at his window and watched his city keep its appointments. Somewhere, bells would ring. He had made room in the schedule for grief. He always did. Then the schedule would resume. He didn't smile. He didn't mourn. He maintained. The bells began at first light, the old carillons taking a breath and then remembering the notes they keep for unthinkable mornings. They rang without panic. The pass signed off, a lampightr albsdumbe duo dispcfullyhuicarts. Natuio and mauarns, the Daily Prophet's front page wore black ribbon like a conscience. Photographs behaved themselves. Dumbledore, always careful not to be handsome, looked into a middle distance that would never answer and nodded to a future he hadn't wanted to miss. They laid him in state in the great hall for a single day because the nation asked and Harry allowed. Candles held their breath and didn't drip. Students filed past in lines that didn't collapse. The portraits in the room next door, out of respect, argued only in whispers. Minerva stood straight, backed and unarmored, one palm on the edge of the catafalque, the other around the pane she refused to set down in public. When it was Hermione's turn, she set the tip of her fingers on the carved hem of the cloth and thought, "I should have asked you to shout." Ron stood behind her and didn't touch her, because some griefs are like skittish animals, too sudden a hand, and they bolt. Harry paid respects at noon. He came through the main doors without a title and wore his black like an answer key. He stopped at the bear, put his hand on the wood, and bowed his head exactly long enough to persuade a camera that this wasn't a performance. It wasn't. It just happened to be useful. He didn't linger. He stood at the podium that had taught him to speak and folded his hands the way a boy folds them. When he is trying to make adults believe, he understands weight. Albus Dumbledore taught us that hope isn't optimism. He said, it is work. He showed us that love isn't sentiment. It is risk. We will honor him the way he would have wished, by protecting the world he gave us back." The prophet printed the sentence in gold. The Order of Merlin returned in force to look like they had never been absent. The public made the sound publics make when they want to agree with themselves. By evening, posters appeared in every ministry foyer and village square, tasteful borders framing careful words. "Now-IEOF publici safety following credible intelligence of conspiracy against the peace. The ministry requests information on the whereabouts of HERM-IO JN NGR for unlawful access of restricted archives, dissemination of subversive analyses, and incitement of panic in educational institutions. Rama Eld Bilui Uzi Sley for interference with our operations, obstruction of tribunal proceedings, and association with dangerous elements. If seen, don't engage. For your safety, alert the nearest Aura station or community shield officer immediately." The flyers used kindly photographs. That was part of the mercy. Ron's hair resisted the ink. Hermione's eyes refused to be stern even when accused. The words didn't shout. They maintained. In the evening broadcast on the Wizivision stones, newly installed in public halls. Minister March, voice steady with practice, intoned the talking points precisely enough to deserve survival. "Will honor Dumbledore's legacy by supporting order," he read. In that spirit, the ministry can't tolerate reckless acts which, however well-intentioned, endanger the fragile peace. He looked up at the lens on the final phrase and let the fragility move the audience like wind moves wheat. Harry didn't appear on the broadcast. He didn't need to. Propaganda of that caliber is always better when it appears to be coming from everywhere in particular. The purge didn't call itself a purge. It called itself closure. Alastair Moody, real, scowl, and unkillable habits went down in a safe house whose wards had been placed by men who believed paranoia was a religion and therefore worth cutting corners on. He made it to his feet with the roar that used to frighten nightmares, and then sat back down with a hand at his chest and a curse that stopped halfway because you can't finish a swear at odds with rhythm. Arthur Weasley, inventor of gentle laughs and apologies to kettles, collapsed at his desk at the masseuse of Muggle Artifacts office with a quill in hand and a smile in a frame facing him. The paper under his cheek read, "All doings approved. Reconstruction first." Molly's letter arrived 10 minutes later. "Come home for stew," and lay on the corner like a blessing that had missed. Hestia Jones tripped on the front step when the neighbor waved. The neighbor ran for help. The help wrote it down and cleaned the step. Emmeline Vance's copy of The Rights of Witches fell open to the chapter on lawful descent and stayed there until someone needed the book for a class. Kingsley Shacklebolt didn't die. He was too useful. He learned, instead, the exact shape of the leash he had not realized he was wearing long enough to let him do good work. Short enough to keep him from doing the dangerous kind. He made lists of missing names and wrote "find proof" in the corner, and then threw the lists away one by one, because proof has a way of failing the men who need it most. Minerva, who had spent a lifetime saving children by making rules behave, walked the corridors and dispensed punishments that pretended to be lessons and, quietly, smuggled 3 students out of the castle in the space under an invisibility cloak because the world had made her choose between jobs again. She kept her life because Harry preferred her alive. Some examples work best when erected, not knocked down. At the final meeting of what had been the Order and was now a memory pretending to be a quorum, A dozen chairs were empty, and the candles didn't sputter, even when everyone present wanted them to. Bill Weasley voted to fight. Madame Pomfrey voted to hide and heal the living. An argument began with the old grace of people who had always argued in good faith, and ended when the lantern on the table hissed and went out, not because of a draft, but because a name was being written 2 miles away in ink that didn't stain. After the long minute, they lit another lamp and discovered they were 3 fewer, and didn't say the names politely because some tragedies get to be impolite. Bellatrix handled the public ends of these events the way a surgeon handles a ribbon, cutting with a smile that hides the scalpel. She wore white for arrests that needed to look like rescues and black for speeches that needed to feel like discipline. She found the light in every room and stood in it, so the cameras would forgive the shadow she cast. When a captured holdout was marched, spellbound, to a dais to make a confession, whose words had been assigned syllable by syllable, Bellatrix stood just behind the prisoner's shoulder and watched the crowd the way a conductor watches strings. The streets learned to keep curfew because they liked the feeling of nothing happening to them. Shopkeepers learned to sleep with their tills closed but their minds open. Children learned pajamas again. Ones learned drawers instead of pockets. The world learned silence in the way all good students do, through repetition and relief. From the windows of homes at the ends of lanes with names like Beak Hollow and Farthing Dell, posters watched with kindly eyes and rules that rhymed. Samat iig, Sai Samatrapa ri Viasviava Barbu Eala Gre. A boy asked his mother what subversive meant, and she said, "Someone who makes other people nervous," and realized she had told the truth as the state preferred it. Hermione and Ron became the sort of rumor children whisper to one another to see if courage is a thing that can be conjured like a sweet. They were seen in the pennons. They were seen in Paris. They took a boat across a lake and disappeared. A birthday party in a Falmouth kitchen went suddenly quiet when someone said, "I heard they're lovers and traitors both." And then the room laughed, not because the line was funny, but because laughter is the smallest rebellion that still lets you sleep at home. At dusk, Hogwarts gave up the heat it had saved during the day, and the astronomy tower took its turn being a temple. The wind came from the west, respectful. The stones held their age in a way that made new power feel welcome, but not unique. Harry stood at the highest parapet and counted the proofs of a solved equation. A number for everything if you chose bright enough paper. Wandfire incidents down 79%. Unforgivable curse citations down to 0. The last one had been an old man at a card table who had forgotten which month he lived in and said Crucio as if it were a swear. He was now very gently sedated in a ward that believed in soft colors. Azkaban population transferred, noted, adjudicated, resolved. The cells were being converted into an archive for lessons learned. The Dementors paced an island you would never visit and ate fog. Community shield response times. Synchronized, predictable, polite. Trade steady. The Gringotts ledgers told a soothing story when you stood far enough away to ignore pages that had been removed. Birth announcements in the Prophet, up 14%. Obituaries down, except where they needed to be up. The grounds lay obediently under him, roads like lines on a palm, fields like metronomes. Somewhere beyond the trees, in a cottage they hadn't yet found, because he let them not find it. 2 figures, one with a quick mind and the other with quick hands, were arguing in whispers turned hoarse. and a third figure painted warnings in a room that believed it was used properly only when misused. He let those variables live because every equation needs an error term to lubricate the gears. Also, he enjoyed the proof. Bellatrix approached with a hush learned from new power. The top of the world had taught her to walk as if everything belonged to her only, because she had been allowed to say it did. She stood at his shoulder, the wind taking strands of hair and then returning them when it remembered who owned whom. She wore white tonight because it pleased him to let the sky decide whether it was mercy or frost. "It's quiet," she said, reverent. "It is behaving." He corrected, not unkind. He let his palm rest on the stone as if feeling a pulse. "Noise is a moral problem. We've solved it." "We," she repeated, pleased like a knight given a crest. "A year ago, this tower saw only despair." She pointed once, the gesture small as a promise broken. "We're above the weather now." He looked out toward Hogsmeade, where lanterns burned in straight lines and a pub had learned to close precisely when told, and not a minute earlier or later, and thought, this is what men meant when they wanted gods, not thunder, but timetables. "Do you ever miss it?" she asked. And the question sounded like a lover's test and was nothing so small. The noise. "I missed the absence of control," he said. "Then I built it. Missing is an inefficient use of the mind." "And praise," she murmured, leaning in as if to let gratitude land on his shoulder and get a good angle at his ear. "Do you miss that?" "Praise is weather," he said, amused. "You don't miss it. You account for it in the design." She made a pleased sound low in her throat. "They're calling the tribunal humane now. Mothers say, at least our sons are seen. You were right about the white robes." "Symbols are for the living," he said. "The dead have no need of them." "Do you ever regret him?" Bellatrix asked, and the hymn didn't need a name. Harry considered regret the way a mathematician considers a poorly specified variable. "Regret obscures metrics," he said. "I prefer clarity." "You're beautiful when you lie to yourself," she said, smiling, and he let her have the line because devotion deserves the occasional indulgence. A barn owl cut a clean line across the bloodless sky. In the village, a clock rang the quarter hour and was proud to be right. Hogwarts shifted on its old foundations, practiced, patient. In the walls below them, the castle made room for a rumor, and then decided to store it for later. "I wrote something for the papers for next week," Bellatrix said lightly, as if mentioning a new dress. "On mercy and structure. You'll like it. It praises you without using your name more than twice." "Twice is plenty," he said. "It will seem accidental." She leaned her hip against the parapet and looked down at the night that was learning how to be ordinary again. "What will you do now that you've built the world?" "Maintain it," he said, satisfied. "Perfection is mostly maintenance. The rest is eliminating variables before they require attention." She touched his sleeve. 2 fingers, precisely placed, and the variables with names. Some are useful, some are instructive, some will be taught the schedule. He smiled into the wind, the expression small and absolute. "Tomorrow, the predictive justice pilot begins in 3 boroughs. We will quietly prevent 12 crimes. We will publicly prevent none. The only numbers that matter will be known by the right people." She kissed his jaw as if the gesture were a signature and then, because he had taught her well, stepped back into her place, which wasn't behind him but beside him one pace lower, an angle that photographed as equality and felt like worship. "Sleep," he said. "I'll be late." "Try not to be," she said, and left with the heir's permission. Harry stayed. He counted the lights as they went out in Hogsmeade and knew which were lovers, which were drunks, which were children bribed into bed with promises that the morning would deliver pancakes and peace. He catalogued every hazard left in the world and found, pleasingly, no surprises. The quiet wasn't absence. It was evidence. He had won, not like boys win at games, not even like tyrants win at wars. He had solved a system and fixed the constants. He had found the function that took grief and returned sleep. He had, finally, no opponent left except entropy. Entropy, he thought, is only laziness with better PR. He had a schedule for that too. Behind him, the air grew heavier by degrees that the human body marks as superstition. The shadow didn't fall, it arranged itself. Windows below went black and then forgot why they had done so. The sky developed a depth that wasn't cloud. "Amused," said a voice that wasn't sound. Harry didn't turn. "You took your time?" He said to the emptiness he had learned to call by the only name that didn't waste syllables, King. "Time is a toy," Yuzaka conveyed, the concept moving through Harry's mind like a cold front. "You have entertained me with its pieces." The air beside him declined to be air, and instead became a suggestion of geometry, something like a throne imagined by a civilization that had decided metal was a rumor, but weight was truth. Wings or something that impressed upon the mind the idea of wings and then denied them the courtesy of feathers. Where a face might have been, decision sat and wasn't bored. "You set me a larger board," Harry said. "I improved on my last attempt." "Last time you wanted worship," the king breathed, the meaning falling like a measured coin. "This time you wanted order. You're more interesting when you refuse lesser sugar." "I wanted outcome," Harry said. "Worship is noise. Order is proof. You have achieved maximal entertainment given parameters available," Yuzaka said. If the concept had contained applause, it would have been of the slow, devastating kind that turns hearts to habits. "You have surpassed your previous play. You have won the game." Harry let the sentence arrive and sit. He watched its edges, tested its weight, tried it against his own instruments. No yield in it. It was fact, it rang. He inclined his head a price's worth. "Of course." "You don't look bored," the king observed, almost idly. "I'm not," Harry said. "I expected boredom. I built against it." He thought, not unkindly, of the fugitives he allowed to breathe, and the puzzles he permitted to fester, and the international dipping points he had left unmeasured for the pleasure of measuring them later. Entropy requires diligence. "I'm diligent." "You don't regret the old man," the king remarked. Not as a question, but a curiosity placed on a shelf. "Regret is a poor instrument," Harry said. "I used better ones." "You will die," Yuzaka stated, "not a threat, not a comfort. All games end. Your name will be a bureaucratic function by the time it is written last." "Then I'll die having done the work," Harry replied. "Others may inherit it. They will fail more slowly because I built manuals. And if a piece changes color while you sleep," the king murmured, a kind of abstract amusement catching light like dust motes. "I don't sleep enough to make that matter," Harry said, smiling without letting anyone see it but the night. "And I've friends who wake when I don't." The shadow shifted, which was the Shinigami equivalent of a laugh. "Very well. I'm pleased." The word was the barest shade away from fed. "Good," Harry said. I enjoy being correct. You're correct, the king agreed. For now, the presence drew itself in like a tide too disciplined to roar. The tower remembered being only stone. The air cleared a fraction. The sky flattened back into weather again. Harry stood alone and allowed himself exactly one thought without utility. That the wind felt like a hand ruffling the hair of a child who had finally tidied his room to a standard no one else could see. He turned away from the parapet. He descended the stairs with the patience of a man who has taught gravity to behave. Across Britain, the signs of perfection asserted themselves without shouting. Or stations emptied on time. The Prophet ran a new weekly feature, Peace by the Numbers. The front page displayed 4 small charts with lines that went in the approved directions. People learned that reassurance has axes. In Nocturne Alley, the last shop that sold unpleasant things in velvet boxes closed of its own accord. Which is what happens when a landlord notices that rent doesn't arrive from men who are dead. In Diagon Alley, a toy shop installed a display of predictive justice figurines, uniforms in miniature for children to play at becoming adults who behave. A boy selected the one with the neatest boots. His mother didn't have to count to 3 to make him put it back on the shelf. In the Department of Mysteries, a sealed box with no hinges began to sweat. No one wrote it down. Writing it down would have been the beginning of a different book. In a greenhouse lit at odd hours, Neville watered plants that prefer to drink when men don't watch them. Luna painted over old warnings with newer ones that looked to the untrained eye like flowers and to the trained one like maps. In a cottage on a moor that pretended to be unused, Hermione learned where to place pins when the cities refused to admit they had streets. Ron learned to count in a way that insulted pride less and truth more gently. They learned that paper can whisper a scream if you hold it close enough to your ear. Bellatrix, in a room that used to frighten her and now feared her properly, finished the last paragraph of On Mercy and Structure, wrote the final sentence without looking at what her hand did, because her mind had graduated to a better class of obedience, and went to bed smiling with her hands clean enough to touch white silk. Harry stood in his study over his ledgers, the law kind and the other, and made notations a clerk would describe as neatness and a historian would one day describe as policy. He wrote fewer names now. Maintenance is lighter than revolution when the mathematics are sound. He sharpened the quill anyway, because instruments deserve respect. He allowed himself, before closing the book, to write 3 words on a scrap of paper with no date and no signature perfect. For now, he folded the scrap into a square and slid it into a drawer with other squares that read, on other nights, schedule entropy and audit exemptions, and give them a festival in Luna. He didn't worry about the question mark. He admired it. He went to the window and looked out at a city that had finally learned how to keep faith with itself without making a mess of it. He saw the line of lanterns extinguish at precisely the prescribed hour as if administered by a gentle, invisible hand. He watched the final light in the final house go out a minute late and didn't write the address down because the boy who lived there had a fever and the mother who tucked him in had prayed. And mercy, when properly scheduled, requires occasional absences from the ledger. He smiled the smallest smile of a god who prefers logistics to thunder and closed the curtains with the same care he applied to laws. The bells didn't ring now. They were exactly where they belonged, polished, prepared, silent. God was in his heaven. The world, tidy, obedient, well-lit, agreed, and far off. Like a fly behind glass you can hear only when the house is quiet enough to pretend it has no insects. Something moved. It didn't announce itself. It didn't disrupt any metrics. It simply existed, an anomaly with patience, and the night, sated, merciful, didn't yet know its name. The chandeliers in the atrium learned a new way to sparkle. They had been re-rigged for the occasion, crystals strung in precise tiers, starlight bottled and released in disciplined pulses. Beneath them, the ministry's black, marble floor had been charmed into a mirror so obedient that even the proudest shoes hesitated to scuff it. Banners descended the height of the hall in sheets of cream and silver on and yar ofpac in tasteful serif, flanked by laurels that promised history had decided. The crowd arrived dressed as applause. Aura uniforms had learned more buttons and straighter seams. Weisingmott robes fitted themselves along the bone. The press wore quills behind ears, like surrendered knives. People moved through the checkpoints with a gratitude that had nothing in it of fear. Just the clean relief of rules, working exactly as told. At the head of the atrium, the fountain of magical brethren had been replaced by a new composition in glass and light. A circle of faceless figures holding hands around a small, sleeping city. The water rose and fell with the even breath of a child who has never had to learn to listen for footsteps at night. Harry entered without announcement, and the room announced him anyway. The murmur shaped itself, tilted, and became the sound a crowd makes when the idea it has of itself walks into the room wearing a tailored coat. He wasn't overdressed. He wore black because black takes compliments well, a lapel pin in white enamel caught, and released the chandeliers, discipline. He smiled the benevolent, human smile he had designed for this specific hour. Warm at the edges, modest in the center. Calibrated to look most honest when photographed from slightly below. It reached his eyes because he told it to. Bellatrix took the step to his left the way a queen learns to inherit air. White silk, hair tamed into intention. Mouth softened, just enough to say mercy while thinking structure. She was a portrait, and the artist had been policy. Prime seats are placed, she murmured, voice not moving her lips. The Confederation envoy is at table 4. March has been rehearsed thrice and remembers to pause on fragile. The community shield cadets will sing in C. Harry's gaze moved like a metronome. The music will begin precisely 8 minutes after the first toast, he said. That gives the room time to congratulate itself. And you, love? She asked. Do you require congratulating? I require the city to keep sleeping, he said, which wasn't a joke and sounded like one anyway. They stepped into the light. The applause rose and stayed in its lane. Harry lifted a hand with the practiced imprecision of humility, and the clapping thickened, and then thinned on cue, like rain obeying a roof. Friends, he said, at the podium, and the word found 1,000 ears that wanted to be exactly that. When we promised peace, we promised more than a word. We promised a method. Tonight, we honor that method, and the courage it takes to live by it. He gave them the right sentences, that safety is love measured, that justice is a schedule, that freedom is the absence of fear, and not the presence of 100 knives. That a year isn't long enough to heal, but exactly long enough to prove a future. He gave them a quiet line for the dead, because the dead deserve a line and the living like to hear it. He didn't mention the note. He mentioned the night. The minister followed with gratitude, and an anecdote that had been vetted for tone and distance. The orchestra, 41s disguised as bows, began their gentlest work. Platters moved. Glasses lifted. The atrium's high ceiling learned to contain joy, so it didn't spill where it would be wasted. Harry descended the days into a tide that parted and murmured thanks to him. His handshakes had always been good. They were excellent now, firm without claiming, brief without rush. He collected names and offered small sentences that would be remembered as prophecy later. He complimented a dress that had taken a woman 3 months of private worry to choose. He told a young Auror that his boots were well, shined and made a career of it. He let 2 grandparents show him the baby they had smuggled in against orders and gave the baby his forefinger and the baby his grip. The photographs found the moments and held them in amber. He moved like a tide that never forgets what the shore is for. And, as always, his eyes worked. They had been working since he stepped through the doors, quietly, constantly, a practiced sweep. The now automatic overlay above each head, the faint red script of a life's remaining digits, beside each face, a true name. The vision no longer jarred. It was part of the room the way height is part of a cathedral. He read without reading. He used the map to relax. Madam Hopkirk so 66079 Forn 2, 303 Cent 2108 Octavia Hopkirk, Wimsidich, Harlan, Hundreds Avenue 702 13 905. He'd drink less if the world were less simple and more cruel. It wasn't. Cadet Farrow, 78 24 21 0601 16 for Fort Ivanauder to Low and Farrow. Good posture, good likelihood. Banners, bulbs, servers. 1,000 little red tides running toward their appointed oceans. The orchestra's harpist had a figure above her that made Harry, despite himself, think of lullabies. He wasn't looking for anything. That was the luxury he had earned, to see everything and be surprised by nothing, until he was. A movement that wasn't grace, just a practiced clumsiness, tugged at the corner of his attention. It came from the dessert tables arranged at the far edge of the atrium under a mural of the sky that had agreed to be permanently blue. The tables were a geometry of sugar, tarts like medallions, petits fours tiled into patterns, towers of spun glass pretending to be frost. By the corner of the central array, a young man hunched on a chair that had not been meant for posture and made it a principle. He had messy black hair that refused product and a shirt that didn't want a tie and shoes that had forgotten what polish was for. His shoulders made a parenthesis around the plate in his lap. From a low bowl at his side, he was lifting sugar cubes between thumb and forefinger with monotonous dedication and building a tower, 1 cube at a time, on the edge of the plate. He looked from the distance of politeness, like an unremarkable ministry functionary from a department Harry had barely needed to notice. He wore a guest ribbon, teal, the color assigned to international transfer, DMLE, and a small pinned card that read simply RYU, and then a smear where ink had given up on finishing the introduction. His eyes were in shadow because his head was inclined, as if the sugar required the kind of attention usually given to bomb wires or violins. Harry's gaze passed over him and automatically reached up for the facts. Nothing arrived. No script, no soft lattice of numbers. No name to file according to the grammar of the world. Above the young man's head, where there should have been the gentle, bureaucratic glow of a life's remaining arithmetic, a space. Not emptiness. Emptiness responds when you look at it. This was absence, a hole punched cleanly through the fabric of inevitability. Harry's step didn't falter. His face didn't change. He finished saying, remarkable work at St. Mungo's Healer Pie, and let Healer Pie believe gratitude had been his alone. He inclined his head to a woman whose ring had been enchanted to photograph itself. He took in return 2 more sentences to 2 more men who would later tell their grandchildren about the exact warmth of his hand. Then he looked again. The young man nudged the base cube with his thumbnail until the tower corrected itself. He ate 2 cubes, chewed like a person who turns food into problem-solving, and resumed building. He didn't appear to be speaking to anyone. He didn't look up. The ribbon on his lapel sat where Percival Weasley would have pinned it with the exactness of a man punctuating a paragraph. The ribbon moved once in the faint draft of a door opening and settled again. It read what Harry already knew: DMLE, Special Transfer. Someone had brought in foreign expertise to study predictive justice. Harry filed a note to reward the appearance of self-scrutiny later. He would not now. He widened his seeing. Names and digits obligingly sharpened over heads in the near field, then the mid, then the far. The orchestra conductor, Narina Blythe. 53 years and 7 months until a gentle end. The minister, Ignatius March. 8 years. The peculiar hazard of overeagerness to please. Bellatrix. A line that ran out beyond anything the human eye could taste without getting drunk on relief. He let the focus move over the dessert tables again, as casually as a breeze checking a curtain. The young man's space remained blank. Harry felt the sensation he had not permitted himself since the war. The quiet click of the mind when a machine discovers a gear it didn't know was part of it. He didn't move toward the anomaly. He shifted instead the plan of the room around it. He changed the order in which he greeted a delegation. He extended the time he allowed a backbencher to bask. He drifted his path 2 degrees east to avoid crossing a predictable camera's line of sight at the wrong instant. He made certain not to look again. "Your shoulders," Bellatrix murmured at his side when she found him, which meant something happened. She didn't ask what. She knew better than to make him say it when a camera could accidentally read lips. "Perfect evening," he said, and the words placed themselves correctly on the air. "Predictive justice pilot numbers came in an hour ago," she said, as if offering a sweet. "Projected incidents 12. Prevented 11. 1 postponed. The postponed will look like mercy," he said absently. "Ooh, is the teal ribbon stacking his dinner?" "Which one?" she asked, scanning without moving her head, eyes narrowing in a way the press had learned to call a lure, corner. "Sugar." Her gaze found him and slid past. Bellatrix could make men into weapons and women into saints. Sugar. Cube boys were beneath her appetite. "Transfer from Tokyo Prefecture, if I recall correctly," she said. Matsuda came with 1 other. Name was odd in the mouth. "Odd how?" Harry asked. "Like a pseudonym that had been translated twice," she said blandly. "Shall I send him congratulations for his contribution to the pilot ahead of time?" "Let him build," Harry said. "If he knocks it over, we'll know whether he minds chaos." Bellatrix's smile learned a new angle.
Shall I be jealous?
She asked lightly. "Of sugar," he replied. "Always." He left her with a glance that promised schedules and crossed the atrium in a curve that could have been planned by an architect who had been told love was a corridor. He allowed himself to pause to accept a glass of champagne and handed it, unsipped, to a couple so moved by being handed anything that they would spend the next decade voting correctly. He complimented a young writer on the only sentence in his article that had been brave. The boy would put the sentence in a frame and wonder later why it had produced no further courage. He reached the desserts. Close. The young man didn't improve. His shirt had a clean collar and a tired fabric. His trousers were correct, but uninterested in proving it. His shoes had decided to be instruments, not jewelry. He sat on his heels on the chair, knees up, spine curved, a posture that would have suggested either pain or childhood in anyone else. In him it suggested usefulness. His hair made its own weather. The sugar tower was taller than it had any right to be given physics and charity. His eyes, when the fringe gave them up for a second at a time, were dark and not tired, just busy elsewhere. Harry let his eyes do what they were meant to do. The red script didn't arrive. The blankness did. It was as neat as a proof erased. "Enjoying the sweets?" Harry asked. Voice getting the temperature exactly wrong for a stranger and exactly right for a king at play. The young man placed another cube. It held. He set a second cube at right angles to the first, making a brace. He ate the next one. He continued not to look up. He said, around the sugar. His voice was soft from dessous, a little rough, a little bored. It was the kind of voice people who live in their heads bring with them to the world as a concession. They're from a new supplier. Harry went on, the way one speaks to shy men and dogs. The recipe is older than the ministry itself. We reintroduced it because people love the truth dressed as tradition. The young man's hand paused. The sugar cube hovered. He placed it anyway. That sounds like something a person who believes in numbers would say. He murmured, almost to the plate. "I do believe in numbers," Harry said pleasantly. "They don't lie unless you ask them to." The young man said again. The syllable curved in a way that could have been skepticism or sugar. He reached into the bowl without looking, found nothing, found again, and made the corner higher. Harry tilted his head, watching the work with the patient interest of a god who has found an ant willing to carry more than its weight. "You're with law enforcement," Harry said. Not a question. "Aren't we all?" the young man murmured. "International transfer," Harry added, as if thinking aloud. "We're grateful for the expertise." The pilot appreciates eyes that have seen other roads. The young man's hand hovered over the tower and didn't shake. "IS can make roads look like conclusions," he said. "Sometimes they're just roads." Harry smiled, soft and correct. "What shall we call you?" he asked. A social question slid perfectly over a blade. The young man's head lifted a fraction. The fringe offered up one eye. It wasn't curious. It was measuring. "Call me what you like," he said. "I'll answer if it's interesting." Harry's amusement didn't reach his teeth. "I enjoy interesting." The eye lowered. The tower leaned. 2 fingers corrected it with a delicacy that made the word surgical feel fussy. "I can tell," the young man said. For a heartbeat, Harry let the room fall out of his attention. He let the orchestra's violin lose its line and the minister's laugh lose its place. He lifted the Shinigami sight the way a man lifts a veil he owns. Blank. No lattice. No name to be true. No number to count down. He thought, precisely, word for word. "Uzaka, you meddling thing." And for the first time in a year he heard, not with ears, not with mind, the clean chime of a remembered idea game with only one player becomes boring. "I thought it might be more entertaining if I gave your old friend a chance to play as well." Not friend. The king had not used that word. The human brain had softened the concept in transit. The original had been closer to counterweight. Harry didn't let the memory write itself across his face. He let it lace itself into his spine instead. He straightened a degree. He set his glass down on the tablecloth with the care of a man setting down a detonator. He heard the room again. A cadet missing her cue, March telling the anecdote with an extra beat of pride, Bellatrix laughing in a key that was for him alone. He smelled the sugar, the champagne, the polished wood, the faint iron of blood from somewhere far off where a kitchen knife had been careless and a boy had not cried. He felt the corners of his mouth falter, the muscle's smallest betrayal, and allowed it. Surprise should be given its inch if you intend to take a mile with it. Then he smiled differently. Not the benevolent, public curvature with its helpful angles and its useful warmth. This smile began slower and traveled deeper, touching teeth by discretion and purpose by default. It was a predator's joy wearing a gentleman's tide. He didn't offer his hand. He didn't ask the name again. Names were for systems, and this wasn't yet in one. He simply let the moment exist long enough to make a religion or a war. Across the plate, the young man placed the final sugar cube on the tower, then, deliberately, gently, tapped the structure with his knuckle. It shivered and held. Only then did he lift his head fully. The eyes were what Harry had expected, and not at all what he had ordered. Not kind, not unkind, not even cold, just clarity applied. They moved to Harry's face and stayed. No deference in them, no hunger. A curiosity that didn't require anyone's survival to be satisfied. A practiced understanding of how long to hold a stare to obtain a reaction, and then, at the exact moment, a refusal to chase. Harry let the Shinigami vision bloom again in a reflex older than this floor. Above the head nothing. Around the body nothing. Between the eyes an instrument. A sugar cube shifted on the tower, 1/10 of a millimeter. The young man reached. Not for it, but for his pocket. He produced a small paper packet, shook out a single grain, and placed it like a keystone on the cube's corner. The tower settled, obedient to physics and patient malice. Someone on the dais called Harry's name for a toast. The crowd turned, bodies rotating like sunflowers toward a scheduled star. Harry didn't turn. "Enjoy the rest of your evening," he said quietly, which in another life would have been a kindness, and now was an opening gambit. The young man's mouth moved, not a smile, a tic that could one day be mistaken for one by people who wanted to survive him. "I plan to," he said. Harry drew in the room. The year, the law, the king's sentence, the quiet. He took them all and placed them onto a board only he could see. Squares red and black, life and death, order and entertainment. He felt the click in his chest as the piece he had not known he missed set itself on the file that had waited for it longer than it had been alive. He turned to the dais. He could have made the speech in his sleep. He spoke it awake. Every word measured to the audience and the anomaly both. People applauded. People cried. People believed. He lifted his glass. His smile was the right one again. He looked over the rim into a room he owned. Across the atrium, a man no one had invited by name rested his chin on his knees and watched through lashes that had no business being anything but absent. Their eyes met across the sea of red numbers and unremarkable lives. In the space above the stranger's head, the world stayed erased. Harry's pulse altered by a single, delicious beat. The orchestra swelled. The chandeliers learned a brighter sparkle. A cadet missed her note and corrected. Bellatrix raised her glass to him with all the fervor of a congregation that has found its sermon. The minister laughed in the wrong place and was forgiven. The new fountain breathed with the peace of a city that had not yet remembered what games can cost. Harry lowered his glass by a fraction. The grin, the private one, the one he saved for rooms with locked doors and blank spaces, unfurled like a knife deciding to be a smile. Across the room, the young man set one finger lightly against the sugar tower and, without looking away, pressed. The cubes fell soundlessly. The room didn't hear it. The room heard only applause. Harry didn't move. The young man didn't either. A breath hung between them like a bet. The chandeliers flared.